The middle-aged nobleman called Amos Dice became vigilant at once. He immediately jumped back to keep some distance from the little girl. The nearest two guards blocked in front of him, and the guards at the periphery also came over. Dozens of people gathered together and surrounded the nobleman in the middle. Hearing the words of the girl, Rob also thought, "Oh. Interesting." Judging from her tone, she is on the side of Mandra, and her tone sounded like she was punishing betrayal and getting rid of evil. It seemed that she came with bad intentions. When I entered Bright Road, it was heavily guarded. I heard that several big shots were assassinated. Did this woman do it? Thinking of this, Rob threw a hypnotism on the prostitute beside him. It was better not to let ordinary people see this kind of thing, in case she would cause a fatal disaster to herself. She knew nothing, and it was the safest for her. The more incompetent people knew, the more dangerous it would be. The woman fell asleep on the ground behind the tree and knew nothing. She slept peacefully. On the other side, Amos Dice looked at the little girl vigilantly. "Who are you?" The little girl introduced herself solemnly, "My name is Russ Belmont Dracula." Hearing this, Amos almost jumped up on the spot, because this woman's surname. In the kingdom of Gran, there was only one person who had such a surname. His name was Mandra Belmont Dracula, a rebellious man 16 years ago, and the current king of the kingdom of Gran. Amos asked in surprise, "Are you the daughter of Mandra? The princess of East Gran?" "Yes." The little girl said coldly, "So, it should be reasonable for me to kill you, right?" Amos didn't answer but turned around and ran away. After saying a few words, Rob also turned around and ran away unexpectedly. He couldn't help laughing. How cowardly is this noble? She is just a young girl. No matter how hard you try, you have to fight with her for 2 rounds first. If you can't defeat her, then you can run away. How can you run away before the fight starts? What about your dignity as a man? Just as Rob was complaining in his heart, a light sound was heard. It was the sound of unsheathing the long sword. The cloak of the little girl suddenly spun and flew into the air. Her small and exquisite body finally showed up. She was wearing a very close-fitting set of leather armor, which emitted a green light. One could tell at a glance that she was not an ordinary girl. Rob could tell at a glance that it was made by him. It was the agile flying dragon leather armor. He came to this world to earn the first bucket of gold to make the equipment. He traded it for 100 gold coins from the big merchant, Pobo. According to Pobo, he took it to Bright Road and sold it to a noble man. He didn't expect that it would fall into the hands of the princess of East Gran. There were 2 abnormal enchantments on the leather armor: movement speed, plus 15%, and attack speed, plus 20%. The girl unsheathed her sword. With a flash of the sword light, the 2 guards in front of her were beheaded at the same time. No one could even see how she wielded her sword. Even Rob couldn't see it clearly, because he was looking at the figure of the little girl. Without being covered by the cloak, the little girl's figure could be seen clearly now. Her legs, arms and waist were thin. Although her buttocks were covered by the skirt armor, it could be seen from the angle of the skirt armor. The big girl hadn't developed yet, and as for her breasts, it was needless to mention. The equipment made by Rob was different from the equipment made in the real world. If a player was thin, his clothes would be thinner, and if a player was short, his clothes would be shorter. The armor could be suitable for giants to dwarves. Therefore, as he looked at the leather armor's chest and skirt, he knew that this little girl was very young. After Rob sighed at her figure, another 3 guards fell to the ground with blood splashing. Amos had run away for several meters and strode out of the area. The guards behind him tried their best to block the girl. The narrow alley was suddenly filled with guards. On the other side of the wall of guards, Amos was running out of the alley, but as if he could run away. The little girl raised her long sword. This time, Rob saw the sword clearly. The shape of the sword was very strange. Its hilt was much longer than an ordinary long sword, and its hands were long, which made it look like a huge cross instead of a sword. It was just that one of the feet of the cross was sharpened into a sword blade. The little girl waved her cross sword forward, accompanied by a very cold light voice. Power in the air, surge. Gather in my hands, shrill lightning. She turned into a beam of light with the sword, and then with a click, she passed through all the guards in the alley. The guards were all frozen for a second, just like common shock in anime. Then, blood spurted out from their bodies, and the whole alley was dyed red. It was obvious that in that short moment, the girl passed through the guards with extremely fast steps. At the same time, she brandished her sword and slashed at the vital parts of each of them. Her speed was so fast and her movements were so accurate that it was amazing. If Rob was not peeping at them, but standing next to them and looking at them from above, he would definitely cry out and say, "Wow, you did a good job." In an instant, the little girl had caught up with Amos. Amos didn't turn around, but waved his hand back. A big fireball that had been prepared beforehand roared out and smashed at the little girl's small face. The little girl didn't dare to look down upon the fireball. After all, it was a fireball skill that a great master used with all his might. If she looked down upon it, she would suffer a great loss. She raised her long sword and blocked it in front of her. The broken icy sky. Bury it with the storm. Listen to the call of destruction. Ice wolf's bite. The water magic condensed at the tip of her sword. In a blink of an eye, her long sword was filled with an aura of ice. The sword light waved forward, and the cold sword spirit cut the fireball. The surging magic power of the fire was pushed away to both sides, sticking to her left and right. She passed through the smoke formed by the fireball, waved her long sword, and stabbed into the vital part of Amos' back. As the long sword was pulled out, blood spurted out from his wound. Count Amos to the ground and couldn't move. The little girl swung her wrist gently, and all the blood on the sword was thrown away. She put her sword back into the scabbard, caught the black cloak falling from the sky, wrapped it around her body, lowered her head, and went back into the night. Rob couldn't help but shrug and said, "Life is a bitch in the chaotic world." After he returned to the tree, he dispelled the hypnotism from the sleeping prostitute. As soon as the woman woke up, she immediately smelled the strong smell of blood. Under the dim light from the second floor, she saw the corpses on the ground. She was frightened to pee on the spot, and some liquid flowed down her thighs. Rob whispered, "You didn't see or hear anything just now. You were sleeping all the time. What happened here has nothing to do with you. If you want to save your life, don't say anything." Of course, the woman understood this point. If she wanted to save her life, she could not get involved in this matter at all. There was only a dead end if she was involved. She nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, and her teeth chattered. I won't say anything." "That's good." Rob said, "Go home and hide yourself. Remember, although you don't know anything about what happened just now, I often come to you for fun. You have to do it well. Don't forget it." The woman nodded and opened the door beside her, trembling. She got in and dared not come out again. Rob shook his head. It was too easy to get mortals into trouble if immortals fought. He hoped that the prostitutes in this alley wouldn't be implicated in the following official interrogation. He walked out of the alley, stood on the street and shouted, "Help! Help! Someone was murdered." 10 minutes later, the black-armored knights crowded the alley. As the first witness, Rob was naturally left to ask. He couldn't be released before the matter was investigated. As the one who was killed was a count, he was also a high-ranking figure. Ordinary city guards were unable to be placed on the scene. The matter was quickly taken over by the Black Earth Knights. Wearing black armor, Madeline looked mighty and powerful. She walked up to Rob and looked at him with a strange look. "Are you the first person to find corpses all over the ground here?" "Yes." Rob shrugged and said, although I really want to pretend that I didn't see anything and leave quietly, this is not my style. I'm a person who, if I see injustice, I have to step in. My heart is full of justice. Stop. Madeline immediately interrupted Rob's arrogant talk. It's useless for you to brag so well. Your real face has already been exposed. I just want to ask you, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you don't know where we are. To get high. Rob answered without hesitation. Although it was a little inappropriate to say something like that in front of a beautiful girl, he had to maintain his humanity all the time and keep his words and deeds consistent. Madeline's eyes became more disdainful, as if she was looking at a pile of garbage. No woman would have a good face when she heard that a man came to such a place to play. That is to say, you ran out in the middle of the night to have fun and came to this alley, and then found that there was a murder here, right? Yes. Rob said, I'm just a witness. Don't think that I killed someone. Did you see what happened? Did you see the murderer? Madeline asked. Of course, Rob had seen it. He even knew that the murderer was the daughter of Mondra, and her name was Russ Belmont Dracula. But he didn't intend to say it out, because it was not a simple murder case. It was a link of the war between two countries, called assassination of government officials. Rob didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. The two would not help each other. He shrugged and said, I didn't see it. Really? Madeline looked suspicious. What if I tell you that I suspect you killed her? Rob was speechless. Before Rob could protest, she said, but I won't say that. Rob, shit. I almost forgot that this woman liked to gasp for breath when she spoke. Madeline looked at the dead bodies on the ground and said lightly, the murderer used a sword, and his swordsmanship is very excellent and fast. In an instant, he knocked down dozens of guards, blocked the fireball of the Count, and then killed him. This is not something that a wind magician can do. If I suspect that you killed him, I must be out of my mind. You are so wise. Rob said, I'm just afraid that you'll regard me as a suspect of murder. Since I am not suspected, of course it's the best. Madeline said, but I can suspect that you helped the murder. Rob, shit, she's doing it again. Madeline continued, but there have been several murders before you entered the city. If you are the accomplice of the murderer, it's not the right time to enter the city. Rob thought to himself, I won't make any comments. I don't want to move my brain, and I don't even want to spit out any more. I'll think about my reply after you finish gasping. Madeline said, all in all, you are just a jerk who came out in the middle of the night to do some stuff. You just happened to see a lot of corpses and then called for help. Rob waited quietly for her to catch her breath, but he didn't say anything after waiting for a long time. Damn it. I just decided not to be with you, and you're here? What the hell? Rob had no choice but to grumble, are you finished? Madeline cast a sidelong glance at him and ignored him. She turned to the black-armored knights next to her and said, search the houses nearby and ask them door to door to see if there are witnesses. The knights scattered and began to search for houses. On both sides of the lane, where could there be any decent houses? Not long after, a large group of prostitutes came out of the rooms. They all trembled with fear as they knew what was happening outside. When Rob saw the woman he had told her, she also shivered in the crowd. Fortunately, other women were also shaking, not emphasizing that she's a great witness. Madeline's suspicion of Rob had not completely disappeared. She asked in a strange voice, Mr. Rob, which woman were you looking for just now? Can you show me? Obviously, if Rob couldn't point it out, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Rob thought to himself, fortunately, I arranged for it earlier. He pointed at the woman he had arranged for and said, it's her. Oh. Madeline turned to look at the woman, who was trembling with fear. With a businesslike smile, Madeline asked, did this man come to you? Yes. Yes, the prostitute was scared out of her wits. Madeline asked, "Do you know his name?" "Rob Smith." The woman still remembered the name Rob had told her, and she also remembered a lot of words he had said before. She immediately poured it out like pouring beans. He did a good job, and his weapon lived well. He made me want to die. No, he can't. He is the most powerful man I have ever seen in my life. Madeline was speechless. Rob said, shrugging his shoulders. Madeline looked at him with extreme contempt, but the Black Earth Knights beside her secretly gave a thumbs up to Rob and almost said, "Awesome." If Madeline was not here, these knights might have come to ask the experienced driver, but now, they did not dare to move. Madeline and Rob were unacquainted in the first place. She had wanted to take care of him for the sake of his identity as the only son of the Smith family and the illegitimate child of fourth uncle, but now it seemed that there was no need for her to do so. Such a man had better go spiraling up in the air. A black armored knight walked out of a room and reported in a low voice, "Ma'am, I found the corpse of a prostitute in a room. She was also killed by a sword. It should be the best friend of Amos. It seems that the murderer killed the prostitute first, and then waited for the Count to come in that room. When the Count came, she came out of the room and killed him." "Yes," Madeline frowned. "The murderer knows exactly the whereabouts of a Count. He even knows that he would come here in the middle of the night to meet his friend, so he waited in the room in advance. It seems that he knows everything about the activities of the nobility in the city. He has an insider." Rob shrugged and said, "Do you immediately suspect that I'm an insider?" "Of course not," Madeline said. "With your status, how can you get so much information? You are so wise." Rob said, "In fact, you are very smart, if you don't gasp for breath. But I don't want to talk to scum." Madeline ignored Rob and said to her subordinates, "You clean up the corpses and streets. I'll go back and report to the Queen first." The knights responded and started to work, while Madeline turned around and walked towards the palace. Rob also walked towards the magic school. After taking a few steps, the two of them found themselves walking in the same direction. It turned out that the magic school was built behind the Imperial Palace. It must take a long way to go from the main block. Madeline was walking ahead, while Rob was walking behind. The two of them were less than 2 meters apart. While walking, Madeline was unhappy and whispered, "What do you want to do following me like this?" Rob said, "I'll go back to the school." "But you gave me a feeling that you were following me with ill intentions." "Your words are not exciting at all," Rob said with a smile. "It will be more exciting to walk like this." "What do you mean? Isn't it the same?" Madeline said. "No, it's a little different." Rob laughed wickedly. Seeing his smile, Madeline knew that he didn't have a good idea. She said coldly, "Maybe I was too kind to you when you entered the city. You forgot your identity. You are just the illegitimate child of fourth uncle, and you didn't even inherit his title. I am a duke. It's a crime for you to talk to me like this. I advise you to be careful. For the sake of fourth uncle, I can forgive your rudeness, but if you speak to other nobles in such a tone, you should be afraid of getting killed." "Thank you for your mercy," Rob said with a smile. "I also advise you to be careful. Just now there was a murder case over there, and you didn't bring any guards. You're walking alone on the streets at night. If the assassin hasn't gone far and saw you, a duke, was left alone, she will probably come kill you. It'll be good if he comes here. I'll bring him to justice." Before Madeline could finish her words, she suddenly heard a young girl behind her saying angrily, "I'm here, but I didn't come here happily." The voice didn't surprise Rob. He had already used detection to find the figure following behind them, so he said that on purpose. However, Madeline was a little surprised. She turned around and said, "How dare you?" Rob had thought that if they both first pretended to be strong, they would immediately enter the stage of fierce confrontation. Unexpectedly, Madeline turned around and looked at Rob first. There was no way for them to look at each other fiercely with him there. This was very disturbing to the atmosphere. She quickly reached out and pulled Rob aside, and also pulled him behind her. She used her body to block Rob, and whispered, "Run, don't get involved. This opponent is very strong." "Since this opponent is very strong, I can't run away," Rob said seriously. "I don't think there is any reason for me to leave my female companion behind when I see a bad guy. I don't remember that I am such a man." Of course, he wanted to see the fun. Moreover, although Rob didn't intend to help the two kingdoms during the war, Madeline seemed to have been trying to help him. Seeing that the strong enemy came, she still pulled him behind her. With this action, Rob was destined to help her. If others were good to him, Rob would be good to others. This had nothing to do with war. It was purely a personal grudge. If she was in danger, Rob would not sit by and do nothing. However, Madeline didn't know what kind of person he was. She turned around and complained, "I'm not your female companion." "Rob, aren't we going together? If you are not my female companion, what are you? Are you my male companion?" Madeline said seriously, "I'm not with you. We just happen to walk on the same path. Can you get the point? Now I'm going to kill you." "Why are you still in the mood to joke?" The big lowly, who had been following behind them, got angry. Rob said, "Look, you were ridiculed?" Madeline was speechless. The little girl took a glance at Rob and said in a low voice, the only member left of the Smith family, "It's not your business to be here, but since you don't want to leave, whatever." Then she turned around and said to Madeline seriously, the current leader of the Black Earth Knights, the youngest Duke, "Madeline, I'm here to kill you." Facing the girl, Madeline asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Russ Belmont Dracula." As soon as the name came out, Madeline couldn't help but be stunned. "Princess of East Gran, you came out to be an assassin yourself? Is there a mistake?" It was indeed confusing. The princess of a kingdom should be lofty, admired by tens of thousands of people, or chased by a large group of noble children. But the little girl in front of her actually sneaked into the capital of the enemy and assassinated the enemy's government officials, which was a little exaggerated. This behavior was simply incomprehensible. If she was caught alive here, wouldn't the queen have a big card in her hand? She could put forward all kinds of messy conditions to Mondra. If he didn't agree to the conditions, she would cut her ears today, dig her eyes out tomorrow, cut her tongue the day after tomorrow, and even refine her into a skeleton soldier. Would he be afraid? So Madeline really couldn't understand and thought, is she a fake? The little girl seemed to have guessed what Madeline was thinking. She said with a murderous look, "Is it strange? As long as I don't fail, there will be no problem." As she spoke, she shook off her cloak and took out a sword, which looked like a cross. Evil sword, light cross. Madeline recognized the sword at a glance. It was one of the famous swords in the Church of Light. Because it looked like a cross, its name was simply named Cross, with the magic of the light system attached to it. It was used to kill the magicians of the dark system, which could be said to be effective. The girl on the other side was angry. "It's not the evil sword. Its name is the holy sword, the light cross. It's just an evil sword." Madeline sneered, "This is the real holy sword." She also quickly pulled out her long sword. It was a black sword, and its entire body was black. Even the part of the sword blade was dark without light, and it wouldn't reflect any cold light. The girl on the other side couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Evil sword, Dark Terminator. This was one of the most famous swords in the Church of Darkness. It was made of black iron, which could not reflect light at all. It also has dark magic, which can be used to kill the creatures of light. It could be said that it had excellent effect. Of course, it was useful at killing members of the Church of Light. Madeline was angry, "It's not the evil sword. Its name is the holy sword, Dark Terminator." Rob was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. "Damn it! Both of them said that they own the holy sword, while the other said that they had the evil sword. By the way, he almost forgot that this was not Westwind Town. The light and dark outside Westwind Town were deadly enemies. There was no need to talk nonsense at this time. The two women waved their swords at the same time and rushed towards each other. The light holy sword and the dark holy sword collided in midair, producing a clang. At the same time, the light magic and dark magic exploded at once. The little girl shouted, "Remember the will of the heavens, and get rid of all distracting thoughts in your heart." Holy explosion. Madeline also said, "Life and death are decided by this sword. Go to hell to comprehend the dark sword." The two girls used their unique skills at the same time. With a flash of the sword lights, light and dark sword shadows danced in the sky. Seeing the movements of the two people, Rob finally recognized the classes of the two women. Of course, there was no such thing as a class in the real world. Everyone could learn whatever skills they learn, and it was not like a clear class hanging above their heads as in the game. However, Rob could match the sword skills they used with the skills in the game and judge their general types. There was no doubt that the class of the little girl was the Light Sword Sage. In the game, this class required the practitioner to complete the class of a swordsman, and at least one level of professional proficiency in the holy department could be transferred to this class. And Madeline's profession was Dark Sword Sage. In the game, this class also needed the practitioner to max out the swordsman, and at least one level of professional proficiency in the darkness department could be transferred to this class. The two of them were both top professional swordsmen with exquisite swordsmanship. When they fought, sword shadows flew in the air. "I'm going to kill you." The two swords collided and bounced away. Ice Wolf Attack. Attack of the Netherworld. The sword auras swept down several trees on both sides of the street. However, while fighting, Rob found that Madeline was at a disadvantage. It was not because Madeline was not capable, but because her armor was worse. The two of them had similar classes and cultivation bases, and their weapons were holy swords of their respective churches. However, her armor was a lot worse. She was wearing ordinary black armor of Black Earth Knights. It had no special ability, so it was far inferior to the leather armor that the little girl was wearing. It was the leather armor made by Rob. It not only had excellent defensive power, but also had 20% attack speed and 15% movement speed. It would have a huge impact. Every move of the little girl was increased by 20% attack speed. If Madeline was not older than her and had a deeper cultivation base than her, she would have lost long ago. She knew that she was going to lose. While fighting, she shouted, "Rob, run! Run! Don't stand there in a daze. Go and call someone." Seeing this scene, Rob knew that he had to help. Otherwise, he would have to bury Madeline's corpse later. This was not Westwind Town. He could revive others at will in Westwind Town. But here, as soon as the revival technique was thrown out, his position could no longer be maintained. He was going to learn how to make magic items tomorrow. How could he fall short of success at this time? Moreover, he couldn't help her too much. If he showed a little bit of his fighting ability, even LV3, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. What could he do to help Madeline out of this crisis without exposing her fighting capacity? His eyes wandered on both sides of the road, trying to see if there was anything useful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This section of road was a section between the urban area and the Imperial Palace, without any normal residences. The green on both sides of the road was good, and there were grass under the trees. It reminded him of an engineering product. It might be useful at this critical moment. Rob pulled a handful of grass and tore a piece of cloth from his body. While Madeline and the girl were in a fierce fight and didn't have time to look over, he rubbed his hands and said in an engineer's way, "Provoking Scarecrow." Item description: place a funny-looking scarecrow and forcibly taunt a random enemy within 5 yards for 3 seconds. Clang! The two girls fought again with their swords. After the clash, Madeline staggered back a few steps and almost fell down. Just now, the girl's sword grazed her neck less than a finger wide, and almost cut the big blood vessel in her neck. That was almost a fatal blow. She took a deep breath and felt a little exhausted. 2 more strikes, or perhaps 1 more strike, she would be beheaded. Damn it! She shouldn't have told everyone to return to the palace. She thought she was strong enough to lure the assassin out on her own, but she didn't expect that the assassin would really be lured out. However, the Princess of East Gran was too strong. It was really a trap to lure a python out of the cave. She exerted her last strength and shouted, "Rob, run! What are you looking at?" As soon as she shouted out this sentence, Rob gave her swift wind. It was not the powerful, swift wind, but the swift wind that Rob gave her only after he forcibly suppressed his intelligence to a very low level. The effect was so bad that he could only increase her speed by 20%. Then, Rob pulled Madeline's hand and tried to pull her to run away. "Run," Madeline said, "it would stranger if I could escape." "How do you know if you don't run away?" Rob said as he tried his best. Of course, his strength was deliberately reduced, so he couldn't drag Madeline. However, this dragging action gave Madeline the will to live. She thought, if I don't run, I will die. Maybe I can survive if I run. It's not far from the Imperial Palace. I can be saved if I run to the gate. Then just run. She followed Rob, turned around and ran away. Of course, the little girl wouldn't allow them to. She was about to kill the most important head of the Black Earth Knights, who was not only in a high position, but also a friend of the Queen. Once she was killed, it would cause a great blow to the Queen's mind, and play a decisive role in the war. How could she let her escape here? The little girl ran after them. She ran as fast as a fly and caught up with him several meters away in one step. She waved her sword and tried to cut Madeline's back, but at that time, Rob turned around and threw a scarecrow out of his hand. The girl thought it was a hidden weapon that was aimed at her, but when it flew up, she found that Rob did not throw it at her, but at the sky above her head. The scarecrow flew over her head, drew a beautiful arc, and plopped into the ground a few miles behind the girl. The little girl didn't want to care about that thing at all. She just wanted to kill Madeline and Rob as soon as possible. However, for some inexplicable reason, something happened. The scarecrow she ignored had a strong attraction to her behind her back, and she couldn't help but turn around to have a look. She saw a funny smile on it. The smile seemed to mock her, making her angry. She was so angry that she wanted to raise her sword and cut it. She turned around and swung her sword at Scarecrow. No, this was not enough to vent her anger. She wanted to chop it off a few times, wanted to chop at it, wanted to chop at it, wanted to chop at it, wanted to chop at it. 3 seconds was enough for her to chop the man for more than 100 times. The man was humiliated and broke into pieces, leaving leaves all over the ground. The little girl finally realized what had happened. What am I doing? Shouldn't I chase after Madeline? Why did she suddenly cut a scarecrow? When she turned around, she saw that Rob had already run away with Madeline. Not to mention the flying swords and people in the magic world, even ordinary people in real life, who were fat, could run more than 10 meters in 3 seconds. Seeing that her prey had run over 100 yards, the little girl could not help but get angry and chase after them again. Madeline held her holy sword with one hand and ran forward with her other hand held by Rob. She didn't dare to focus all her attention on the front because she was afraid that the girl would catch up with her from behind, so she kept her attention at her back to deal with the enemy who might catch up at any time. However, to her surprise, the little girl didn't chase after her. Instead, she turned around and chopped at the funny-looking scarecrow. She was so angry that she chopped it to death like a psychopath. Madeline was confused and asked, "What is she doing?" Rob said, "As you can see, she is chopping a scarecrow." Madeline said, "Then what did the scarecrow do wrong? Why did she do this to it?" Rob said, the funny guy should be dealt with in this way. Madeline was speechless. Rob, back to the point. Run quickly, or I will have to throw another one if she catches up with us. It was not until then that Madeline realized that Rob was running with her hand in his right hand and a funny-looking scarecrow in his left hand. She was really confused and didn't know what had happened. She couldn't help asking, "What the hell is this man?" Rob said, "When you fought with her just now, I plucked grass and pricked it on the roadside. Look, in order to prick it, I tore my clothes. No, I didn't ask how you made it. I just want to ask why it could attract the enemy to attack it continuously." Rob shrugged and said, "Didn't I say that it's funny? Don't you want to cut its face hard?" "Madeline, I'm not that irritable." While the two of them were talking, the little girl had caught up with them a lot. It seemed that her feet were faster than Madeline with swift wind. After all, Madeline was wearing a heavy black armor, which seriously affected her speed. Rob had no choice but to throw the second one backwards. Plop, the scarecrow fell on the roadside and showed a funny smile to the girl, as if saying to her, "Come on, hit me." Madeline thought to herself, "It can't be successful again this time, can it? Unless the princess of the eastern land was an idiot." The little girl thought to herself, "You're throwing it out again? Don't be silly. It's impossible for people to fall down 2 times in a pit. How can I let go of my prey again and chop an unknown scarecrow again? Do you think I'm stupid?" As soon as she thought of this, she turned the corner and rushed to the scarecrow on the roadside, chopping. Chop. 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 Chopping horizontally and vertically. Madeline couldn't help but sigh deeply, "This guy is really stupid." Just now, the first scarecrow let Rob and Madeline run for over 100 yards. When she was close to dozens of yards, she was pulled by another scarecrow for 3 seconds. Now, she really couldn't catch up with him anymore. When she turned around to look at Rob and Madeline, she saw that they had already run 200 yards away. Not to mention them, even if they didn't run fast with swift wind, it would be difficult for her to catch up with them just by her ordinary feet. The palace was not far ahead. If she continued to chase after them, she might attract palace guards. The little girl had no choice but to snort angrily, "It's all the fault of that damn Smith family's only member. What strange scarecrow did he throw? Just wait and see." She picked up the black cloak that fell on the ground, wrapped herself in it and disappeared in the night. Rob held Madeline's hand and continued to run forward. He had already seen that the girl behind them didn't chase after them, but Rob didn't want to show that he was watching and listening. He pretended that he didn't know anything until Madeline said, "She is not chasing us anymore." Rob pretended to be very nervous and turned his head to look behind him. "Ouch, that vicious guy didn't come after us? She can't catch up." Madeline also breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, it was really a little dangerous. Her opponent's strength was beyond expectation. As a dark sword sage, she was almost killed. No wonder that a lot of recent assassinations were successful, and many officials and guards were killed together. This opponent was really beyond the standard. She turned to look at Rob and said, "Well, now your suspicion is completely cleared up. You can't be that guy's accomplice." Rob smiled and said, "This is really good news for me. I don't want to be monitored by the Black Earth Knights as a suspect." Madeline asked curiously, "What's the man you threw out just now? Why did the opponent suddenly give up on us and cut him madly?" Rob smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you just now? It has a funny face and makes people want to kill it if they see it." When Rob just said this reason, Madeline was running away and hadn't been out of danger. She didn't have time to think about it carefully, but now when she heard this reason again, she felt it a little inconceivable. "I feel that the situation is a little strange." "No," Rob said, "it's not strange at all. If you don't believe me, you can see if I'm going to be beaten." After saying that, Rob showed an extremely funny face to Madeline and laughed, "Haha. Damn it. Madeline almost punched Rob on the face. Fortunately, she knew that Rob was deliberately showing her, so she stopped. If in other occasions, someone put on such a face to her, she might really punch him. Anyway, she was the Duke, the best friend of the Queen. So what if she hit someone? Who else dared to take revenge? Rob said in a low voice, Do you want to beat me? I drew this face on the man just now, and the killer can't help but want to beat it. Don't you think it's reasonable? Madeline was speechless. She really didn't know where to start, but it had happened. She saw Russ, the Princess of East Gran, was attracted to the Scarecrow. She waved her sword and chopped the Scarecrow for 3 seconds like an idiot, and she had cut at it twice. So there was no doubt about it. Of course, she was confident that if her opponent came again, she would not be attracted by the funny smile and give up the attack. The Princess of East Gran was still too young. She couldn't help but get angry. She was just a child. The palace was in front of them, and the guards could also see it. Madeline began to relax. At this time, she found that one of her hands was actually still held by Rob. She was frightened and quickly shook her hand and broke free from Rob's hand. Ouch! Why are you acting like a scorpion? Madeline pulled a long face and said, Thank you for saving my life. Rob intended to be modest and say something like, You're welcome, but before he said so, Madeline said, But your hands are too dirty. I don't want to touch them. Damn it! This woman has just got out of the situation and began to gasp again. Where am I dirty? It's just a piece of grass. I admit that my hands are stained with some mud and dust from the grass. It's a little unacceptable for young ladies, but you are a soldier. You mind that? Madeline said in disgust, You must have touched a prostitute just now. Rob was speechless. Madeline said, You've touched her body here, there, and some unknown places. Rob was speechless. Well, he almost forgot his position. Rob thought, It's good for her to have a bad image. I don't want her to come here and visit me all the time. It's not good for my future actions. I'd better make a bad image and drive her away. Oh, I see. Rob put on a dandiacal look and said, What's wrong with being abnormal? Madeline said seriously, Although I should have told you to die at this time, you just saved my life. I can't say such ruthless words like an ungrateful wolf, so I have nothing to say. Now I'm going to the Imperial Palace to report to the Queen about the death of Amos and the fact that the assassin is the Princess of East Gran. Let's go our separate ways here. Rob smiled and said, Then goodbye. You'd better never see me again. Madeline angrily turned around and walked towards the palace. After walking a few yards, she suddenly turned around. He said seriously, Noble children, it's not a rare thing to go out to look for women. When I visited the city, I met a lot of noble young men who were hanging out outside. Therefore, I can go with you when you are young and not busy, because you are spoiled by the noble's extravagant and lascivious style. If you can change your ways from now on, you can cultivate yourself and stop doing such strange things. I think you can still save your life. I'm sorry. Rob smiled and said, I don't think there's anything that needs rescue. It's normal for a man to go out to play according to the circumstances, so there's no need for rescue. Madeline said angrily, Well, you'd better die in that dark alley and live happily with the secret prostitutes for a lifetime. I'll take it as that fourth uncle has never had a son like you. Rob shrugged and said, Yes, I don't have such a father. Rob was telling the truth. He really didn't have such a father. However, Madeline didn't understand. She had heard of Rob's history and believed that he was an illegitimate child. He grew up in the countryside with his mother. It was reasonable for an illegitimate child like him to have a grudge against his father. It was a very common practice for them to declare that, I don't have such a father. Madeline turned around and said, Fourth uncle loved you. You can't give up yourself just because you hate him and hang out with the prostitutes. You will only ruin yourself if you do so. You have the heavy responsibility to revive the Smith family. Do you understand? Rob threw up his hands and said, he loved me. The Smith family has nothing to do with me. What she said was true, but poor Madeline didn't know. I have nothing more to say to you. She stormed into the palace. Rob chuckled, that's great. You're so angry that you won't come to me again, right? If this woman often comes to me, she will bring me trouble sooner or later. It's good to be such a man now. When he was about to go back to the school, he saw Madeline say something to the palace guards. Then, a team of more than 100 people ran out of the palace and surrounded Rob. Rob had thought that Madeline was going to take her revenge in the name of public interests, but he didn't expect that the captain of the guards respectfully said, Duke Madeline said that there is a distance between here and the School of Magic. It's so dark, and it's too dangerous to walk on the night road. There is also the fierce assassin nearby. She might have been thinking of you and asked us to protect you back. Rob was speechless. Well, this girl was not bad. She said that she didn't care about me, but now she had to do it again. Thinking about it carefully, this girl really cared about him, alas. Unfortunately, his identity was fake. She might cry bitterly when she knew that he was not a member of the Smith family. Rob didn't want to hurt others, but since things had come to this, he could not help but take control of them. On the early morning of the second day, the spring was beautiful. The weather in early April was comfortable. He got up early and looked energetic. I'm going to start a new class today. I'm so excited. Just like the last time when Dark Blade was updated up from level 110 to level 120, he was full of energy. He still remembered that he had been sitting in front of the computer more than 2 hours before the server was opened after the update. He had been constantly connecting to the server. Because many game shops had predicted that the server would be opened at 10 o'clock, and they had secretly opened the server 1 or 2 hours earlier. He ran out of the dormitory with a bright red face, followed by a small parcel in his hand. When the students of the School of Magic were having classes, the nobility would listen in the classroom, and the servants of the nobility would wait outside. So today, Suafa also had to follow him for a while. The master and servant came out of the dormitory building and happened to meet the group of rich 2 young nobles, Canty and George. The group of guys had a hangover last night. They looked pale and in a very bad mental state. When they were rubbing their temples with their hands on their forehead, they suddenly saw Rob's face turn red. He was stunned. George said, "Rob, you look great." "Your face is red," said Canty. Rob smiled and said, "Yes, I'm in a good mood today." George couldn't help but sigh, "It seems that you had a good time out. Men will be so energetic after having fun." The 2 young men nodded in agreement. As a man, he knew everything. As long as he was happy, his face would be red and everything would be smooth. "Rob, please take me to have a good time after school," said Canty. Okay. Rob smiled and said, "But last night, when I finished and my spirits came out, there was a very bad murder case in that alley. I suspect that the place will be blocked for a few days. I don't think we can have a good time there today." "What?" Canty, George cried out at the same time, "How can this be?" The group of people held their heads and screamed, "No! You can't do this to us." Therefore, they as shield sculptures were much happier. Rob smiled and led the group to the classroom. All the boys he saw on the way were no longer wearing silk stockings, but a small number of girls were wearing silk stockings. Women were born to know how to match, and they didn't need to be taught to use the most suitable match. After putting on the silk stockings, they found that their beautiful legs would be blocked by the skirt, so they decisively used a short skirt, which made several women walk on the road to the school wearing short skirts and showing their long black legs. It was really a beautiful scene. Rob ran after the girls and even wanted to whistle. After the series of incidents last night, he almost forgot an important thing, that was, he made a bet with the Queen on whether his stockings factory would be closed down. In Rob's opinion, there was no possibility of him losing. But if he could win earlier, he would be happy to see the woman who liked to pretend to be weak put on black and white silk stockings in front of him. Okay. Rob smiled and said, "We're going to carry out the big battle of a woman's appearance is the biggest weapon. What's that strange name?" asked Jerry. Rob said, "Well, to put it simply, it's to train women to dress up beautifully, so that they can all become vases, fall into a luxurious, dissipated, empty, uneasy and depraved world, and shift the arrogance and lewdness from men to women." "Oh, yes. George and Canty, why do you want to make women like this? Women are so cute." Rob shrugged and said, "Although I said something unpleasant just now, it was just an exaggeration of embellishment. After I spread this idea, you will know that as a man, you will be very happy to see it. At that time, you will find that all the women around you have become beautiful, sexy, and even more exposed, and our men's eyes will be able to take advantage of them." George and Canty, Is there such a good thing? Rob said seriously, "In fact, the women will also take this path sooner or later. I'll just give them a little help to make them enter this state earlier." The two young men looked at Rob with complicated eyes, expecting him to give a demonstration. Rob said, "Look carefully. We have to cultivate a woman's sense of beauty first." After saying that, he raised his head and walked towards a girl in silk stockings. Letting girls wear silk stockings was what Rob had said at the last opening ceremony. A few days later, the girl who had the guts to wear silk stockings could be considered to have quite a radical fashion trend. Rob knew that this kind of girl who chased after fashion was the one who most expected to be praised. He walked up to the girl and looked at her carefully. She was average-looking with freckles all over her face. Her features were only at the medium level, but it was not a problem. Rob praised her without hesitation, "Little sister, you are so beautiful." In modern times, if a woman praised her beauty directly on the roadside like this, he would be scolded as a hooligan. But in here, it was not a problem. It was a very common practice to praise others' beauty, and women also liked to be praised like this. She immediately smiled, "Really? Thank you for your praise. Of course, it's true." Rob smiled and said, "Especially the silk stockings you are wearing. The quality, color and style are really excellent. The silk stockings are the same." The girl smiled and said, "What's the difference in quality and shape? Almost all the silk stockings sold are from the same silk stockings factory in Westwind Town." "Oh, really?" Rob said, "I don't know. Anyway, I think you look more beautiful in silk stockings than other girls. Since the silk stockings are the same, your legs must be more beautiful than theirs." Hearing this, the girl was overjoyed. Praising that her legs were more beautiful than other women's legs was more pleasant than praising silk stockings. Her steps became brisk all of a sudden. She smiled and said, "I remember that your name is Rob. You are from the Smith family. I thought a person like you would have a great responsibility and be rigid. I didn't expect you to be a good person." Rob smiled and said, "It's true that I'm not easy to get along with girls who are not beautiful, but it's okay with girls who are beautiful." Ha ha ha. The girl was happy. "I'm from the Earth Magic class. Come to play with me when you have time." After saying that, the girl ran away happily, and her spirit flew up. The group of rich young nobles were stunned to see Rob's performance. After a long time, Canty came up from behind and whispered, "Rob, I'm not sure if your move has any effect on changing the atmosphere, but I'm very clear that it's very effective for hooking up with girls." Rob smiled and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Go and hook up with someone as soon as possible. Don't blame me for not helping you. If you want to develop a romantic relationship with a big sister, just go ahead." Just like what she had done, Canty rushed to a big sister who was also wearing silk stockings. Soon, the two began to talk and laugh. The girl was obviously very happy, so was Canty. Everyone was happy. George took a look at it and found that it was unbearable. He also ran towards a big sister. Seeing that these guys were so silly, Suafa couldn't help but curse in a low voice behind Rob, "They are all rubbish. It's a waste of food for such people to live." Rob smiled and said, "You can't say that. Not everyone is born to be a hero. We should allow mediocrity, because for most people, mediocrity is a very good way of life. Why do you have to make yourself so tired? As long as the mediocrity doesn't hurt you or pretend to slap you in the face, why don't you let him be mediocre? That's just your opinion. As a woman, I don't like mediocre men." Rob smiled and said, "It depends on what kind of woman you are. If you are an ordinary woman, in your eyes, the young master of these noble families are not ordinary men. They are all rich people, so they really want to marry them." Hearing Rob's words, Suafa suddenly realized that they were not mediocre. The key point was that the men that ordinary women could meet were all from ordinary families. In their eyes, the rich young masters were not mediocre. Just by relying on their identities, they could blow up. But the man she met every day was Godfather. Compared with Godfather, no matter who he was, he had no choice but to be mediocre. Suafa was startled and stopped thinking about it. She found that if she continued to think about it, she might have some strange ideas. She couldn't think about it. It was too terrible to think about. The maid behind him suddenly fell into silence, but Rob did not care, because most of the time, Suafa was silent. He stopped messing around with silk stockings and walked quickly to his classroom. It was the most important thing for him in Bright Road, and he had to do it over everything else. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. When he gently pushed the door open, Rob immediately found that there were not many students and not many were boys. There were less than 20 people in the classroom, including himself, 5 boys, and the rest were all girls. It turned out that the magic item department was a department of production after all. Most men only liked fighting and killing, and they didn't like rubbing things out. Even in the game, there weren't many players who were willing to study the skills of production department. It was the same in this world. There were only 5 boys who were willing to learn how to make magic items. The others were all girls. Maybe that's the difference between arts class and science class. Forget it. It's not a bad thing. It's better to have more girls around than to be surrounded by men. Then he walked into the room happily. Suafa stopped outside the classroom. The students in the classroom looked at Rob with strange eyes. Rob was now a celebrity in the magic school, the only member of the Smith family. He was chosen to give a speech as the student representative at the entrance ceremony, and his words were astonishing. He said that he wanted boys to wear no silk stockings and girls to wear silk stockings. It would be strange if he didn't catch the attention of the crowd. There were 3 girls in the classroom wearing silk stockings. They were the beneficiary of Rob's speech, so they couldn't help but pay attention to him. He randomly found a table and sat down. He found that the seats to his front, back, right, left, back left and right, front left and right were all taken by girls. One of the girls had a round face and looked to be 17 or 18 years old and was wearing white silk stockings. She turned around and waved at Rob. She smiled and said, "Hello." "Hello." Rob replied with a polite smile. The round-faced girl smiled and said, "Thank you for your speech. I have always wanted to try on silk stockings, but I was always told that women are not qualified to wear this, and only men are qualified to wear it. It's you who helped us women get the chance to wear this. I think you are a friend of women." A friend of women? Wasn't that another way of addressing me as a dog and back up? No, I can't be called that. Rob hurriedly said, No, you're flattering me. I'm not that good." "I think you are good." The girl looked at Rob's white clothes and said in a low voice, "Let's stop talking about this. Let's get to the point. I've heard about your family, and I'm deeply sorry for it. It seems that you are very poor now. If you have any difficulty in your studies, I can help you. My family is rich. Rob asked, will I encounter difficulties in my studies because of lack of money? The girl asked, Don't you know that it takes a lot of money to learn how to make magic items? Rob was about to ask why, but he suddenly understood. It was said that the magic items needed very complicated materials to make. The Thor's Roar fragment that was brought back by Newland last time was made from all kinds of rare materials. He knew that those materials were very valuable without thinking. It was as if there was a photography major, which required a lot of students to buy photography and camera equipment. You have to buy a computer that can handle videos as well, right? All these things were required, and you'll burn your money quick. It seemed that the junior department of magic items also needed students to buy a lot of messy materials, items, and so on. It was simply a money-burning subject. I'm just a poor person. I shouldn't have come here to study this kind of subject. I made a fool of myself. Rob cursed in his heart. If I had known it earlier, I would have asked to be set up as a parvenu in the countryside who inherited my grandfather's property. Now I can afford this. As a result, the identity I made for myself was to be a poor illegitimate child. Although it felt very stable and protagonist-like, how could I get a pile of materials with this poor identity on my head? Damn it! Seeing Rob's stiff face, the kind-hearted girl whispered, tell me what materials you need. Rob had no choice but to reply, thank you very much. When the two of them talked about this, the teacher came in. As soon as he entered the door, everyone was amused. It turned out that he was a skeleton soldier. No, he couldn't be called a skeleton soldier, but a lich. Those who could only cut people with knives were called skeleton soldiers, and those who could use magic are liches. He wore a black cloak, covering most of his body, only showing his head and hands. His head was a skull, and even his expression could not be seen. His hand was also covered with white bone, and he had a staff in his left hand. He walked to the middle of the platform and smiled at the crowd, but no one could see his smile. The skeleton tilted its head. Then the lich introduced himself, hello, everyone. My name is number 32, and you can call me Master 32. From today on, I will teach you how to make magic items. Rob was speechless. Damn it! Even the skulls look the same. Rob didn't even recognize that he is necromancer number 32. Everyone was speechless. Seeing that the students were confused, number 32 said, although I seem to be very stupid now, 16 years ago, I was also a senior general of the royal magicians of the Kingdom of Gran. I was proficient in the production of many kinds of magic items. I will do my best to teach you the production technique of magic items. I hope you can learn and use it to serve the Queen. Clap. 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 Rob clapped. Now, the first step is to make a vow. Number 32 raised his hand and said, please follow me. I swear that even if my life is threatened, I will never leak the technique of making magic items to the enemy of the Queen. Otherwise, I will die a bad death. My girlfriend or boyfriend or brother and sister will go missing for many years, and my wife will sleep with another man. My son is also not my biological son. How vicious. Rob was startled and said, you are 32 times stronger than me. The students didn't care whether they were powerful or not. The students who were selected to this department were all noble children with clean background and absolute reliability. They read it without hesitation, and the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Rob thought carefully about what he said and found that it was no problem for him to read it. The magic tool was like the high-tech of the modern generations. After he learned it, he must keep it a secret. How could it be leaked? He was not stupid. Well, he read it. The oath was over. Class finally began. Afterward, the basics were over. After listening to the basics, Rob finally understood some basic principles. It turned out that magic items were made of materials that could bear magic power. All kinds of metal, gems and other things were good materials for making magic items. After refining these materials, they would be merged and reshaped into a new form. Then they would be engraved with runes, which would bring them all kinds of magical functions. Strictly speaking, all the weapons and defensive equipment with magic power should be included in the scope of magic items, but because their attacking and defensive performances were too eye-catching, people forgot the special effects on them. For example, a weapon that could absorb blood was actually infused with a special material that could contain the magic effect and a blood-drawing rune. When the weapon hit the enemy, it triggered the effect of the blood-drawing rune, so it absorbed blood. Therefore, a master-level blacksmith who could enchant a weapon must also be an expert on magic items. Rob finally understood why the craftsmen at the master level in the world seemed to be very rare. It would be strange if they weren't rare. Only when they were proficient in the skills of a blacksmith and the junior department of magic items could they be qualified to be a good blacksmith. Unlike in the game, as long as you make special equipment, the equipment itself will have several special properties, random enchantments. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't the game setting very strange? Why did a blacksmith use a hammer to hit an iron sword? Why did it have such a strange attribute as an extra +5 attack power or an extra +5 magic power? How could it be possible? It was totally unreasonable for it not to need any additional materials. In the real world, this strange thing naturally had to be created by an expert on magic items. However, Rob had long been maxed adding enchantments to weapons and defensive equipment. He was not interested in it at all. What he cared about was how to deal with those magic items that could be used in all kinds of strange places. For example, the magic container, which could store magic power and release it when it was needed. It was the thing that he wanted to understand the most. After explaining the basics, number 32 started talking about the more useful things. Today is the first day of the course, so I will not talk about anything too complicated. I will give you a demonstration of the most basic and simple magic items. Rob listened with an open mind, and saw that number 32 took out an iron ingot, and called in an expert blacksmith. Then he asked the blacksmith to place the furnace, anvil, hammer and other things on the area. Who knows fire magic? Come and warm the stove. Number 32 asked. A girl stood up, chanted, shook her hand, and a wall of fire was lit in the stove. Rob had heard that all the students in the magic items department had magic skills. Unexpectedly, an unattractive girl could easily throw a strong wall of fire. He could not help but look up to the students in this class. Number 32 asked the blacksmith to throw the ingot into the furnace, and soon the metal was burned. At this time, number 32 took out a ruby and said with a smile, "Do you know what attributes ruby can be used to attach to equipment?" The students in the whole class looked at each other. After all, they were freshmen and had just entered the school. Their knowledge reserves in this area were almost zero. Number 32 also knew that the freshman must not understand this knowledge, otherwise he would not have to teach it. He squinted and looked at Rob, thinking, this guy, the last member of the Smith family, came with the people of Westwind Town, and also got the help of Baron Newlyn. I have make him embarrassed. It turned out that after number 32 was revived by Her Majesty the Queen, he asked number .1 about what happened after his death. Then he knew a series of events in Westwind Town, and of course he knew that the person who killed him was Rob. He also knew that Rob was now the Lord of Westwind Town, and he was in control of the town. He was killed by Rob. Of course, there was a trace of resentment against Rob in his heart, and this resentment could not be released, because Her Majesty is not allowed to attack Westwind Town. There was no way for him to exact revenge. He hated everything from Westwind Town, including but not limited to candy, potato chips, cake, Coca-Cola, pudding, silk stockings. Anyway, he was a skeleton, and he could not use or like these things. He even hated people from Westwind Town. This time, young nobles from Westwind Town were all objects he hated. Rob Smith, a fallen noble who came with the nobles from Westwind Town, was certainly in the range of whom he hated. Although he didn't want to kill Rob or hit him in the face, he was sure to give him a little embarrassment and make him lose his face. Number 32 held out his hand and pointed at Rob. Rob, get up and answer, what attribute can Ruby be used to give? Rob. I'm sitting here with people and animals harmless, waiting to learn something well. Why are you suddenly targeting me? It's so annoying to pull me up and answer questions. There is no way, we should set up better people who actually show respect. The current staff is bad. Rob had to stand up. Ruby? Yes. Number 32 laughed. Do you know what attribute can be added by rubies? Rob began to think. Number 32 was pleased to see him pretending to think, you know, a ghost. It's no use pretending to think. After a while, you'll have to say that you don't know, and then I'll say, illegitimate children have little knowledge. If you are a child growing up in an Orthodox family, you can learn a lot from your elders even if you haven't had classes. Number 32 just thought of this, before he heard Rob clear his throat and said with a smile, Ruby is a symbol of power, so the main purpose is to make items with additional power, as well as equipment, including but not limited to, increasing strength, increasing attack power, increasing courage, dispelling fear, and increasing the power of fire magic. Rob, the super grinding emperor, has played all classes in the game. Therefore, the various equipment that a Ruby can make and the effects that Ruby can provide for all kinds of classes are all known by him. In a moment, he kept talking. He talked for several minutes. Some of its uses are very basic. Number 32 certainly understood them, but some were too advanced. Number 32 hadn't even heard of them. The more he listened, the more confused he became and the more embarrassed he became. Fortunately, there was no muscle on the skeleton's face, so he would not show any expression. Otherwise, all the students could see that the teacher had been educated by the student. After a long time, Rob finally finished his talk and smiled. Master, did I miss anything? Do you need to add something? Number 32 rolled his eyes. But since he had no eyes at all and only two black eye frames, no one could see that he was rolling his eyes. This guy not only kept his face, but also said what he had to teach. Am I the teacher or are you? I'm dead. No, I seem to have died long ago. There is no problem of not living. The students in the class were also a little confused. Isn't this guy a fallen noble who grew up in the countryside? Fortunately, Rob smiled modestly at this time, but I only know knowledge, I don't know how to use it. Can I ask Master to explain it? Well, you have learned a lot. You are an excellent student. It seems that you have done some preparation before entering school. You are excellent. Number 32 had to say awkwardly, now I will show you the most basic application of magic items. He put the ruby on the table, and then picked up a hammer. He hammered the ruby violently. The ruby broke into a small crystal powder. If a poor man saw it, he would be very sad. Fortunately, the room was full of rich people. They didn't blink at the small amount of lost money. Number 32 put the powder into the furnace. Then, the blacksmith stirred the molten iron vigorously, so that the broken ruby powder was evenly dispersed in the molten iron. Next, the blacksmith poured the molten iron into a mold to cool down. Soon, the molten iron mixed with ruby powder became a small square box, which looked like a jewelry box of modern generations. Number 32 took out the box, picked up a pen and dipped it with a little peculiar ink prepared beforehand. This ink was not black, but a kind of crystal transparent and magic luster ink. As he dipped the pen in the ink, he explained, this kind of ink is made of magic essence. Well, you know it. It is a special material that is specially used to draw magic arrays, write magic runes, and make magic scrolls. You should not be unfamiliar with it. Rob's classmates all expressed that they all knew what it is. Only Rob didn't know. Because in the game, there was no need to draw any magic array. When one used a skill, a magic array would appear on the ground. There was no need to use any special ink. Not to mention drawing the magic scroll, Rob even rubbed them out with his hands directly. As for the magic essence, Rob knew that it was the product of enchanting. In the game, after breaking down special equipment, one could get magic essence, but it was just a small thing in the game. It was totally different from the magic essence ink in front of him. Therefore, Rob had never seen the strange ink used by number 32. He immediately showed an expression of interest. Seeing this scene, the students nearby couldn't help but think, well, after all, he is a fallen noble. He is poor. Although he had learned a lot of knowledge and was able to say the usage of the ruby in a way that even made Master speechless, his knowledge was obtained from books and he didn't have the chance to practice it. He even saw the magic essence ink for the first time. Pitiful. Damn it. What a tragedy. The round-faced white silk stockings girl who had shown her kindness to him just now turned around and secretly handed him a glass bottle, which actually contained a little amount of magic essence ink. She made a gesture to Rob indicating that it was for you. Rob smiled at her. In this world, there was no bad person slapping his face. Instead, there was someone helping him. Look at what a sunny and honest world. The key point was that the one who helped him was a little round-faced white stockings girl. Looking at this white stockings girl, how wonderful her white legs were. He took the bottle and studied it carefully. After playing it for a while, he finally understood that it was made by melting the magic essence in water. For people in this world, magic essence might be very rare, but for Rob, he only needed to rub a few green clothes, blue clothes and purple clothes casually, use the magic skill to remove them, and then take the magic essence from them. He could make as much as he wanted. After figuring it out, there would be no fun. Rob continued to watch number 32's performance. With the pen in his hand, number 32 was drawing runes on the box with the magic essence ink. He drew slowly on purpose so that the students could see what runes he was drawing. Everyone, look, this is a rune called Memory Flames. It can imprison fire magic power. I'll draw this rune on several faces of the box. Rob immediately remembered the drawing method of that rune carefully. After a while, he finished. Number 32 smiled and said, "The student who used fire magic just now, come over and pour some fire magic into this box." Well, I think it's a good idea to put a fireball in it. At his request, the girl infused a fireball into the box. It was also interesting that there was a round fireball in the square box. The fireball could actually keep its original shape, rolling in the middle of the box, and from time to time, it would emit several stars. Number 32 opened the window, pointed at the open space outside and said with a smile, "Everyone, look." He pointed the box to the open space and patted the bottom of the box with his skeleton hand. The runes on the box suddenly lit up, and the fireball inside immediately flew out and went into the open space. A small pit was created in the middle of the open space, and the power of the fireball technique burned all the flowers and plants around it. Number 32 smiled and said, "Everyone understands, right? This is the simplest magic item demonstration. It can be used to store all kinds of fire magic, and then throw the fire magic out when you need it." A boy raised his hand and said, "Master, isn't this the same as a magic scroll? The scroll is more convenient to use." Number 32 smiled and said, "Of course it's different. Think about it. The magic scroll is one time, but this box can be used again and again. Moreover, the power of the magic scroll is determined by the person who made it, and it can't be magnified. This box can be very big. If many magicians inject magic into the box together, they can make a huge fireball." He paused and said, "Not long ago, when the Desert Kingdom attacked Westwind Town, they had already developed similar things. They used a large magic container the size of a wardrobe to put the power of dozens of magicians in it, and then released a powerful magic cannonball. At present, the advanced magic item production experts are trying to copy it. I believe that not long after, our kingdom will also produce the same powerful thing. I hope that you can design it for our kingdom in the future for more powerful magic items." The students clapped their hands. Number 32 smiled and said, "This is just a small demonstration. The box is very small, and the magic power it can hold is not big. It's mainly to show everyone the basic application of the magic item. Now, it's time to start brainstorming. Can someone think of any other application method through this box?" The students began to rack their brains to think. The ones who could sit in this classroom were all magicians, at least the ones who had entered the door were not low in intelligence. Soon, a girl thought of something. She raised her hand and said, "If I use sapphire to make the box, I can make a magic item that can use ice magic, right?" "Right." Number 32 gave her a thumbs up and said, "You know how to draw inferences from facts." Another boy said, "If I make this box bigger, can I put an explosive spell in it?" Number 32 smiled and said, "Very smart." The students put forward their opinions one after another. It had to be said that although their ideas were preliminary, they were all effective. Even Rob couldn't help but praise these guys for their intelligence. At this moment, Number 32 suddenly changed his mind and came to Rob and said, "Rob, a member of the Smith family, you just listed countless uses of the ruby. You seem very knowledgeable. Then I want to ask you, do you have any opinions on the improvement of this box?" How could Number 32 be so evil? Just earlier, he asked Rob to tell the uses of a ruby in order to humiliate him, but he didn't succeed. He was hit on the head by 8 pieces of knowledge and almost cried out, "Ouch, my God." After what had happened, he not only did not regret, but also had thought of something else. Seeing that other students were talking about more uses of this box, Rob sat still. He thought that Rob was not experienced enough after all and could not think of any other ways to use it. "Since you can't think of it, of course I'll call your name and let you make a fool of yourself." With an obvious evil smile on his face, Number 32 said, "Rob, tell me, how do you think we should improve this box? Don't tell me what other students have said." Rob was speechless. Number 32 snickered in his heart, "You can't say anything, can you?" He pretended to be sad and said, "Alas, growing up in the countryside still limits your imagination. If you really can't think of it, there's nothing we can do. Master won't blame you." At this moment, Rob suddenly said, "I have come up with a good idea, but I feel that it will cost a lot of money. I'm very poor and can't afford it." Number 32, you admit that you are poor? I'm not going to slap you in the face, but you have to get close to me. You admitted that you are poor in front of all your classmates. Won't they despise you? At this moment, Rob suddenly smiled and said, "By the way, Master, I want to ask if there is any patent for first-time magic tool designs? Can you make money by designing a magic tool?" "A patent? What is a patent?" Number 32 asked. Ahem. Rob said, "Well, the word patent is a little strange to Master. In another way, if someone has designed something useful and powerful that can change the direction of the war, will the royal family give him a bonus to confirm his invention?" "Of course." Number 32 immediately said to all the students seriously, "Listen up, everyone. If you have designed some magic items which are very useful to the kingdom and can greatly improve its strength, the Queen will give you a special bonus. You are all nobles and your families are not short of money, but I can guarantee that it is definitely a huge sum of money." The students nodded. Rob smiled and said, "In that case, I have a way. Master, I have an excellent idea in my mind that can transform this box into an extremely powerful one, but I don't have money to do it. I think. How about this? I'll sell the improved plan I just thought to you. This is not much, so I'll charge you 50 gold coins. Then you give it to the Queen, and the bonus will be yours. What do you think?" Number 32. All the students were rendered speechless. He had never seen such an arrogant man. It was incredible that he already claimed to sell his new invention to the master on the first day of class. What's more, the price of 50 gold coins was insane and shameless. God knows what you have invented. Is your brain so valuable? The other 4 boys in the class didn't like Rob very much because of the stockings incident at the opening ceremony. Now that they saw him speak wildly, they couldn't help turning around and said to Rob, "Humph." But the girls were much better. Most of them had a good impression of Rob. The large group of girls blinked their eyes and looked at him, wanting to hear what he would say later. Number 32 fell into a dilemma. He was a poor man and didn't have much money. It was difficult for him to take out 50 gold coins. Moreover, even if he could, he didn't want to gamble. It was insane. He coughed slightly. Because he was a skeleton, he did not have any sound organs. He spoke with the help of magic, so the sound of cough was also made by magic. With a strange buzz, he said, "Ahem, Rob, look at what you're talking about. You've only taken 1 class on magic items. With your understanding of magic items at this stage, how can you make any advanced invention? It's even more impossible to get a reward from the Queen. It's impossible for me to buy it. You'd better announce it directly." Rob shook his head and said, "No, I can't. My invention is too excellent. It can absolutely change the combat effectiveness of the army in an instant. It can't be announced in public, and it must be verified. I can't tell the master until the Queen knows that it is me who invented it, and I will distribute the bonus. Therefore, at this time, it is your only investment opportunity. If you don't buy it, I will sell it to someone else. At that time, the bonus will belong to other people, master. Don't cry at that time." Number 32 laughed, "I don't even have a tear gland. How can I cry?" Everyone was speechless. What the fuck? It sounds reasonable, he thought. Rob turned his head and smiled at the round-faced girl who had just given him the magic essence ink. "My dear classmate, I know you are a good person. Do you want to try to buy my invention? I'll show you the technology and materials. When we make it and give it to the Queen, I only need 50 gold coins, and the rest of the bonus will be given to you." As soon as he said this, all the classmates' eyes were fixed on the little round-faced girl. In fact, this girl looked quite sweet. She had a small round face and looked very cute. She looked more beautiful with white silk stockings. In fact, she was not sure whether Rob's invention could be worth it. She asked tentatively, "Do you want more materials? I'm not sure if my pocket money is enough to buy materials." Rob thought carefully about the effect he wanted to achieve and said with a smile, 25 rubies like the one used by Master just now is enough." "Really? 25 rubies? No problem. My pocket money is enough." The round-faced girl smiled and said, "Then I'll work with you to make that thing." She agreed to support Rob so easily, which made the people around embarrassed. Several students whispered, "Who the hell is this? Don't you know her? She is the daughter of the big merchant Desmond Corton. Her full name is Marion Corton. Her father is very rich. I heard that her father is very bold and smart." After hearing that there are silk stockings in Westwind Town, her father sent servants to the mountain, caught 4 man-eating spiders, and also made silk stockings. But Bright Road doesn't allow them to be raised. In Chapter 210, it was mentioned that this man wanted to open a silk stockings factory. You can go back and have a look if you forget him. Marion's father is famous for his boldness in investments. He often makes big money and also often loses money. He dared to invest in something meaningless. Maybe she is influenced a lot by her father, and her mind is very forward. Yes, it's a waste to invest in such a poor nobleman. No, maybe her father has asked her to invest in this man in order to please the Duke, Madeline. Oh, it turns out to be political investment. Shit, why didn't I think of it? Another girl couldn't help but snort, I almost forgot that Madeline is behind Rob. We are still too young. We are often not included in the political circle. A 17-year-old girl threw up her hands and said, in the face of this kind of thing, you are not as smart as Marion. Rob had sharp ears and heard some discussions, but he didn't care about them at all. No matter whether Marion invested to make money or for politics, as long as others were good to him, that would be fine. He didn't care about it much. It was better than someone who wanted to trap him, 2 evils or 1 evils, which is better. He waved at Marion with a smile and said, after school, we too can buy some materials to make magic items. I will make your investment pay off. Then, everyone continued to listen to number 32's lesson. Basic knowledge was taught, such as which materials could be used to match with what, which shape of the magic items could be used, and which runes could be engraved on the magic items to provide the corresponding functions. Rob was very serious. He drew every rune on his notebook and kept it in mind. No other student could compare with him in his attitude of studying seriously, so there was no more twists and turns in the following. All his classes were finished soon. School was over. Rob smiled at Marion and said, let's go to buy some materials. Marion stood up with a smile. The two walked out of the classroom together. Suafa outside and Marion's maid greeted them. Marion smiled and said to her maid, go home and ask the housekeeper to send me a bag of gold coins to the jewelry store. I'm going to the jewelry store to buy 25 rubies. The maid left in a hurry. Rob smiled and said, you can really do whatever you want with money. Marion shook her head and smiled. No, I can't. There are many things that can't be solved with money. For example, the Queen cut your tuition because of Duke Madeline. Rob couldn't help laughing. Are you really investing in me for political reasons? Are you ready to waste 25 rubies? Marion smiled and said, yes, I admit it frankly. I don't want you to hate me when you find that I have an impure purpose. Ha ha ha. Interesting woman, look at your little round face. Your smile is so cute. I thought you were a natural girl, but you are so smart. Marion said, in a noble school, how can a person be so simple-minded? As soon as she finished her words, they saw a man running over on the playground in front of them. He was Nulan's nephew, Canty. He was running desperately, followed by a teacher. The teacher roared, I asked you to try a silence technique on your classmate, not to choke his neck. While running, Canty shouted, if I choke him, he'll be silent, right? My magic is no problem. The teacher was angry, you didn't use magic at all. Can you solve the problem with magic instead of muscles? Stop and see if I will beat you up. You told me not to use muscles to solve problems. Why are you chasing after me now? You are just using muscles to solve problems, said Canty while running. Oh. You are right. The teacher suddenly stopped and said, then I'll use magic to solve it. He cursed and waved his hand forward. An ice arrow flew out and hit Canty's legs. Canty's feet were frozen together and turned into a big ice cube. He fell to the ground with a thud. The teacher caught up with him from behind, grabbed the back of his neck and dragged him away. Rob said, look, I think there are still people with very simple brains in this royal school. Marion was speechless. The two of them passed through the playground and walked to the school gate, only to see a large group of soldiers standing at the school gate. Madeline was also there, commanding a group of soldiers to guard the school gate with a large number of soldiers. Rob asked, Miss Madeline, what are you doing? Emergency measures. Madeline rolled her eyes at Marion and ignored her. She approached Rob and whispered in a voice that only Rob could hear, you know what happened last night. The Princess of East Gran is now in Bright Road. The Queen has ordered to block the whole city and search for her. We must catch this woman. Oh, Rob said and thought, it's inevitable. If I were to know that the princess of the enemy kingdom is at my home, I would have tried my best to find her out as well. Madeline moved her mouth away from Rob's ear, stood straight again and said in a loud voice, this is Marian held her dress with both hands and squatted slightly. I'm the daughter of Desmond Corton, Marian Corton. Greetings, Duke. Madeline asked, where are you going? She didn't look at Marian anymore and turned back to Rob. Rob smiled and said, I've come up with a new magic item. But because I don't have money to do it, I asked Miss Marian to invest in it. Now we're going to the jewelry store to buy materials and make new magic items. Oh? Really? Madeline said in a calm tone. She turned to Marian and said seriously, how could you invest in this man? Do you know what kind of person he is? He is a scum who goes to the illegal prostitution sector in the middle of the night. I advise you to keep some distance from him as much as possible. Marian was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. However, Rob burst into laughter and said, Miss Madeline, my classmate invested in my invention to please you, but you actually persuaded her to ignore me. Don't you think that's embarrassing? What? All of a sudden, Madeline understood what was going on. She took a deep look at Marian, and then turned to Rob, if you want to go to the jewelry store, just go. You must go back to school before dark. Remember, although you are not a senior official, after what happened last night, you have become one of the targets of assassination. Don't go to that unknown street again. Don't forget how Count Amos died. Rob and Marian walked on the street together with Madeline. Marian looked embarrassed just now, but after walking for a while, she returned to normal and asked with a smile, you went to find a prostitute, but you were caught by Duke Madeline? Rob had no choice but to shrug without saying anything. Marian smiled and said, you are so careless. Why does Duke Madeline know it? Don't you want to live? Rob, hey, what does it have to do with life? Marian smiled and said, as long as it is a family with a long history, they should know how close the family of Madeline and the Smith family were 16 years ago. Oh? Rob said, I grew up in the countryside, so I don't know much about it. Tell me. Marian smiled and said, the two heads of your two clans, one is the head of the Black Earth Knights, and the other is the head of Wind Knights. They were most trusted by the former king. They come from families of equal social rank, so it is inevitable for them to get married. Today you will marry a daughter, and tomorrow you will marry a niece. Your aunt can't be her aunt, and her uncle is your aunt. Anyway, it's so complicated that no one else can understand. Rob was speechless. Marian smiled and said, even an outsider like us knows that the fourth young master of the Smith family loved Madeline very much in the past. He said in public and private that when Madeline grew up, he would let his son propose to her. Rob was speechless. Marian smiled and said, it's impossible for big shots to talk nonsense. There are 3% of truth in private jokes. Especially in public, it is said that they will definitely unite by marriage. Of course, Madeline's parents have been prepared for it. As expected, she has been educated by her parents since childhood to marry into the Smith family when she grows up. Rob, I don't think so. Marian threw up her hands and said, 16 years ago, a shocking change happened. Your family was destroyed, and the kingdom was usurped by Mondra. Madeline was chased all the way with the queen. When she saw you, she seemed to see a dream that had been broken for 16 years and continued to do it. But you actually went for prostitution? Rob was speechless. This was really a little pathetic. Rob had to sympathize with Miss Madeline. The real Smith family had long been ruined. He, as a fake, could not hold up her fairy tale without follow-up. Everything could only be regarded as a joke of fate. Marian smiled and said, but don't worry. The Duke is obviously not really angry. It's normal for men to go out to play according to circumstances. It's really immature if they can't tolerate it. Look, she just told you to be careful and don't go back too late. Her concern is all over her words. You have made a small mistake and it has been forgotten. She might be angrier if you go for another noble lady though. Speaking of this, Marian seemed to think of something. She smiled and said, "This noble lady doesn't include me. I won't offend the Duke for a man. My family still wants to live in Bright Road." Rob was speechless. It was so embarrassing that he had nothing to say. Before long, the two of them arrived at the center of the city. At this time, the whole Bright Road was full of knights, soldiers, and guards running back and forth. The several major knight teams had divided Bright Road into many areas, and then sent a large number of soldiers to search in one area and another area. Of course, Bright Road was a huge city. Searching a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it won't be that easy to find her. The two of them came to the jewelry store. The butler of Marion's family was already there, with a little box in his hand. When he saw Rob, he immediately asked, "Hello, Rob Smith." He didn't even need to introduce himself when he met him. It could be seen that Marion's family had already targeted him. Rob didn't refuse. He led the investors into the jewelry store and selected 25 good-quality rubies. A ruby was not a very rare gem, and it was not expensive. As long as he didn't deliberately find a big one to buy, but chose a small one, it wouldn't cost much. Anyway, he had to break the ruby when he was making magic items, so he could buy a big one. The one he chose was a ruby of the same size as the one number 32 had taken out. It was 2 gold each, exactly 50 gold coins. He also bought 25 pieces of iron. No one really cared about a few silver coins. After buying the materials, he stopped wandering around and quickly took Marion back to school. It was not early at night. Most of the students went back to their dormitory. Because the city was under the siege, Canty and the others didn't dare to go out to have fun. Instead, they all huddled up, causing the school to be quiet. To Rob's surprise, Madeline was still patrolling at the school gate. When she saw Rob come back before dark, she immediately stopped patrolling and said to her subordinates, "The school's safety has been confirmed. Let's go to the city to have a look." After saying that, she disappeared with her large group subordinates in an instant. Rob didn't know what to say. He just ignored her. He went to number 32 first and borrowed the expert blacksmith from the royal family. Then he hid in a small room with Marion and the blacksmith. First of all, he broke all the 25 pieces of ruby, and then burned the 25 pieces of iron into molten iron. He put the ruby into the molten iron, stirred it, and merged it. The blacksmith couldn't help but ask, "What shape do you want it to be?" Rob chuckled and said, "Bee nest. Do you know it? It's just many small grids, which look like a bee nest." "Well, it's not difficult for me, but what's the point of doing this?" The blacksmith was confused. "It's none of your business. Just do it." The blacksmith didn't say anything. Just do it. Anyway, he couldn't afford to offend the noble, so he just needed to be obedient. He didn't have a ready-made bee nest model, but it wasn't a problem. He made a few small boxes first, and then mixed them together. At last, he made a large bee nest with 5 rows horizontally, 5 rows vertically and a total of 25 squares. The blacksmith had no idea what he was making. What was the use of an iron hive? He asked in confusion, "Is that enough?" Rob threw a handful of silver coins to the blacksmith and said, "Yes. You can get off work now." The blacksmith didn't expect that he still had money left over. But he took the money happily and left. As for Rob and Marion, Marion asked curiously, "Now it's my time to ask questions. What should I do with the nest?" Rob smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just write runes on it." He quickly took out a pen, and then took out the bottle of magic essence ink that Marion gave him during the day. He smiled and said, "I've memorized the rune drawn by number 32 during the day. Now I'm going to paint it all over this hive." "Oh, I see. I'll help you." Marion also took out a pen. The two drew runes on the hive together. Number 32, wearing a black cloak, swaggered into the classroom with a staff. Hello, Master. Good day, classmates. After greeting, number 32's eyes immediately locked on Rob and Marion. He was very narrow-minded and vengeful. He didn't forget what happened yesterday. He said to Rob in a strange tone, "Mr. Rob, yesterday you asked Marion to invest in you? Now can I ask what your new invention is like?" "Of course." Rob smiled and said, "It's complete. I can demonstrate it to you at any time. But it will take a long time to use it, and it will consume a lot of the magic power of an expert fire magician. So I think it's a bit of a waste of the hard work of an expert fire magician to simply demonstrate it to you. Can you invite the Queen to watch it with you? As for the important officials in the court, please also ask them to come." What a joke. Number 32 raised his voice a few times. "Do you know who you are? You're just a freshman of the magic item production department. You've just started school and you've only taken a day's class. What do you think you can do? Do you know how busy the Queen is with government affairs? Do you know how busy the important officials are? How can they have time to see if there is any useful invention that a freshman has made?" The other 4 boys in the class echoed, "Yes." "What's the identity of the Queen?" "Rob, you should know your own position." Rob threw up his hands and said, "In that case, I have to go through the back door." All of a sudden, he shouted outside of the classroom, "Suafa, go to the gate of the school to see if Duke Madeline is there. If that super leisurely woman is just there, ask her to call the Queen here." All the people in the classroom were speechless. Everyone thought, "This is very unreasonable. If you really do this, even Madeline will be embarrassed." However, there was such bullshit in this world. People who had a background could do whatever they wanted. Half an hour later, Madeline really went to get her best friend, and the Queen was too weak to refuse her best friend's request, so she had to agree and gave another order, "All important officials, come here." On a deserted land behind the School of Magic, a national-level magic item demonstration was about to begin. The Queen always liked to call Rob at this time of the day, so she couldn't make this call today, so she was inexplicably irritated. This kind of irritating feeling was like feeling that she couldn't get in touch with a netizen who she calls every day. Sitting in the high grandstand, she said impatiently to number 32 beside her, "How long will it take to start the demonstration?" Number 32 said awkwardly, "Rob is preparing. He's coming out soon." The Queen said with a straight face, "If his demonstration is a waste of my precious time, I will let you know what is the Queen's anger." "What does it have to do with me?" number 32 thought to himself. "It was your best friend who forced you to come here. If you see rubbish, blame her. Why vent your anger on me?" While he was thinking about this question, the Queen said unreasonably, "Because he is your student." Number 32. Well, if a big shot wanted to vent his anger on a person, he just needed to find a reason. This reason did not need to be reasonable. The Queen added, "By the way, you just said that the student who is going to demonstrate the magic item is named Rob. Is he the last remaining member of the Smith family? Is he the one who said that there are new people everywhere and that men shouldn't wear socks?" "Exactly." Number 32 bowed and said, "It's him." The Queen said angrily, "I'm angry at the thought of this guy. I talked to him about business a few days ago, but he went out for fun." Number 32. The Queen said, "If I don't see anything useful, prepare to die for me." Number 32 didn't know what to say, so he had to squat on the ground with his arms around his head. The skeleton looked very beautiful when he squatted with his arms around his head. However, Madeline, who was standing next to her, said, "Elizabeth, please give Rob more confidence. He is the son of my 4th uncle. He must be very capable. Although it's not good to go out at night, other noble children are all like this. It's not a big problem, and it won't affect the research of the invented magic item." The Queen turned to look at Madeline and smiled. "Well, I'll take a good look at it. After all, it's the person you recommended." Number 32. Number 32 was speechless. At this time, Rob finally came out. He walked to the Queen with a huge iron box on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to demonstrate a national weapon to you. I believe that you will like it after you see it. Cut the crap. Show me." Number 32 roared. "Well, let's cut to the chase." Rob put the iron box on the ground and opened it. From the corner of the box, they could see an iron bee nest with many holes, but they couldn't see clearly what was inside. Rob deliberately didn't turn the box around. He only let them see the entrance of the bee nest from an oblique angle, so they couldn't see what was inside. "What the hell is this?" the Duke couldn't help asking. "It's a powerful magic item." Rob smiled and rotated the box, aiming the nest at a huge stone in the distance. "Well, now I'm ready. Before I use it, I have to explain first that this thing was inspired from yesterday's magic item class. Master showed me a box that can contain the fireball technique. After that, I associated the invention with that thing, which is not a high-tech toy. Don't be too disappointed." In fact, even if he didn't say so, no one expected anything except for Madeline. The Queen was more disgusted with him than fond of him, because last time when the Queen came to him, she was unexpectedly told by his maid that Master is out for fun, which made his ranking in the Queen's heart almost the worst. In the eyes of other important officials, Rob was just a fallen noble. He grew up in the countryside. That must mean that he is much worse than ordinary noble children. Rob smiled and said, "By the way, I have to thank my sponsor, Miss Marion Corton. She helped me develop this invention. If she didn't invest in me, I wouldn't have been able to stand here and demonstrate it for you. If the Queen thinks this invention is not bad, please give the bonus to the Corton family, and remember that this is a great achievement of their family." Everyone was speechless. Number 32 roared, "Why do you say so much nonsense? Your Majesty, time is precious. You talk on the phone and eat cakes at this time every day." The Queen, "What?" The skeleton dragon behind the Queen raised its head and looked ferociously at number 32. The officials also looked at him with strange eyes. A bean-sized sweat dripped from the number 32's skull. Ahem. 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 It's the Queen's most important time to deal with government affairs at this time every day. It's not easy for her to spare some time to watch you demonstrate the new magic item. Get out of here right now. The Queen said, "That's more like it." The skeleton dragon relaxed again, and the important officials all pretended not to hear anything. Number 32 thought, "I'm doomed. I'm doomed. She would definitely teach me a lesson when we get back." In fact, Rob also knew that. When they were talking about desserts, number 32 was telling the truth, but there were some things that he couldn't tell. Since he had spilled the beans, he would be dead if he went back. Fortunately, he was already a skeleton, and there was no way he could die. Rob smiled and said, "Well, then I won't waste your time anymore. In the end, I named this new magic weapon, which is called the Katyusha Rocket Artillery. Everyone, watch its power." After saying that, Rob reached out and slapped hard on the box. A rune engraved on the box suddenly flashed, and then with a bang, a fireball shot out of the box and flew towards the huge stone in the distance. Boom! The fireball hit the huge rock, and the magic of the fire spread everywhere, but the power of the fireball was not very good. It was only a fireball skill of a beginner fire magician. Its power was quite limited, so it was useless to hit the huge rock. The onlookers were stunned. "That's all? It's so boring." However, before they could say anything, a second fireball was shot out, and then the sound of a bang could be heard continuously. The box began to spit out fireballs. One after another, one after another. Boom! 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 The fireball kept hitting the huge rock on the opposite side, one after another, and explosions rang out one after another. Although each fireball was not very powerful and was only at the apprentice level, the scene of dozens of fireballs constantly shooting out of the box was simply spectacular. In an instant, the whole sky was filled with red tracks caused by the fireballs. The huge stone was hit by the fireballs continuously, causing a series of flame explosions, which made a loud bang. Number 32 became speechless as soon as he saw this scene. Now he understood that the thing that looked like a nest was actually the basic magic item that he had shown in class yesterday. He had mixed more than 20 kinds of the magic item into the nest. He just didn't expect that the combination of these things would have such an effect. The queen couldn't help but stand up. She was so excited that the skeleton dragon behind her also stood up. It spread its wings, and the huge bone rack spread out with a splash. It looked terrifying. The queen said excitedly, "It's amazing. Although its principle is very simple, its power is great." Rob gave the queen a thumbs up and said, "You know the goods." "What's the name you just said?" the queen asked. Rob smiled and said, "Katyusha Rocket Artillery." The queen asked, "Why did you name it this?" Rob shrugged and said, "I don't know. I just think it's a good name." "Huh, that's a good name." The queen laughed and said, "It's a good name." "Ha ha ha." She stepped forward. With a wave of her hand, the queen said, "The National Treasury will use a large amount of money to produce these small fireballs and large fireballs. Before the next war with Mandra, I want to see 50, no, 100 more of these Katyusha Rocket Artillery. Let Mandra taste the power of our new magic item." The officials immediately flattered him. Although they were Western, they spoke in the same way as the people from the East. "With such magic items, our army can instantly give the enemy a round of fireball attacks without chanting. The knights can attack with this thing. It's too powerful. It will definitely give Mandra a head-on blow on the battlefield. The god of darkness is so lucky to have Rob. It's a great invention." The queen turned to look at Rob and said, "Very good. Your invention is very useful. On behalf of the royal family and the whole West Gran, I confirm the contribution of your invention. Of course, a large amount of bonus will be given to you. Since the royal family is in trouble now, and I don't dare to give too much bonus, I will give you 200 gold coins as the reward. I hope you don't mind it. The royal family will remember your contribution and will compensate you in other forms in the future." Rob didn't mind how much money he gets. Anyway, he had promised Marion that he would give the money to her. However, when number 32 heard this, he gave a miserable snort. "Oh my God. If I had known this, I would have invested the 50 gold coins yesterday. I would have earned 4 times the investment." Number 32 was so miserable that he fell to the ground, frustrated. Other important officials were also discussing in succession, exploring some details of this magical item. Someone sighed, "In fact, the principle of this thing is very simple. We didn't expect it to be possible to connect it together to form a continuous emission effect. Yes, it's just a difference in imagination. A little imagination can turn a piece of garbage into a weapon. I've learned a lot. I have to think about other ways to play when I go back." Rob smiled at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, you can see that the principle of this thing is very simple. In fact, it's just a combination of the simplest magic item. So, if you really want to use it against Mandra, you'd better give a command, and don't let all the senior officials present speak out. Otherwise, the next time your army takes this thing to the battlefield, you will find Mandra also brings out a lot of it." His words awakened the dreamer. Her Majesty was startled. She quickly issued a command. All the ministers present were beaten. Anyone who leaked it would be punished by ringing. This threat was repeated one by one. Then she was relieved. Of course, the queen should also take this sample made by Rob away immediately and hide it. It must not be seen by enemy spies. After all this, it was already dark. Her Majesty called Rob to her. With a straight face, she said, "Rob Smith, although you grew up in the countryside, you are worthy of inheriting the blood of the Smith family. You are very talented. I sincerely hope that you will make more and more remarkable achievements in the field of magic items production in the future, but I also want to warn and advise you that being a man is not just a matter of talent, but also a matter of rest and self-cultivation. There can be no lack of personal morality, otherwise, it is just a talented scum man. Her Majesty is right. Rob, pay attention. Madeline unexpectedly jumped out from behind the Queen and said, personal virtue is even more important than talent. Rob had to keep silent. If he was talking to the Queen in his original identity, it must be that he would say some strange things to make Miss Queen speechless. But now it is inconvenient for him to stand up to Miss Queen, so he let her talk. Her Majesty left with the important officials, and Madeline continued to go to the city for inspection. The princess still has not been caught. Now the city is still nervous, and the nobles dare not go out, so she is busy and has no time to walk around Rob every day. Finally, only number 32, Rob and Marion walked on the school venue. Number 32 will go back to the teacher's dormitory, while Rob and Marion will go back to the student's dormitory. There is a short path that they'll go through together. Rob squinted to see number 32 with his head drooping, and felt it was funny. It's a skeleton. Why can this guy express his emotions so clearly? Normally, without facial muscles, it is difficult to express emotions. Is this guy a born actor? Rob smiled and said, Master, you don't have to be so depressed. You only lost 150 gold coins. Number 32 stretched out his hands to the sky, and his 10 white bone fingers opened. Only 150? You don't know how poor I am. When I was revived, I knew that the little property that I had saved hard before my life was gone. Oh my God. It was stolen by those assholes and slaves at home. Rob smiled and said, anyway, you are a skeleton now. You don't need to eat or wear nice clothes. You don't need money. Number 32. It seems to be reasonable. No, it's reasonable. Number 32 said, although I'm a skeleton, I also need an advanced robe, advanced staff, various tools, and magic items. Why don't I have money? Rob thought for a while, and he was right. Who said that skeletons don't need money? Well, you don't have to be depressed. Rob smiled, as your course continues, I will learn more and more techniques for making magic items, and there will certainly be more and more new inventions. When you invest in one, you will make a profit. Huh? Number 32 was overjoyed, yes, that's right. From tomorrow onwards, I will teach you all the magic item making techniques I know, and you will desperately wonder if there is any way to improve these techniques. Then we will work together to make new inventions. I don't want all the bonuses, as long as you can give me a little, just a little, it's fine. Speaking of this, number 32 began to fantasize about his appearance when he got rich. He could not help murmuring, at that time, I will pile up gold coins like a hill at home. In the middle of the gold coins, I will put a luxurious chair, wear black armor, and sit on the pile of gold coins with a black helmet, tut-tut, that majesty, that momentum. Rob helped him add, it's like a small boss on the first floor of a maze. Number 32. At this time, it was time for them to part ways, and number 32 went to the teacher's dormitory. Only Rob and Marion were left. Marion had been very low-key just now, and now she said with a smile, I didn't expect that you could invent such a powerful thing. Although I participated in the whole process of production, I didn't see the effect of its launch with my own eyes, nor did I understand how powerful it is. Rob smiled, it's average. In fact, there are various ways to improve it. Let me take an example. You can make a small cylinder with 3 compartments, and use a small circle to block the middle of each compartment. If you meet the enemy, you can shoot a fireball in one compartment each time. In this way, you can release fireballs at least 3 times, and you can also prepare a fireball in advance, so you can shoot 4 fireballs. Marion thought for a moment. Does that mean that it can solve the slow chanting speed of magicians and being easily cut down by soldiers at close range after setting off a fireball? Rob smiled and said, "Haha, that's right. The soldier who rushes in will find that you still had several fireballs to give him straight to his face. That would be a big surprise." "Ah, that's a great idea." Marion said, "If I put this cylinder on the tip of my staff, I can always hold it in my hand and carry it everywhere. I can beat other magicians way easier." Rob smiled at her and said, "I'm very clever." Modern novels also take some ideas and combine them with magic to make a new magic item. Rob is not interested in such magic props for beating people. He will take them away if he likes to learn. Anyway, I don't want them. What he is more interested in now is something that can be used to improve his life and help him find the feeling of modern life again. For example, he has no game console to play, no computer to use, no internet access, no happiness when going out, no fast food. How boring is his life here? It would be great if we could use magic tools to solve a lot of problems. Marion saluted Rob and said, "Thank you for telling me such a useful idea. If you give it to the Queen, you will be rewarded." Rob smiled, "That's not true. I'm sure that Her Majesty the Queen and her important officials, even number 32, will immediately think about all kinds of permutations and combinations after they go back. Let alone the bee nest type, they will also make all kinds of shapes. As I said just now, they will soon figure out how to play with it. People's imagination is infinite, but they need one person to guide them just a moment." Marion thought it over, and thought it was true. Rob smiled, but the Queen will not feel strange about the various usages they have come up with, and certainly will not give high bonuses. Everything must be at the forefront to get the maximum benefit. Marion considered the question very seriously and seemed to understand something. No wonder. "My father has been studying some things in Westwind Town recently. He said that they are better than others. They are the first to get them, so they can sell stuff so expensively. Only looking at the raw materials, they are all very simple things that can be seen everywhere. It is because Westwind Town is ahead of us that he can earn so much money. My father follows behind, so he can only pick up others' leftovers." Rob laughed, "It's development and research." Marion's face was embarrassed. "But we don't play with ordinary things like your brain does." Rob thought that Marion, the Corton family, seemed to be a rich merchant who worked hard here in Bright Road. He even had the strength to go into the mountain to catch spiders to raise his own silk stockings. It seems that this family is also a good partner. The silk stockings produced by Rob's Silk Stockings factory flow into Bright Road through 2 channels. One is the traveling merchant, who is engaged in small businesses. His purchase volume is very small, and has fallen behind Rob's output speed. Another channel is the caravan set up by the Silk Stockings factory itself, but its foundation is in Westwind Town, not Bright Road. After they have transported the goods to Bright Road, it is often the clothes merchants who go here to dump their hands and return to transport their second batch of goods. To be honest, such channels are obviously insufficient, especially for Rob. Some of Rob's new ideas and designs cannot be promoted in Bright Road only by this way. Take the use of silk stockings as an example. In Westwind Town, women wear silk stockings. This is because Rob's thought has influenced Westwind Town. But in Bright Road, only men wear silk stockings. That is because Rob has no way to influence Bright Road. The traveling merchant and the caravan of the Silk Stockings factory have no ability to teach in Bright Road. But what if the Cortons help? Then the situation is different. This family has enough strength and influence to promote its own business model on Bright Road. Just in time, I'm betting with Miss Queen. Let's use the power of the Corton family to win this game. Rob smiled and said, "Marion, do you know I'm from Westwind Town?" "Of course, you came from Westwind Town with Canty and George," said Marion. Rob smiled, I can tell you secretly that there are not only black silk stockings and white silk stockings in Westwind Town, but also a special kind of silk stockings that have not been circulated in the market for the time being. They are absolutely going to be a hit. Godfather in Westwind Town has always held this kind of silk stockings in his hands and has not yet let it come out. If your family sends someone to Westwind Town to reach an exclusive agreement with him, you will be in front of others. Your family will make a lot of money by then. He just said to Marion that he should innovate and make a lot of money by walking ahead of others. This concept has also been recognized by Marion. Now he says that there are new varieties of silk stockings, which of course immediately attracted Marion's attention. She whispered, "Really? How do you know that mysterious Godfather in Westwind Town has not released it yet?" Rob smiled and said, "Because I have the same name as him. He looked at me kindly and told me secretly. He asked me to come to Bright Road. Is there any merchant willing to take over? If there is, I will introduce him to Westwind Town." Marion said happily, "Of course my family is very interested. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is?" Rob whispered, "It is a kind of silk stockings that can make women more beautiful. Once your family introduces a large number of such things, it is guaranteed to lead a new trend." As soon as Marion heard the words, "make women more beautiful," she was already excited. Combined with the chicken soup like, "walk first and make the most money," she immediately made up her mind, "I see. I'll go back to talk with my father. Thank you for telling me the news." "You're welcome." Rob smiled. "You helped me first, so I should help you. Everybody helps each other." The second day. After a day of magic items production class, it was still afternoon, and it was still too early to leave. Rob washed away his disguise, sneaked through the portal, returned to the chapel in Westwind Town, and collapsed on his favorite stone stool. As soon as he came back, Lillian was happy and turned around with a smile on her face. Rob was also happy when he saw her. He smiled, "Lillian, do you know how to embroider? I want you to embroider something on my stockings." This, no." Lillian shook her head, "This is a very powerful technique. I don't know how to do it. Usually only expert tailors and noble women can." "Expert tailor?" Rob remembered that the old headmaster of Westwind Technical School was an expert tailor. He could tell that he was an experienced expert just by looking at his face. "Please come quickly." Lillian hurried to invite him. Soon, the old headmaster of Westwind Technical School came. When Lillian called him, he told him that her master wanted him to do some embroidery, so the old headmaster also brought the tools for embroidery. Rob glanced at the tools he had brought, and couldn't help being a little confused. "What kind of stuff are these?" "Polished shells, beautiful stones, polished small metal pieces, silk, flax, cotton, wool, are all in a mess." Seeing Rob's strange expression, the old tailor thought that he disliked the lack of materials and said in embarrassment, "Godfather, I am poor, so there are still several kinds of materials not available, such as colorful gems, gold and silver. I really can't afford to buy them." Here we have to mention the differences between Chinese and Western embroidery. At this time, Eastern embroidery also tends to be light in style, basically using silk thread for embroidery. Only a few people will wrap a piece of jade in the embroidery. But the West is totally different. The craftsmen here will use everything as embroidery materials. Everything will be embroidered on the clothes. Anyway, it is gorgeous. Rob, anyway, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In any world, we should respect the aesthetic standards of the world. Since people here like to use such red and purple gemstones and even feather embroidery, let's do it." He asked Lillian to take out a white silk stockings and smiled, "Old man, I think this white silk stocking is too white. It is missing something. It's not beautiful enough. To make the girl's legs look better, you need to add something." "Oh, I agree with Godfather." The old tailor immediately said, "I also think there are too few patterns on the silk stockings. We need to add some more interesting patterns to make them more beautiful, but I haven't decided what to add. As for the design, I have already thought about it. Rob made a few gestures on the silk stockings and took parchment to draw, embroider a circle of lace along the top circle. Oh! This pleated design is very beautiful. There are some flowers embroidered on the lower leg. The old tailor immediately said, yes, if you embroider it with gold thread, nobles and lords like gold. If you embroider a big gold flower here, you can sell it for more. If you make gold thread from a gold coin and rust it into a flower, we can increase the price by 2 gold coins. Rob gave him a thumbs up. I like this idea. Come and see how many design ideas I have here. Let's make a pair of samples for everything. Rob ran around in his mind the figure of silk stockings and leggings he had seen on XXX's website. Immediately, the silk stockings with various patterns ran like a horse lantern in his mind. When he drew all the pictures, the old tailor kept exclaiming, "Great, this design. Great. I admire it. How did you think of it? Well, go and make a sample of all these designs." Rob smiled and said, "Well, don't you take a few tailoring classes with you, and there are many students in the class? Let them join in and embroider these silk stockings, and then the business is settled. When we need to ship in large quantities, these students can rely on this craft to eat." The old tailor said, "So Godfather is trying to find a way out for the students. I'm still wondering why you suddenly want to play silk stockings embroidery. It's also for their future. You are the greatest person I've ever seen." Rob smiled and said nothing. Hee, I won't tell you. I just want to see the silk stockings on the legs of the queen." He took some gold and silver out to the old tailor and asked him to go to the blacksmith to make gold and silver thread from the gold and silver so that they could be used to embroider gold and silver flowers. In addition, he also got some precious materials such as broken stones and crystals for the old tailor, so that he could play to his heart's content and think about how to catch the eyes of ladies. As long as we catch the taste of these ladies and let them go all out to buy, at that time, Miss Queen will not hide her legs under her long skirt and put them in front of the crystal ball for me to see. He was thinking of this beautifully when the crystal ball suddenly lit up and Her Majesty called. Rob smiled at the old tailor and said, "Well, go back first and get some samples. I expect that in 3 to 5 days, the merchant who will come to discuss the purchase of new varieties of silk stockings will arrive. You should get them out before this." The old tailor quickly made a bow and went back. Appearing in front of the crystal ball is the queen's face, which looks full of dignity. But Rob had already understood that. Rob smiled, "Miss Queen, what brings your call today?" "Nothing important." The queen smiled, "Just to tell you some data, according to my people's statistics, in recent days, the sales of silk stockings in the city have decreased by 70% compared with the previous days. How idle must your people be to count such things?" Rob laughed and roasted her, "That person should go and do something better." The queen snorted, "If I win, I will make you help me recover East Gran. Isn't this a big deal?" "Oh, that makes sense," Rob answered. The queen did not speak, but stared at the crystal ball. Rob did not speak either, but idled on the stone stool. After at least a minute, the queen finally couldn't help but say, "What the hell? After the data, are you not nervous at all?" Rob smiled and said, "I'm not as surprised as you are. It's just a normal fluctuation. Don't pay attention to it." The queen squinted, "Are you going by silk stockings from your own pockets, so you can be so calm now?" Rob smiled, "I'm not so mean. I'm afraid you will use administrative means to interfere in the sales of silk stockings when you see you are going to lose." The queen hummed, "I can't do that either. It's a prohibited matter in the gambling agreement. If I really do it, I'm afraid you will not fulfill your promise." "Good." Rob laughed and said, "We don't play tricks. We should play fair and square. Otherwise, the final bet will be nullified. Just wait and see." Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. It is also interesting to say that it is clear that the assassin is the Princess of East Gran. Even her height and appearance were painted by a painter after Madeline described them and posted all over the city. However, they could not find her anywhere. At this point, even a fool knows that someone is covering for her, and the person who is covering her must be an official of the government who is powerful and well-informed. Only such a person can keep a person hidden under the circumstances of the whole city's martial law and search. Today, Rob had another magic container lesson. This time, he learned the rune to control the speed of magic flowing out of the magic container. This is a very useful rune. As soon as Rob finished class, he couldn't wait to go back to Westwind Town to try to practice the effect of this rune. Recently, he has been learning the runes equivalent to magic containers. Every time he learns one, he goes back to experiment. Slowly, he's making a huge magic container. Once this switch is done, the magic container experiment can almost be put into practical use. Because of this, he wanted to walk and hurry back to the dormitory quickly, and then go back to Westwind Town through the portal. However, as soon as he walked out of the classroom, he saw Madeline blocking the path in front of him. This is very embarrassing. Rob didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "The Duke, Madeline, are you really so free today?" Madeline said with a straight face, "I'm very busy. Russ hasn't been caught yet. I don't know which damned spy has been protecting her. We have searched through several areas thoroughly. Now we're searching the residences of nobles, which made the court officials complain, but they still haven't got anything." Rob said, "Since you are so busy, go to work. What are you doing here?" Madeline squinted, because it's very dangerous at this time. Rob looked around and found a harmonious atmosphere on the campus. "Where is the danger?" Madeline said, "It's dangerous now. You've been here for 5 days, and you disappear every day at this time. Whenever I send a servant to inquire your maid, she will say that you are out. Isn't it dangerous?" Rob. Madeline said, "The whole city is under martial law, and all nobles are afraid of being assassinated. Yet in this case, you are still in the mood to do that. Do you want to be beheaded alive by Russ? Do you want to make all those who care about you angry and sad? Well, some people think in this way." In fact, Rob was a little touched, but her move could not destroy his plan. He had to sigh, "Duke Madeline, you are a good girl, but I am not worth it. You'd better leave me alone." "Why do you say it like I like you?" Madeline's face reddened slightly for a moment, but she immediately returned to normal. "Don't be mistaken. I will take care of you only because of the relationship between the Smith family and my family, and for the sake of my fourth uncle. It's not that I have any ideas or intentions about you, and certainly I don't like you at all. I mean like you. How can a woman like me like a man who goes whoring every night? Ah, I'm going to die of anger if that really happens." Rob held out his hand. "Yeah, then leave me alone. Get out of the way." "I'm going out." Madeline cried, "Don't go. The devil cares about you." Rob pushed Madeline away and strode to the distance. "Don't come with me, or I'll ask you if you're not afraid to come with, I might even pull you along." Madeline was really shocked. It was even worse to follow him. She would be said to be so crazy. If she still followed, it would be shameless. She had to stare at Rob's back slowly walking away. When the students who came out of the magic item department with Rob saw this, they couldn't help sweating. Several girls couldn't help murmuring, "I didn't expect Rob to be such a person. He pushed his fiancée away to go out whoring. What kind of man is he?" In other words, Duke Madeline is not his fiancée. They aren't engaged. Although he is not engaged, this scene makes it look like they are. Yes. I thought he was a good man. He talked about improving the rights and status of women. Yes, I also thank him for letting me wear silk stockings. But his attitude towards Duke Madeline is too bad. Such a man will be punished by the gods. Rob's position in the minds of girls fell from the world to the earth in an instant. However, his position in the hearts of the boys suddenly rose. The 4 boys in the class who were not used to seeing him suddenly became more and more fond of Rob. Fake, I really feel that this is a pure man. It's really great. I wish I were half as handsome as him in the future. Well, I've decided to learn from him. I'll kick off the old woman and go out to have a dog. After their discussion, the girls cast a collective scorn on them. The boys are so disgusting. Men are big horse hoofs. The boys laughed and grunted. Girls are all pickled chicken feet, ha ha ha. Several girls surrounded Marion and said, Marion, what kind of guy did you invest in and help the other day? Don't help him again. Marion could not help but look embarrassed. Well, hey. It's one thing for men to play games outside, and another thing to deal with business and government affairs. I think these two things can be seen separately. I didn't regard him as a marriage partner. His personal morality has nothing to do with me. I only consider the exchange of interests in business and politics. Girls. It was powerful to speak so frankly, and all the girls gave Marion a disdainful gesture. Rob was too lazy to interfere with them. He returned to the dormitory as fast as he could, washed up, and then returned to Westwind Town. In the yard of the chapel in Westwind Town, Marion Corton's father, Desmond Corton, has been waiting for him for a long time. Desmond Corton is a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. His was wearing a man dress and breeches. He did not wear silk stockings that make Rob sick, thanks to the recent activity on Bright Road. Rob's thought of refusing to be extravagant, put forward at the school opening ceremony, was used by Her Majesty the Queen to induce all the upper-class nobles and men to not wear this thing. In this matter, Rob really wants to thank Miss Queen. Otherwise, he'll vomit every day and nothing will taste good. Dear Lord, how are you? Desmond said with etiquette, I'm Desmond Corton from Bright Road. This time I came here from Bright Road after hearing about you. Before he finished speaking, Rob smiled and said, Don't add my lord. People here call me Godfather, so just call me the same. Desmond smiled and said, Yes, Godfather. Rob smiled and said, You came to see the new type of silk stockings, right? Desmond smiled, That is just one side of it. If there is anything new I can get, I would love to see it. As far as I know, this Westwind Town is full of new ideas, and it is even more dynamic and innovative than the huge city of Bright Road. I hope to find new goods here that can make me earn a lot of money. In fact, to tell you the truth, I am not very optimistic about silk stockings, because they have already appeared on Bright Road and there's a lot of competition. Huh, that's interesting. But as far as I know, the men on Bright Road have stopped wearing silk stockings, but women are starting to wear them. Rob said, Well, without much nonsense, let me show you my new silk stockings. I define these silk stockings as exclusively for women, which are specifically catered for women customers. They directly give up the male market and focus on the female market. Hearing what he said, Desmond could not help thinking, when men stopped buying silk stockings, he immediately took out special products for women. This kind of flexibility is worth learning for us merchants. Rob laughed and said, Lillian, go and call the model we prepared in advance. Model? What? Desmond asked. Rob smiled and said, That is, the person who wears the sample and shows it to others. I call this person a model. Don't say I didn't teach you. If you want to sell things well and quickly, a model is necessary. After you go back to Bright Road, you'd better find a tall and beautiful maid to dress up and be your special model for the Corton family. Your goods will sell better and faster. Desmond didn't quite understand. However, a few minutes later, when he saw 3 young women coming out of the chapel, he suddenly understood. These 3 young women are all very tall, at least 1.7 meters tall, and they are all of great stature, with perfect proportions. It is not easy to pick out 3 such good women in a small town with a population of 10,000, such as Westwind Town. Two of them were poor women from ordinary families, who were easily bought by Rob to be models. But the most beautiful one is a daughter of a fugitive noble family. It wasn't easy to persuade her to become a model. If it wasn't for Godfather's face, the daughter would not come out to do it. The eldest lady was dressed in a gorgeous noble lady's dress, which was so gorgeous that even her temperament was made noble. She was really impeccable. A pair of silk stockings and beautiful legs were exposed from the hem of her skirt, with a gold flower embroidered on it, silver thread interspersed on the side, and 2 sapphires were inlaid on the side as embellishments. Human beauty, temperament, good figure, gorgeous stockings. When these elements were combined, Desmond was stunned on the spot. Rob smiled. "Mr. Desmond, do you think the models are beautiful?" "Desmond, this is beautiful beyond words." "Oh." Rob smiled and said, "How much do you think this silk stocking will cost?" Desmond answered without thinking, "In order to dress up his wife like this, men are willing to spend no matter how much it costs." "Very good." Rob smiled. "Do you still think the stockings can't be sold?" Desmond said, "I want to buy a lot of these silk stockings, an infinite amount." Looking at the other 2 female models. One of them was wearing a pair of flesh-colored pants, and then wore a suspender silk stockings outside the pants. The picture is a little funny, but there is no way to demonstrate the suspender silk stockings. However, female models in this era cannot be willing to show their weight and bare thighs in front of outsiders. Rob can only let the model wear a pair of flesh-colored tight pants and then put on the suspenders outside. It wasn't easy to persuade the model. Desmond felt a little funny when he saw the suspender silk stockings on the outside of the pants, but Rob nodded beside him. Imagine what it would be like to have no pants under the silk stockings. Desmond thought a little, and his face changed color. "Huh?" The expression on his face turned wolf-like. "Got it." Rob laughed and said, "The women in Westwind Town are all serious people, and they can't fully demonstrate this kind of silk stockings, but Bright Road is different. You can pay a prostitute who looks good to wear this kind of silk stockings and go sell it to nobles." "Tut, what do you think the effect will be?" Desmond said, "I want as much as possible. They will be popular. Good taste." Next, several other models demonstrated several designs, which dazzled Desmond. After he saw the circle of various silk stockings, he couldn't help sighing, "Godfather is really a genius." Each of these silk stockings designs is very beautiful. It is obvious that art masters of different styles designed them, but you can design so many styles alone. The word genius is not enough to describe it. Rob said, "Well, there's no need for commercial flattery. I have to teach you some special advertising skills. The so-called model is not good enough. Although our silk stockings are good, if people on Bright Road don't know about it, they won't buy them. So you need to learn the most basic commercial advertising skills. You know, I have my own caravan and can sell them at Bright Road. Why did I choose you to cooperate? Because only you can launch commercial advertisements on a large scale on Bright Road. My caravan is not big enough to do it." Commercials? Desmond learned several new words today, and now he is full of interest when he heard them. Rob laughed and crammed a lot of advertising methods into his mind. When Desmond left, he returned to Bright Road with the advertising and marketing techniques that Rob had given him and the first batch of sample silk stockings. He would not come in person for the subsequent purchase. He could send his nephew or something. On the other side of Westwind Town, the students in the tailoring class of the technical school who had learned to embroider immediately received a new job, that is, they were unconditionally recruited into the stockings factory, becoming a new department, called the Stockings Design and Processing Department. In the future, they will perform artistic processing for the stockings, turning the originally plain black silk and white silk into gorgeous and colorful high-end stockings. The income of doing this job is high. Because this is a real high-end technical work, embroidery is not a common skill in this era. In the past, there were almost no women in Westwind Town who could do this. They could only weave the most basic black and white silk stockings. When it comes to embroidery, they always looked bland. Rob didn't really care how much the embroidery workers earn. He directly handed it over to the factory director. He didn't know until a long time later that the factory director had offered the embroidery workers a high salary of 30 silver coins in order to catch up with the first purchase of the Corton family's caravan 10 days later. This salary is 3 times that of beetroot workers. In Westwind Town, you can earn high income instantly. The result, of course, is that Westwind Technical School is very famous. Some people who thought it was better to spend money on tailoring have finally come to realize that only by learning advanced technology can they make a lot of money. The number of applicants for the tailoring class increased rapidly, and Westwind Technical School was almost crowded out. This rush to sign up for the tailoring class is really crazy, which will surely lead to a surplus of tailors in the future. But Rob is too lazy to deal with it. In the evening, as usual, Miss Queen wanted to make a boring after-dinner harassment call just after dark. However, as soon as the call was connected, she saw a strange picture through the crystal ball. Rob was playing with a huge box. The material of this box is very strange. At a glance, Miss Queen could see, magic item? You have sharp eyes. Rob smiled, yes, it's a magic item. To be exact, it's a special weapon of the Desert Kingdom, a fragment of Thor's roar. I burned them and then recast them into this iron box. What are you doing? The Queen felt a sense of vigilance. Every time she saw Rob stirring up something new, it would turn into something to exploit her, because Rob seemed to be able to turn all new things into delicious food, which was just crazy. Thinking of this, she could not help backing up a little, and touched her stomach with her hand. She comforted herself by saying, "Don't worry, I just ate enough cake and pudding, and now I don't want to eat anything. Nothing can tempt my stomach at this time, and I won't be exploited. Not this time. I don't have much money left to be exploited anyway." Rob smiled, "Miss Queen, don't be so vigilant. This time I'm not cooking food. Whether it is food has nothing to do with me." The Queen's expression was calm, but her heart was relieved. Rob smiled and said, "You seem to be very poor recently. As soon as you see that I am making inventions, you are nervous because you have no money, right?" The Queen remained motionless. How could that be? I am a great queen. How could I be short of money? You really think too much. Rob laughed and said, "Huh. I'm not going to dismantle your station, but I'll tell you the truth. With the level of productivity in this era, when fighting a war, your productivity can't catch up with the consumption of the war. How can you hide it? I know you're dying of poverty." Queen. Rob laughed and said, "It's better try to increase the gross national product." It was the first time for the Queen to hear the word GNP, but she understood the word as soon as she heard it. She did not need Rob to explain the terms. She chewed the sentence silently and thought to herself, "It's reasonable, but how to improve it is a problem." Rob smiled, "If we want to achieve rapid development of productivity, we must have an industrial revolution. There are 3 major prerequisites for the industrial revolution. One is the steam engine, the other is coal, and the other is steel. The steam engine is very complex, and I don't know how to design it. I will rub one out. We have already solved the problem of steel. Next is coal. In fact, you and I will not lack coal by using my method of mining small railway cars. However, the main purpose of coal is to burn fire and provide the necessary energy for machines to move. But the world does not have to use coal to make a fire. We can also use magic." The Queen listened in silence and did not express her opinions. She knew that she was a novice in improving productivity, so she was right to listen to Rob. Since Rob told her, she was already very lucky and could not miss a word. "Write down what you don't understand and ask later." Rob said, "I'm making this big box to replace coal." The Queen calmly sat down and said, "Well, I'll see what it is." She looked at the box carefully, and saw that it is about the size of a wardrobe. According to her intelligence, the magic container, used by the Thor's Roar in the Desert Kingdom, is the size of a wardrobe. It seems that Rob really picked up those fragments and merged them back, making them exactly the same as before. Rob picked up a pen and altered the rune drawn on it at the mouth of the box. The Queen wondered, "What do you want to do with its rune?" "It draws a powerful rune at this position that can instantly spit out all the magic in it. It is very clever. It is the power of this rune that allows it to release powerful power. If you change, it will be useless." Rob smiled. "I don't need it to spit out all the magic at once. I want to spit out slowly and controllably," he said while drawing the newest rune he learned to control magic flow. The Queen could not help but snort. "It's a waste to change out the advanced rune and replace it with a junior rune. We haven't even studied that advanced rune thoroughly. It's a technology that only the Desert Kingdom can master. It'll be difficult for us to find another sample." Rob smiled. "Runes used for war are meaningless to me, you know." Queen. She can't refute. Rob drew the rune and installed a switch beside it. He learned how to control the flow today. The strength of the rune can be adjusted through the switch, and the outflow speed of magic can also be controlled. Rob got it all done, and then he said proudly, "It's done." The Queen did not move. "Why are you so proud of such a rudimentary thing? As early as half a year ago, the small magic container that Baron Perseus sent you had such a function." Rob said, "That's too small. Many of the functions I want can't be realized, but this capacity is large enough." The magic power of dozens of magicians can all be stored in it, indicating that the magic power it can store is large enough to achieve more rich and interesting functions. With that, Rob put out his hand and patted the box, and he sent a stream of fire magic into the box. He just needed to send a few % of his fire magic into the box, which was more than the total magic power of dozens of magicians from the Desert Kingdom. The magic container was full instantly, and the extra magic power even overflowed from the box's mouth. Even the runes that control the flow of magic power could not control the overflow. Through the crystal ball, the Queen can see the strange upward air flow distortion caused by the heating of the air around the box. She couldn't help saying, "You filled the box with fire magic to make a fire box to replace the lack of coal in Westwind Town? Who told you that there is no coal mine in Westwind Town? The efficiency of burning coal is not very good. My furnace has not kept up with the temperature control technology. Moreover, this firebox is only a basic research. In the future, I will make it lightweight and miniaturized, but its capacity cannot be reduced, so that it can be loaded into various machines and become their power system. Of course, I also have oil, which is another system, ha ha ha." Rob smiled and gently twisted the switch. A small flame burst out of the box's mouth. If he twisted more, the flame would become bigger and would go straight up, and then if he turned the switch the other way around, the flame would decrease. He laughed, "This is really convenient." The Queen's face was a little stiff. "Boring magic item. I haven't seen its practicality yet. You are very good at playing other magic items, but your level of making them is simply inferior to that of a freshman from our magic school." "Oh?" Rob put on a curious look. "New? What new?" The Queen said in a strange voice, "Like you, his name is Rob. It's such a bad name, too. Rob. Well, the name Rob really sucks." Rob pretended not to know anything. "What's wrong with this new student with my name?" The Queen replied, "He is different from you. He can't develop such useless garbage magic items." On the first day of school, he boldly proposed an idea to transform the simplest magic item into powerful strategic weapons. "But you, who knows everything, are playing with this kind of box that can only get me angry." "Wow. I see." Rob sincerely sighed. He is really good at that. I think he must be a genius, a handsome man with good character, a kind heart and a super good man. The queen squinted. A bunch of nonsense. This new student is scum, although he is capable, which can be confirmed. Comparatively speaking, your character is much better, and I haven't heard any scandal about you so far. How can you run out to have fun every day like this new student here? Rob stood down. The queen was probably tired of chatting too. She turned off the crystal ball, took a bath and went to bed. Rob turned his attention to his big fire box again and smiled. Shiwalu, Shiwalu, come. The red magician ran to Rob immediately, and showed a charming smile. What's wrong? Why do you want me? Do you want to marry me because of the benefits? Not really. Rob patted the big fire box and smiled. I want to tell you that the magic item I prepared for the smelting furnace that can continuously provide high temperature is ready. In the future, you don't need to bother to heat the furnace every day anymore. You can go out and take adventures again. Hey! Shiwalu shouted angrily, what the hell? If someone has no use anymore, she can go out to take adventures? You are ruthless. Rob, hey. You said you were liberated before. How come you've changed your words again? Shiwalu said, what's the problem with changing some words to make it more beneficial to yourself at any time and place? Rob. Seeing the smile on her face, Rob knew that she was joking with him. He stretched out his hand and slapped her on the hip. He said with a smile, okay. Go on an adventure, take the instant transmission scroll, run away when you encounter danger, and don't worry about anything else. Shiwalu didn't mind being taken advantage of by Rob at all. She turned around and walked away with a smile. If I bring a monster back with me, will you help me kill him? Don't. Rob cried, I'm afraid you'll be killed before you can activate the scroll. Shiwalu smiled, then you can make me stronger. Well, Rob said, I need to fish more. God knows if I can catch something that can make you stronger. Hey, what does getting stronger have to do with fishing? The day ended with their cheerful banter. Early the next morning, Shiwalu called Gorda and Jike and ran out again for an adventure. This woman is restless. She was born to be an adventurer. It was impossible to lock her in the house like an ordinary woman, because that would only kill her soul. On the other side, the mining company in Westwind Town has obtained a new equipment called smelting furnace heating device. They just need to put the big fire box in the furnace mouth, aim it towards the furnace, and then turn on the switch. The stored fire magic will then be poured into the furnace constantly. Rob turned a process that must be operated by a fire magician into a machine. A few days later, a huge advertisement, which is a huge advertising poster made of several pieces of linen, was suddenly hung near the center of Bright Road. A beautiful female model is drawn on the screen. The female model has pure and beautiful facial features. She is tall, with long and straight legs. She only wore a short skirt on purpose. The next pair of long and slender legs were sexy and charming silk stockings, with lace, air, and gold and silver threads, which were extremely beautiful. She did not deliberately pose, but the painter's angle of view was deliberately low, drawing her from a downward inclined angle, so her charming legs simply brightened the eyes of the blind. There was also a line beside her, this beauty is exclusively for women only. There is no superfluous nonsense, just a sentence. But it is enough to make people think. Less than half a day after it was hung, the news spread all over Bright Road. When most poor people saw it, they can only swallow saliva with their delusions. But the rich people are different, especially those noble lords in the city, who are almost immediately fascinated by the women in it. Oh, my God of darkness! This woman has a pair of legs that people can't refuse. I want to get this woman. Go and ask who she is and how much money she costs. Damn, I can't find her. It's not a woman in the noble circle. She's just a strange face. When the nobles found that this woman could not be found, their minds changed. Since I can't get this woman, I could dress up my own woman as the same. Of course, the above is just what men think. As for women, looking at this huge painting, they thought of something completely different. This woman's legs are pretty good, but they are just so compared with mine. I'm more beautiful than her, I'm just missing silk stockings. If I wear this stockings, I will beat her by a mile. It's a good saying to say that beauty belongs to women. This kind of silk stockings should be worn by only women. I'll wear this to seduce men, he he he. For a while, both men and women became interested in this woman. Everyone wanted women to look like a dime. Simple clothes, buy. Simple skirt, buy. Silk stockings, buy. Can't buy. The silk stockings that can reflect the most beautiful legs of this woman, and the silk stockings with lace edges, hollow patterns and gold and silver threads, were hard to buy. The most irritating thing is that this advertisement says, exclusively for women, and it doesn't even write where to buy it, which made people depressed. Just when they couldn't find it anywhere. Suddenly, a second advertisement was hung in the city. The position of the advertisement is several blocks away from the first one. The picture shows the former model, but her dress has changed. This time, she wore gorgeous clothes, and her skirt has grown a lot, revealing only one leg. But the little silk stockings on this leg are extremely beautiful. Gems, gold flowers, and silver flowers contrast with her gorgeous clothes. There is only one sentence in the advertisement, there is more than one way to look beautiful. Seeing the second advertisement, the nobles looked straight again. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Tempting. However, after they finished admiring, they couldn't help but scold and say, F***K. Go to find out who put up this damned advertisement to catch our eyes on purpose, but don't tell us where this kind of silk stockings can be bought. Check it out. It is impossible to apply for the permission of the knights in advance for such a large picture advertisement, which is so conspicuous. Otherwise, they would have taken it down and burned it. This idea was right. The nobles soon found out that Desmond Corton had put up this huge advertisement. Before he put it up, he had applied to the Black Earth Knights in advance and obtained permission so he could put up such a large advertisement in the city. This is much easier. A large group of nobles, together with a large group of ladies, angrily stormed the Corton family's house. When they arrived there, they found that the Corton family had prepared a gorgeous fashion show in their hall. Desmond personally welcomed the nobles into the house, sat down in the hall, and then announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are here for silk stockings, so I have prepared a sincere silk stockings show for you. This is the performance of the top models I have hired at a large cost. Please enjoy it. If you are interested in any style of silk stockings, please write down its number, and you can buy from me after the fashion show." The music sounded, and under the effect of the magic spotlight, beautiful models in silk stockings walked in front of the nobles in turn. This is what Rob taught him. It's called fashion show. This method is being done in modern times, but in this era, it is simply the operation of earth-shaking beauty, turning all the noble ladies in a daze. These people haven't seen the quality and etiquette of the fashion show at all, and they shouted while watching. "God, I want this silk stocking. No, it should be mine. F***K, I'm going to buy this woman, along with her stockings." The nobles don't know how ridiculous they looked. After all kinds of models walked around, suddenly, a woman who was wearing very little clothes and could only cover her most critical position walked onto the stage. She was a prostitute in the unlicensed prostitute street of Bright Road. She looked okay. The most important thing was that she was brave enough to wear what ordinary models dared not wear. Seeing that there were only a few pieces of cloth on the woman, the female nobles present covered their faces one after another, but the male nobles stared at her cheerfully. She was wearing a peculiar suspender silk stocking. The combination of lace and thread made the men feel very nervous, and several nobles almost had nosebleeds on the spot. Oh my God! This kind of silk stockings. No, I can't imagine how excited I will be when my wife dresses like this. F***K. Nobody will be able to compete with me for these silk stockings. Once the most primitive desire of human beings is ignited, no one can stop it. The first batch of women's silk stockings that Desmond bought from Westwind Town sold out instantly, and there was not even one left. Even those worn by models were robbed by high prices. It seems that flavored ones can be sold for more. Early in the morning, when Rob walked across the playground, a group of boys were gathering in a corner, forming a circle, talking about something while pointing at the girls on the playground. Rob passed by. He looked very innocent. He just wanted to go to the classroom as soon as possible, but Canty stretched out his hand from the crowd, grabbed his arm and dragged him. "Brother Rob, don't go, come and see this, come and see this." "Look at what?" Rob said angrily, "My magic items class is coming soon. I don't want to be late. If I miss something important, I'll be sad." Canty smiled, "It doesn't matter if you miss a little bit." The students beside him sweated together, and strongly despised Canty. Canty himself did not feel that he was despised at all. He cheerfully pulled Rob and said, "You really have to see this. It's the picture you created." "What did I do?" When Rob heard this, he had to follow him. Looking in the direction of Canty's fingers, a group of girls were talking while walking in the middle of the playground. In the middle of the playground, there was a girl who was dressed in gorgeous clothes. She wore a short skirt on purpose. Her two long legs were wearing unusually gorgeous silk stockings, embroidered with gold, silver thread, agate and jade, which could be said to be very gorgeous. "This is a walking silk stocking advertisement," Canty said. "This girl is beautiful. She's from the water system magic class. I heard that her father is a minister. She has money and power in her family. The most important thing is her legs. They are great. I can play with them all my life." The boys next to her nodded together. "I haven't felt that she was so beautiful before. This morning she put on this silk stocking and she exploded in an instant. It would be great if I could fall in love with her. These silk stockings are really good, very good." Rob said, "But you don't have care. Canty, your Uncle Nolan is just a baron. As a member of a baron family, are you qualified to be with the daughter of a minister? It's useless to look at her." Canty fell to the ground with a sound of plop. He was frustrated and bent forward. "People are tough, my friend. I'm leaving." Rob turned to go. Canty looked up and said, "Why do you despise such beautiful women? I thought that people like you who go out every day like women very much." This sentence startled Rob. He almost forgot his position. He stopped quickly and said with a dry smile, "Well, I'm certainly interested in beautiful women. I'm not dismissive, but I know I don't deserve them." "What are you talking about that you don't deserve her?" The boys beside him began to shout, "You are the one who made Duke Madeline turn around." Rob had a headache when he heard this. The woman was around him every day, and he would be seized by her grip sooner or later. He had to show his hand and said, "I didn't play tricks on her. She and I are completely innocent. Okay, I'm going to class, but you can fool around." Soon Rob came to the classroom. He was delayed at the playground for a while, so almost all students were in class already. The only 4 boys waved and smiled when they saw him, looking very close. The girls rolled their eyes at him in unison. Recently, he has got the nickname of the King of Whoring in his class and become the public enemy of girls. Only Marion Corton smiled at him as usual and said, "Here you are. I want to thank you for introducing a good business to my family." Rob pretended to be stupid. "What business?" "You introduced my family to Godfather in Westwind Town the other day." Marion smiled and said, "Your introduction is very useful. My father got very good products from Godfather in Westwind Town. Of course, the products are second to none. The key is to learn very effective advertising methods. My father said that learning advertising technology is the real harvest of this trip to Westwind Town. It can make my father make great progress in the distribution of all kinds of products. Oh, yeah? Rob said, I don't understand. Marion smiled, well, it's normal that you don't understand advertising. In fact, I don't understand either. Before my father went to visit Godfather, he didn't understand either. Let me just conclude. Last night, the first batch of women's special silk stockings that my family bought from Westwind Town were all sold out. Now women in the noble circle are crazy about all kinds of beautiful silk stockings, while men are thinking about suspenders. But my family is out of stock, and my father's mind is turning quickly. He immediately wants to buy a large number of white silk and black silk stockings that haven't been sold yet, and then hire an embroidery master to transform the ordinary silk stockings into women's silk stockings. Rob was happy when he heard this. Your father's mind is really fast. If you transform the unsaleable ordinary silk stockings immediately, you can make a lot of money. Marion proudly said, my father has no competition in business. Oh, even before he met Godfather. This is the end of their conversation. It's time for class. Number 32 walked in, his skeleton face looks funny. He cleared his throat and said, well, let's start the class, sit down and don't talk. What I want to tell you today is the conditional trigger rune, which is a familiar rune. Its main use is for a magic array. Everyone knows that magic arrays have a trigger mechanism. As long as the enemy steps on it, it will trigger, and then blast the ground to blow the enemy to the sky. It can also be used on magic items. Once triggered, the magic items will produce corresponding effects. The students laughed. This rune is too simple. Anyone who can draw magic circles can do it. Yes, we can. Me too. I can do the same. Really? Can everyone? Number 32 said awkwardly, if you all can, this class will be over in advance. At that moment, Rob slapped the table and roared, hey, don't finish the class ahead of time. I don't know the trigger rune. Huh? You don't? Everyone in the first classroom was a little confused. That's impossible. Don't you know how to use wind magic? Can't you draw the most basic wind magic array? Rob had to show his hand and said, I can only play magic. I don't know how to draw magic circles. A girl who is also a magician of wind magic couldn't help but say, won't you at least know the most basic spells? That is, the one when someone steps on it, it accelerates you, which is the basis of wind magic. That magic battle contains the trigger rune, which I learned when I was 10 years old. Rob said, but when I was 10 years old, I was still catching loach in the countryside. No one taught me how to draw magic runes. Afterward, he simply sang, the pond is full, the rain stops, the mud near the field is full of loach. Every day I wait for you, waiting for you to catch loach, big brother, okay, let's catch loach. Everyone. What ghost song is this? It was so infectious that two other students almost sang along. How did you learn your magic? Asked number 32. Rob said, an uncle who claims to be under my father taught me spells every once in a while, but he always seemed to be in a hurry, teaching me in a mess, so I've never learned anything like magic runes. It was then recalled again that the poor fellow was an illegitimate son, not a normal magician. His magic seemed to be that a magician of the Wind Knights and was probably taught a little stealthily every few times without systematic training. As a result, what he learned was incomplete. It was tragic and miserable. Women are natural maternal creature, and when they heard how miserable he is, they cannot help feeling sympathy. They thought, his nature is not that bad either. If he had been educated as a talented person since childhood, it would not be like so. Alas! How pitiful! A girl raised her hand and said, Master, since Rob has not learned the trigger rune, let's have a normal class. Let's not finish the class ahead of time. A girl stealthily pulled her skirt next to her and murmured, Hey! Did you actually help that whore talk? The girl who had spoken before bowed her head and said, "He is really pitiful. I think he is a good man as well." Number 32 picked up her textbook and said, "Okay. Since one student doesn't know it, I should explain it. It's my duty." Cough. Now, time to explain what the trigger array is first, before the rune. The lecture begun. After a while, number 32 said, "Okay. Did you understand?" Rob listened carefully and soon understood. Not only did I understand the trigger array, but also the basic drawing principle of magic array. It turns out that a magic rune is usually composed of several parts. First of all, there is a large circle at the outermost part, which marks the range of the magic array. Then there is a circle in the circle, which is painted with some key runes, that is, the effect and power of the magic array. Then, between them, there are some lines, and some runes are also configured in the ring, which are called trigger runes. Almost all magic arrays are triggered by conditions such as, if the enemy steps on it and, if enemy magic flies over. Therefore, there must be trigger runes on the magic array, without exception. There are many kinds of trigger runes, such as the enemy steps on and the enemy's magic flies over, just mentioned, which belong to different kinds, and different trigger runes need to be drawn. These different runes form multiple conditions, much like the computer programming language of modern generations. Take the following artificial intelligence, AI, as an example. In fact, all AI is based on conditions. As long as the data is large enough and the conditions are accurate enough, AI can make the best response. However, after listening to a lesson, Rob immediately found that the conditions written on the magic circle by the magicians in this world were very simple. They hardly made complex, overlapping and interlocking conditions, but only the most basic ones. For example, the wind acceleration magic array has a condition of, if someone steps in, while the magic array like Holy Light Sanctuary has a condition of only, if undead come in, and the magic array like Anti-Space Magic has a condition of only, if someone uses space magic within its range. This trigger rune can be said to be simple and lovely. From the point of view of people like Rob who have learned a little in computer class, his trigger rune is weak. He couldn't help raising his hand and saying, "Master, the trigger rune feels so simple. Why not make some complicated designs that accept multiple conditions?" "What? What did you say?" Number 32's brain was confused. Although he is a skeleton without a brain, what is this multiple condition thing? Rob said, it is to put many conditions into one, and make different responses according to different conditions. For example, when an old, ugly and fat woman walks into the magic array, she explodes, but when a young, beautiful and slim beauty walks into the magic array, lick her. Number 32. Girls in the class. For a moment, the whole class was silent. After a full minute, number 32 woke up and hit the desk with an angry fist. His bone fist hit the desk with a crackle. "Shut up. This rune is not allowed to be used for such an inappropriate thing." Cough. Rob said, "I just gave an inappropriate example. This is not the key point. The key point is having multiple conditions, and therefore trigger different functions to achieve the more complex and accurate results we want." Nonsense. That's not necessary at all. Number 32 said, since the birth of Fengma continent and the beginning of the study of magic array, the trigger runes have always been like this. They are perfect enough to do everything. There is no need for such unknown and meaningless multiple conditions. Rob understood when he heard this guy. This is a damned conservative. No matter in any world, any era, or any social environment, there are always some conservatives. They always rely on their old experience to reject new things, believing that new things are useless and are all rubbish. Then they become the tears of the times. This kind of people not only existed in ancient times, but also in modern times, and will still exist in the future. For example, Many people are saying that online novels are rubbish, and the writing style is all trash, and the words of classic novels are more beautiful. They do not know that since ancient times, characters have been developing towards colloquialism and never stopped. Pushing forward for several decades and hundreds of years, the classics they talked about were all small white books that were despised by scholars at that time. When Rob heard the obstinate tone of number 32, he knew that he was hopeless. It was better not to talk nonsense with him. He could go back to Westwind Town and slowly make his own multiple conditions thing. There was no need to waste words with number 32. Rob stopped talking. Number 32 said, "Well, this lesson is too simple. It didn't take much time to finish it. There is still more than an hour before today's class ends. You can do whatever." He sat on a chair and began to read a dark magic book. The students in the church began to play their own games, but Rob was not as fond of playing as they were. He wanted to review the trigger runes he had just learned, and also wanted to try the most basic multiple conditions. However, he is a poor man in this world. He don't have the materials, nor can he draw magic arrays. If he wants to practice, he has no materials to practice, which is very embarrassing. He turned to his desk mate next to me, Marion Corton, and said with a smile, "Miss Marion, I want to study the multiple conditions just mentioned, but you also know that I am extremely poor. Can you help me with some materials or draw a magic circle for me?" "Oh." Marion smiled, "Your last invention made me earn 150 gold coins. Of course, earning gold coins is just a small matter. The key is that my Corton family has been praised by Her Majesty, so I'm willing to help you. I don't have so many materials, but it's no problem to draw a magic array for you." Marion is a fire magician, so what she helped Rob draw was also a fire magic array, the simplest and most basic, explosion trap. This magic array was actually an explosion sealed in the magic array. When someone stepped on it, it will be triggered, and then blow the enemy to the sky with a bang. At this time, they were still in class, so the magic circle was directly drawn on the gap between the two rows of desks. The students on both sides bent down to look at it. Of course, everyone recognized it as a basic explosion. Marion smiled, "I have drawn it. What are you going to do with it? Step on it? Oh, it's better not. It will blow up the classroom." Number 32 also flipped through his dark magic book and said, "Remember to erase the magic circle later. Don't really blow up the classroom." Rob smiled, "I just want to change the trigger rune." He squatted next to the magic array and carefully looked at the trigger runes on it. Previously, he could not understand the magic array, but after today's lesson, he already understood a lot. Soon, he found the trigger runes in the array, which were long symbols, similar to a programming language. Each symbol represented a meaning. It meant, when people step on me, then start. Yes. Marion nodded, "This is the key to trigger." Rob picked up a pen, dipped a bit of magic essence ink, wrote some stuff and said with a smile, "Now, it becomes, when more than one step on me, then start." Marion thought carefully, That means that at least two people need to stand on it to trigger it." Rob smiled, "In this way, one enemy can't trigger it, but two enemies can trigger it. If I draw many people symbols here, then it needs a large group of people standing up to trigger it. Then we can prevent the enemy scouts from triggering it, and it can be used to explode the main force of the enemy." Marion cried, "Ah, you are right. The enemy scouts always destroy our magic arrays, but you only need to draw more than one, and the scouts will not be able to activate the hidden magic array. Only the main force of the enemy can, and then the main force of the enemy will be blown up." She seemed to understand the meaning of Rob's multiple conditions, but she knew it was still very elementary, and she could hardly catch the point. Rob smiled and said, "Let me draw more conditions." He picked up his pen and scribbled in the magic array. Suddenly, accidentally, a drop of extra ink on the tip of the pen dropped, connecting the two symbols together unexpectedly. Marion was shocked. "No! Run away!" After saying that, her feet beat on the ground, and she immediately ran back far away. "Huh?" Rob was stunned. "What's wrong?" Before he could finish saying, "What's wrong?" he felt the magic circle in front of him go bang. Explosion. A heat wave rushed to both sides, and the students on both sides simultaneously turned back and flew out. These people were not ordinary people. While flying, various life-saving magic spells were used at the same time, and ice armor, wind shield, fire wall, earth wall, it was colorful. At the same time, the desks around them were also blown up, the glass windows were all broken, the broken glass and the wood chips of the desks and chairs were flying in all directions, and all kinds of messy things were rotating in the sky. In fact, Marion's fire magic is not strong. She is just a merchant's eldest daughter, a flower in a greenhouse. She is also biased towards business and politics by nature, and is not willing to participate in fights. Otherwise, she would not come to study magic item production. Her fire magic is very weak, far inferior to that of Shuelu, so the power of this fire explosion is not great. No students were injured in this explosion, and the students who were hit even showed an expression of ease. Although they were not injured, the whole classroom was completely bombed. The windows were all broken and the tables and chairs were a mess. The other students also sounded outside. Someone on the playground outside the classroom was shouting, "Explosion!" The classroom of magic items production exploded. "Go and call the teacher. Call the dean. Is there a priest? No matter whether someone is injured or not, call the priest first." There was chaos outside. On this side of the classroom, number 32 also jumped up. There was a pile of smoke and dust in the center of the explosion, and no one could see what was going on inside. Rob was blown up at close range. "Is he dead? I can't see." "Blow the smoke away." "He blew himself up." "You can't blame others for that." At this time, Rob was frozen in the middle of the smoke. This is not good. After playing such a close explosion, if the smoke and dust disperse and they see me unscathed, they will definitely suspect me. I haven't mastered producing magic items yet. I need to stay as a student. He looked down and saw that his clothes were in a mess and burned in several places. Fortunately, it looked very sad. He took a bit of burnt ash and smeared it on his face and on the skin exposed from the holes in his clothes. His dyed black hair was also in a mess, with an exploded hairstyle. Then he quickly laid down on the ground. Just lying down for less than a minute, a gust of wind blew by. It turned out that a wind magician classmate of his had used a magic spell and blew away the smoke. Then the large group of people walked around and stared at Rob. Seeing him lying on the ground with his clothes burned and his face blackened, the group of people at the same time said, "Wow! Dead! Dead! What a tragic death!" Rob cursed in his heart. F***K, they curse me to death as soon as they opened their mouths. He quickly opened his eyes, with difficulty, extended a trembling hand. It looked like he was struggling. I think I can still be rescued," he said weakly. "He's not dead yet." Number 32 shouted, "Hurry, pick him up and go find the priest." Two boys ran over, one lifting his foot and the other lifting Rob's armpit, and carried him out of the classroom, running towards the outside, followed by a large group of girls watching the excitement. At this time, the playground outside was also in a mess. The explosion had already alerted other teachers and students in other classes. All of them came out to watch and probe from a distance. "It's Rob Smith. Is the last member of the Smith family done for? I heard that there was a magic explosion. It may have been a mistake in an experiment." Tut! The most dangerous courses these years are magic, magic items, and alchemy, which can blow up at any time. That's why I don't learn fire magic, I play with water. You'll drown yourself, too. The group of people were talking. At this time, a person suddenly separated from the crowd and jumped out. It was Madeline, the Duke. This woman, who was too busy, was patrolling at the gate of the magic school again today. Suddenly, she heard that there was an explosion inside and there was a lot of noise. She hurried in to see the excitement. Unexpectedly, when she saw Rob being carried out, he looked like he was dying. Madeline was frightened. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She pushed the people beside her suddenly, separated them, rushed over, grabbed number 32, shook him violently, and cried out, "How is he?" Number 32's bones were shaking with a clattering sound. His head fell off his neck and rolled noisily on the ground. He quickly picked up his head and put it back on his neck. "Don't worry, Duke. He is still alive. He can still be saved." "Oh? Really?" Madeline was very happy. In this world of sword and magic, as long as he was not dead, the problem was not too big. If all kinds of healing spells were used together, he could survive as long as he had a single breath. However, death is very troublesome. Only those who are infinitely close to God can revive the dead. There are only few who are infinitely close to God on this continent. Madeline herself knows how to cure. Her class, Dark Sword Sage, needs her to be proficient in all swordsman classes and master the magic of the Dark Priest. She immediately recited the chant, "The God of Darkness, Hodr, your faithful believer grants you all her piety and faith, please grant me the power of darkness. Dark heal." A black light surrounded Rob. Rob felt that his play was almost done, and there was no problem anymore. He quickly pretended that he had been treated, opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh! I'm alive." When Madeline heard him speak, she couldn't help being overjoyed. "Great! I'll heal you again." She quickly chanted the next healing spell. The woman's dark priest magic is obviously not very good, just at a very beginner level, so the healing effect is also very poor. She can only deal with minor injuries at ordinary times, and she knows this, so she chanted "Dark Heal" several times, and Rob finally was saved. Rob sat up and pretended to be frightened. "Ouch, ouch, I thought I was dead. Fortunately, I was saved." Madeline shouted, "All right? Is there any pain? I will continue to heal you." "No need." Rob said, "I'm all cured." "Phew. That's good." Madeline breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "I was scared to death." After she was relieved, she immediately became angry, and her eyebrows stood up. Her tone became extremely urgent. "What on earth are you doing in the classroom? Why are you blowing yourself up like this? Can't you protect yourself carefully? You are the last member of the Smith family. If anything happens to you, your family will be completely over. Don't you have any sense of crisis and consciousness of revitalizing your family? Live well." Rob was a little touched when he saw that she cared about him so much. At another time and place, such a good girl must be in the palm of his hand. Unfortunately, they were in different positions in life. He said solemnly, "I haven't done anything. I'm just studying complex usage of the trigger runes. A little accident happened in the process of the research, which caused the magic array to explode. Well, it's not my fault, it's the world's fault. It's the time's fault." "Madeline, what? What complex usage? I don't understand. Can you explain it specifically?" A girl stretched out beside him and said solemnly, "According to Rob, it is a trigger rune with multiple conditions, meaning that when an old, ugly and fat woman walks into the magic circle, she explodes, while when a young, beautiful and slim beauty walks into the magic circle, she licks her." "Madeline." The crowd nearby. Madeline brushed the ground and jumped up. She said angrily, "What the hell? I was so worried about you, yet you are actually studying such a useless thing." Why don't you just explode and spiral into heaven? I'm so disappointed with you. She turned around and walked away. She pushed the crowd away and walked away angrily. She was too lazy to pay attention to Rob anymore. Marion looked at Rob and Madeline's back, then said to the girl who had just come out, "Hey, it's not good to provoke the relationship between the Duke and Rob." The girl said, "I didn't lie." That's what Rob said. Marion said, "Even if Rob said it himself, you don't need to tell it to the Duke, Madeline." The girl smiled and said, "Go to hell with the king. You deserve it." Marion. There is no way out. Who told Rob to have a very bad impression from the girls? Marion said to her servant, "Go and prepare a new suit for Mr. Rob." Her servant hurried away. At this time, the dean, teachers and other people came, and looked at the damage on the classroom. The classroom must have been bombed badly, but the teachers of the magic school are accustomed to this scene. Every year, the magic school explodes 17 or 18 times, not to mention the students, sometimes even the teachers make such accidents. A teacher whispered, "Is this the explosion really caused by Rob? Let him pay the compensation." But the dean said, "Oh, what's the matter if some tables and chairs blow up? There's no need to ask him to compensate. The school will allocate funds for it. While number 32, please arrange someone to clean the classroom and put new tables and chairs in it." The teachers thought to themselves, "Well, Rob is covered by the dean. Who told him to be friends with Rob's grandfather? Let's pretend we didn't see anything. We use the royal funds anyway." Number 32 felt wronged and had to make the arrangements. On this side, Marion leaned close to Rob and whispered, "Rob, the Duke Madeline is very angry this time." Rob said nothing. "Well." Marion said, "She is really worried about you, so it's not worth to make her angry. You see, she has been busy chasing down the assassins recently. She has been searching all over the city every day, and she is tired to death. But she often has to come to the magic school to take care of you, and was scared to death by your serious injuries this time. It would be strange if she is not angry, and you should also understand her hard work." Of course, Rob also knew that Madeline was a great person. He thought carefully and said, "Well, I should repay her appropriately. Let me see if there is any way to help her reduce her workload." After thinking for a few seconds, Rob smiled, "Just right, there is a way to help her reduce her workload, and also can use the knowledge I just learned. Let's use the multiple condition trigger rune I just learned to make an interesting magic tool to help her." Huh? Marion took 2 steps back without hesitation. "Won't it explode again?" "Don't worry, this time it won't explode." Rob smiled and said, "I promise that this is a very useful magic item again. Are you interested in investing again? You sure it won't explode?" Marianne asked. "Yes." "All right then." Marion smiled and said, "In this respect, I sure am willing to invest. If I can help you and the Duke, my family will also benefit a lot. Then let's go and buy materials." The next day, in the evening, at the school gate. Madeline went away angry yesterday, but today she came to the gate of the magic school to patrol. As long as that damned assassin was still in Bright Road for a day, she worried that the assassin would be detrimental to Rob. After all, Rob had prevented her from assassinating her. Madeline decided that the assassin must hate Rob and would find a chance to kill him, so she must be vigilant at all times and cannot be too far from the shoe. While waiting, Rob walked out of the school, waved to Madeline, and smiled, "Miss Madeline, come here, I'll show you something. My latest design, it's a multiple condition trigger magic item." "I'm not looking," Madeline said. When an old, ugly and fat woman walks in, she explodes. When a young, beautiful and slim beauty walks in, it licks her. Such a crazy magic item can't be called a treasure at all. "I don't want to look at it. It's not such a bad thing." Rob said, "It's a very useful good thing. Come and have a look." "No. Madeline said no, but her feet were already moving. She followed Rob into the school, followed by the group of Black Earth Knights, and soon came to the empty space behind the school. Marion had been waiting here. When she saw Madeline, she immediately said, "Hello, Duke." Madeline said, "Oh? Are you helping him out again?" Marion smiled and said, "Yes. Rob has designed a great magic item to help reduce your workload. The Corton family heard that it was designed for the Duke, so of course, we should help." It was boot-licking, but Madeline is also used to it. As the Duke, there are always people around her who are friendly her. But as long as the other person is not malicious, it's okay. She asked with slight suspicion, "Can't it be the meaningless thing that was said before?" Marion said, "Of course not. In fact, you were misled by that girl during the day. Rob was not studying anything meaningless. He was trying to draw an explosion trap that won't be triggered by enemy scouts, but by their army. Unfortunately, the explosion was triggered by a mistake in the experiment." Oh. After listening to this, Madeline felt much better. In addition, she was also interested in the usage in battles. Is there such a good thing? We have made it successfully. Rob smiled and took over the conversation. He pointed to the open space in front of them and said with a smile, "I have buried a spider web mine in this open space. It is my latest magic tool. In fact, it is a magic container box. I put a spider web spell in it. If a large number of enemy troops pass by, it will explode and trap all the enemies. However, when only 1 or 2 scouts pass by, it will not take effect." "Really?" Madeline was overjoyed. "That's great." A Black Earth Knight behind Madeline said, "Commander, how can you listen to this? The magic array is dead, not alive. How can it figure out whether it is a scout or the main force?" "Yes." Another knight also said, "I think he is bragging. They are very straightforward. They don't pay attention to moderation and modesty. They will say what they think, and they don't give any advice in front of others." So the 2 knights spoke directly in front of Rob, without even lowering their voices. Rob was not angry when he heard this clearly. He smiled. It's normal to have doubts. Any invention needs to be tested by practice. Why don't you ask these 2 brothers to help you do an experiment? First, you walk through the open space like scouts, and then you take a large group of people to walk through the open space? The 2 knights laughed, "Sure." They took a big step, walked across the open space, and then walked back. There was nothing different. Rob smiled and said, "Look, it wasn't triggered." A Black Earth Knight smiled, "It's because there is no magic item buried in the ground." "Really?" Rob smiled and said, "You can lead a Gorup to try again." "Sure." The 2 were really upright. They turned to the soldiers behind them and said, "Brothers, let's go." The large group of soldiers in black armor walked across the open space in a neat line. The number of these soldiers was about 100. Because the city hasn't been peaceful recently, and Madeline knew that she could not defeat Russ, she always took many subordinates with her. In a blink of an eye, the team of the 100 people passed through more than half of the ground, and no traps were triggered. The 2 knights at the front could not help laughing. "Look, we just said that there is no trap here." However, he didn't finish. Suddenly, a small iron box popped up silently under the ground. The cover of the iron box popped open and a huge spider web popped out of it. The web was sprayed from bottom to top. At once, it first entangled the soldiers' feet and rolled up. In a flash, nearly 100 soldiers fell into the net at the same time. The soldiers at the very edge responded quickly and jumped out quickly. However, the scope of the net is so large that it doesn't give them any room to jump out. The big net reversed from bottom to top and rebounded from the top to the bottom. Nearly 100 people were all caught in the net. F***K. Open the damn net. Jack, don't put your ass in my face. Move your feet away. Damn it, it's almost in my mouth. Yours is in front of my mouth. The soldiers struggled in the net, cursed and confused. Fortunately, the two knights in the lead were calm. Although they were trapped, they were much calmer than the other soldiers. They felt the power of the spider web and were happy. This was probably released by the little magician of the Corton family. Its power is very weak. Don't panic. One man stretched the spider web a little hard, and the other man finally got space. He took out a dagger from his waist and cut it with force. The spider web broke, and the two men broke out. Then they tore the spider web with a few attacks. The soldiers inside were relieved and quickly climbed out. The group of people looked at Rob beside them in a noisy manner. Marion couldn't help smiling, but she didn't want to offend the others. She put away her smile in a moment and pretended not to see anything. Madeline didn't get angry when she saw how embarrassed her subordinates were. Instead, she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected, this magic item is very interesting. It depends on whether you can believe what Rob said or not. You didn't believe him, now look what happened. The two Black Earth Knights said awkwardly, Commander, you should be on our side. Madeline said, Really? The two S were embarrassed. Forget it. They also knew that they really looked down on people. They gave a bow to Rob, then asked, What's the matter with your magic item? Why did it not respond when we two walked past, and the group of people activated it when they walked past? In fact, Madeline wanted to ask this question as well. She blinked her eyes and looked at Rob. Rob smiled. It's very simple, multiple conditions. I wrote multiple conditions on the rune of this magic item, that is, when the total number of people entering its range is less than 20, it will not activate. But when the number of people exceeds 20, it will enter the ready-to-start state, and will count the number of people entering the range. When the number of people entering the range no longer continues to increase, it will start. The two were puzzled by his condition. But Madeline had learned the magic of the dark system, and she understood. I see, that is to say, it is not simple. When someone enters, it looks at the conditions and choices. How does this work? Rob smiled. Runes, just change the runes a little. Look here. Add a number to the person in the sentence, yes, person, enter, then, cast, that is, 20 people. Then set the immediate cast to ready state. After entering the ready state, start to calculate the number of people entering the magic array. Set the number to Y1. Count the number of people 3 seconds later, and set the number to Y2, 3 seconds later, when the next Y value is equal to or less than the Y value 3 seconds ago, start. Madeline, wait, I'm confused. It would have been strange if Madeline wasn't confused. Let alone people of her time, even ordinary people of modern times would be confused. In this age, only wise magicians often deal with runes. Only those who want to draw complex magic arrays can understand a little, and it will take a while for them to understand it. Madeline was stunned by it, but she didn't act shocked. She understood that this magic array can really avoid scouts, and then take effect when the main enemy troops pass by. This time, there is a trap spell in it, but if there is a flame explosion in it, the effect will be completely different. My subordinates would have completely flown high up in the sky. She could not help saying excitedly, Your invention is really wonderful. If you give it to Her Majesty the Queen, you will be rewarded again. Rob smiled. I didn't invent this thing to find the Queen for a reward, but to help you reduce your workload. Huh? Madeline said, Help reduce my workload? Rob said, Yes. You have been searching the whole city for the Princess of East Gran recently. She's still in the city, and even with the martial law, you guys couldn't find her. Besides, I heard from the students in the school that another official was killed the night before yesterday. Madeline nodded sadly, Yes. There must be some nobles who are making protecting her. We took Bright Road from Mondra and the White Lion Cavalry. Many nobles have surrendered, but their loyalty is not reliable. We can't arrest all the nobles who have surrendered who look doubtful. That will only shake the foundation of the kingdom, so there is no way to deal with her now. Last night, a viscount relaxed his vigilance, thinking that the assassins did not dare to come out when the whole city was under martial law. He ran out to have fun and died. Rob said, "That's why I studied this magic item and intended to use it to help you find the assassin." Huh? Madeline said, "How can this thing be used to find the assassin?" "Just change the trigger conditions." Rob took out a small box that had been prepared, handed it to Madeline, and smiled. "This is a trap specially designed for the assassin. Its multiple trigger conditions are big lowly, light sword sage, respectively. When people who meet these conditions walk near it, it will spray the spider web on them, and we also need to ask a master to put a frighten spell in it." Frighten? Madeline was overjoyed. It turns out that spell is in the necromancy department. When this spell is launched, it will make a scream to frighten the target. Of course, for Madeline, the effect of this is not so important. In any case, it may not be effective against a light sword sage. The key is the scream, which can be used as an alarm. When such a sound is made, it means an assassin appeared. The patrolling soldiers should immediately surround the sound source. The two knights and the soldiers of the Black Earth Knights also couldn't help but rejoice at the same time. Hey! This thing is good. If Rob didn't show them, they will never believe that there is such a specifically targeted magic item. But just now Rob has shown them the magic item triggered by multiple conditions, which made them have full confidence in Rob's invention. The two Black Earth Knights said happily, "We just need to make a lot of these things and bury them everywhere in the city. Even if a spider web can't catch her, we can know her specific location through the alarm, and then immediately surround her. The chances of catching her are greatly increased." Madeline nodded and said, "Yes. We are going to catch the Princess of East Gran. Once we catch her alive, it will have a huge impact on the war. It is worth investing in making these magic items. I think Her Majesty will also be happy to allocate funds." She suddenly turned her head to look at Rob. Her eyes were gentle. "Thank you for inventing such a good magic item to help me." Rob smiled and said, "You take good care of me. I should help you as well." In fact, the conversation between the two people was very flat, and there was no pop, but Madeline suddenly felt that she was getting high. Although there was no movement on the surface, she felt like she wanted to fly. So you knew I was good to you? I thought you didn't feel it at all." She could not help whispering, "Then, can I make a small request to you?" Rob smiled and said, "Tell me." Madeline asked timidly, "That is, can you, please not go out to have fun again?" She finished this sentence carefully, and then looked at Rob expectantly, waiting for the prodigal son to return. "No." Rob said, "Only this one I won't give up." Pop! Madeline fell down. The two knights beside her quickly lifted Madeline up and shouted, "Commander, you have to be strong." Madeline said sadly, "Let's go." Black Earth Knights, lost. Rob shrugged at their faraway back and said, "Goodbye, don't bother me again. I've helped you solve your problem with your enemy. After you've solved it, I'll be safe. Don't stop me at the gate of the school every day." Marion, who was standing behind him, could not help shaking her head. Alas, why? Why bother? It doesn't matter if you promise her not to go out at this time. Even if you go there secretly later, it's better than refusing on the spot. Rob turned his head to stare at Marion and said with a smile, "How can I be so tactful as you? I'm a pure man, a real man. If I promise her not to go out, I can't go out, so I must not. I understand your words as I am a pure man, a real man, and I will go whoring when I say I want to go whoring, and no one can stop me." Marion said, "Hey! How can you say such a crazy thing in a reasonable way?" Rob laughed and said, "It's so good. Can't you have a good relationship with the Duke?" If you have a good relationship with her, my investment in you will be more effective," said Marion. "Your current investment has been very effective already." Rob smiled and said, "The things I just handed over to Madeline will soon fall into the hands of Her Majesty the Queen, and then your Corton family will surely be rewarded." After Madeline left angrily, Rob was finally free. He said goodbye to Marion and went back to his dormitory. He washed everything, changed things, and then went through the portal to return to Westwind Town. It was already late, and the Queen, who liked to talk on the phone, might call at any time. Recently, due to the reason of going back and forth between the two sides, the Queen hasn't found Rob on the phone several times. And every time it happens, Lillian has to make up an excuse to fool the Queen. For example, Rob went to the prison for inspection, or he went to the cave for inspection, or to the orchard for inspection. Recently, Rob has inspected the whole of Westwind Town, which has increasingly aroused the Queen's suspicion. This is because he was too lazy and never ran around. Every time the Queen called, Rob is either lazy on the stone stool or lazy in the hot spring pool. But recently, she has been unable to find him by phone for many times. It would be strange if she doesn't suspect him. Rob is also worried that he will not be able to learn the magic item production technology secretly after the disclosure of the matter, so he really dares not to go out and say hi. Recently, when he returned to Westwind Town, the sun had already set. Rob collapsed on his stone chair as fast as he could. As soon as he collapsed, the crystal ball lit up. The Queen opposite is wearing a snow-white palace dress with a calm expression. However, her words were still aggressive. "Oh, today you are actually on your stool. I thought you were going to visit somewhere again." Rob snorted, "I have always been diligent. Is it strange that I inspect all the institutions under my jurisdiction? You are a diligent, my A****. Miss Queen almost lifted the table. Rob snorted, "Is there anything serious to say? If not, I will continue to study my fire box." "What else do you have to study about the magic item that heats a furnace?" The Queen said angrily, "It's a waste of a magic item. Can't you use your intelligence to study something more useful? Look at what you said." Rob said, "Of course, I'm studying something useful. Come here and let me explain my latest ideas to you." He smiled. "I decided to add a new function to the fire box, which is the automatic temperature control system. When the temperature in the furnace is lower than 1573 degrees, it will try its best to make a big fire and heat the furnace. When the temperature in the furnace is around 1573 degrees, it will slowly keep the fire to maintain the temperature. When the temperature in the furnace is significantly higher than 1573 degrees, it will stop working to save magic power. I have thought out all these supporting runes, and just need to set up multiple conditions." The Queen looked embarrassed and said, "Show me some respect for magic items. They are made of various rare metals, gemstones, magic essence and other super expensive materials. Don't use them to play such meaningless things, and turn them into weapons for me." Before she finished, a palace guard suddenly came and whispered, "Her Majesty, Duke Madeline asked for an interview. She said that the orphans of the Smith family had developed a very novel magic tool, which is very powerful. She wants to show it you." It turned out that after Rob and Madeline separated, they returned to Westwind Town as fast as possible. On the other side, after Madeline took the magic item given to her by Rob, she was slower than Rob at leaving the school, walking to the Imperial Palace, and reporting. When the Queen heard that there was a new magic item, her face brightened. She turned to Rob and said, "I suddenly have a government affair to deal with. Hang up and call you back later." Rob smiled, "I'm going to take a bath. Don't call again." They hung up. Rob stood up lazily, warmed the hot spring pool with fire magic, took off his clothes and jumped in with a crash. By this time, Shualu had gone out for adventure, and the other girls at home could never go to the hot spring with him, so they could only go to the pool alone. Lillian smiled and sent him dinner so that he could have dinner while soaking in the hot spring. Rob had been enjoying the fried chicken legs fried by Lillian herself when he saw the crystal ball light up again. Connected, and then, opposite the crystal ball, there is the proud smiling face of Miss Queen. Rob smiled. Why are you showing me this expression as soon as you connect the phone, as if you have the upper hand? The Queen said, just now, the new genius of our Royal Magic Item Research Department has sent a new magic item, which is very powerful. Rob smiled. Oh? How powerful? Tell me. The Queen's expression remained unchanged. Do you think I would be foolish enough to tell you its specific functions? I can only tell you what. That multiple conditions thing you just used on the firebox, my students also thought of it, and made something more powerful than your firebox. Rob said, wow. The Queen said, you don't have to be weird. I can tell you for sure that my talented students have the upper hand this time. Your broken box that only heats a furnace is nothing but a pile of garbage compared to ours. Rob said, is that the Smith family member you mentioned last time? She replied, yes. He can always turn the knowledge of magic item he just learned into a very powerful weapon, and yet you will only play with your big firebox all the time. At this point, the Queen showed a very proud smile, which was hard to see on her face. She said, I won this time again. Rob looked up at the starlight in the sky. After a few seconds, he took a breath and pretended to be an old man, saying, this is so scary. If I don't get rid of it as soon as possible, it will be a disaster someday. This sentence startled the Queen. Don't you dare. I will fight with you if you dare to kill my people. Rob said, wow, why are you so nervous? He is nice. The Queen hissed and laughed scornfully, what a ghost. It's just a piece of trash with poor character. He made Madeline cry angrily just now. Damn it. However, no matter how rubbish people are, as long as they are the people of the Kingdom of Gran, no one can kill them at will. Whoever bullies my people is like bullying me, and I will fight them. When Rob saw that Miss Queen was serious about this, he could not continue to annoy her. It was not good to say that he would kill people in her country in front of a very responsible queen, even if it was a joke. He smiled and said to the Queen, Miss Queen, although it is great to study weapons, military technology should be developed in a civilian way. Don't just focus on military technology. This is like playing StarCraft. You can't just build soldiers without farmers, or separate bases. You must go forward together. If you focus too much on making guns, you will suddenly find that there will be no resources to build one day. The Queen can't understand what StarCraft is, but of course, she understands the principle that military and government should go hand in hand. She said calmly, of course I will pay attention to this. Thank you for reminding me. I won't talk to you any more today, but I need to think about that new magic item. Rob smiled, good night. When the phone hung up, Miss Queen was busy playing with new magic item. Rob estimated that she would produce a lot of magic item to catch the Princess of East Gran, which was very important for her. However, for Rob, it is more interesting to study the temperature control system of the firebox. He took a branch and drew symbols on the ground beside the hot spring pool, writing conditional sentences. At that moment, a man in a police uniform ran over in the dark, his buckle was glittering, and it was Chief Elsie. Recently, Rob has been busy shuttling between two places and has met Director Elsie less often, so that he got a little worried that he is not bootlocking enough. When he arrived at the hot spring pool, he made a salute and smiled, Godfather, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Just now, a huge group came to Westwind Town and was waiting outside the North Gate. This group is quite special, so I came here to ask you for instructions. Oh? Rob asked, what group? It is the oil transport team of the Desert Kingdom. Chief Elsie said, the 2,000 barrels of kerosene you want, the first batch of 500 barrels, have been delivered. Rob was overjoyed, great, welcome them in. You should find a safe underground hole, a place suitable for storing combustibles and explosives, and carefully put these oil barrels away. Pay attention to the need to store them in different areas. Only 100 barrels can be stored in one area at most. The two areas should be separated by an unusual distance to avoid accidentally detonating a barrel and then blowing it all up. Chief Elsie quickly wrote down, "There is one more thing to report to you. A strange guy came with the oil transport team." "Oh? Who?" "It's Matra." Chief Elsie said, "The Desert Kingdom obviously redeemed him with kerosene, but this guy ran with the oil team." Rob smiled. "Let him talk to me." Chief Elsie hurried to the office. In a short time, he really brought Matra. Matra doesn't look bad today, and he has recovered to his initial healthy appearance. He is full of gold rings. The nobles in the Desert Kingdom are very rich, but ordinary people are very poor. They go to two extremes. The last time the gold ring of the Matra was stripped by Rob, I didn't expect to go home for a turn. It was covered with gold rings again. Rob couldn't help laughing. "What's the matter? There is a gold mine at home?" Matra said, "I do have a gold mine in my home." "How did Godfather know? Your intelligence work was so good." Rob, damn retarded, stop talking nonsense. "Didn't I let you go? Why did you come back?" Matra said piteously, "I was exiled by the Pharaoh. He told me to roll to a place where the yellow sand cannot cover me. Otherwise, next time he sees me, I will be buried in the sand with my head exposed. Then he will kick my head as a ball. That's why I had to leave the desert and have no other place to go. Thinking that Godfather is here, I came here and begged for acceptance." Rob said, "Oh, it is to apply for political asylum. What have you done to make Pharaoh angry and say such heartless words?" Motura said awkwardly, "I stole some seeds here, which can mature in one day. I took them back to the Pharaoh and gave them to him. The Pharaoh was very happy, and planted them in the green state carefully like treasure. The next day, cough. The Pharaoh became confused. He said that I cheated his feelings and that the desert could not accommodate such a lying bastard, so he drove me out. I had to leave my family and follow the oil delivery group came here." Rob almost laughed with joy. He forced himself to hold back. He couldn't laugh. "I wiped it. What if it swelled?" "Forget it, laugh." Rob, "Oh, asterisk greater than or equal to less than or equal to." Seeing Rob laughing in the hot spring pool, Matra said in embarrassment, "Godfather, don't laugh at me. I know it's my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your seed. Can you tell me what the secret of that seed is?" Rob said, "Actually, there is no mystery at all. Those are just ordinary seeds, but they were planted by me. Only when they are planted in my family's fields can they mature day by day. Nobody else can." Matra. Rob smiled and said, "Because I have the miracle of the fall of gods. The recognition of the Buddha." Rob smiled, "Do you want to live in Westwind Town in the future?" "Yes." Matra smiled, "I have to admit that this place is very good, at least much better than Norma. Norma is a kingdom completely controlled by the Church of Light. All the people are fanatical believers of the Church of Light. Believers of desert gods like me have no place to live in Norma and will be burned as pagans. Therefore, I can only barely live in Westwind Town." Rob smiled and said, "After the end of reforming through labor, I can allow prisoners to live in Westwind Town and give them the status of civilians in Westwind Town, but you are different. You didn't work hard here and was redeemed by your family with kerosene. That is to say, you and I are still enemies. Why should I take you in?" It was obvious that Matra had considered this problem. He said seriously, "Godfather, although I was exiled by the Pharaoh and couldn't go back to the desert, my huge family is still in the desert. If I stay in Westwind Town, I can build a bridge or trade route with my family. I heard that you like doing business best. If you want to buy any goods in the desert, we can deliver them to you." Business. Rob likes it. His eyes slanted. Can your family sell kerosene? Of course. Matra responded quickly, my family also has an oil field, and this time 500 barrels of kerosene have been delivered to you by my family. Deal closed. Rob tapped Matra on the shoulder. Boy, I see you're a tough, promising person. Welcome to Westwind Town. After things were settled, Matra didn't have anything more to say. He ran to Wangjiang district to find a house to live in. He did not come alone, but with many people, including his wife, children, slaves, and his very large family. In the desert, women are the property of men, so when Matra is exiled, his women and slaves must follow. His family also gave Matra a lot of money so that he would not have to suffer hardships in other places. So when he arrived at Wangjiang district, he immediately bought a large villa, even larger than Baron Newland's. Rob had never heard of the title of this fellow Matra before, but only knew that he was a general until he settled down in Westwind and finally knew that this fellow was a very high count. Unfortunately, he was exiled and his title could only turn into sand. It was later after Matra had been sent away, Rob intended to get up from the hot spring pool, take a bath and go to bed. But before he could get up, he saw a kitten running over the river and crouching gloomily by Rob's hot spring pool. Rob smiled and said, "Oh, cute little cat, what's wrong?" Hua Hua said, "I am a cat folk, not a cat." "They are both cute anyway." Rob smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why does your expression look ugly? There are fewer and fewer fish in the river these days. I have not caught any big fish for 2 days, and there are some strange things we catch occasionally." She held out her hand and opened it to Rob. On closer inspection, Rob saw several shrimps in the palm of her hand, and they are very small shrimps, only the size of a knuckle, which bounced in her palm and looked pitiful. Rob smiled and said, "I told you a long time ago, fishing in rivers, with the city becoming larger and larger, it is impossible for wild fish to cope with the growing population of the town. It is inevitable that they will be caught. It is not a strange thing to have caught all of them." Hua Hua said, "Then we cat folk will starve to death." Rob told Hua Hua about this last time, but she didn't understand it at all. He also knew his idea couldn't be understood and implemented by a little cat girl. He laughed and said, "Call the head of the cat folk, let me talk to him. After all, you cat folk are an important race in Westwind Town, and I have to take care of your survival." "Meow, wait." Hua Hua flew away. "Cat folk are fast." She swooshed and ran tens of meters away, still silent, and soon sees a middle-aged cat folk and her came running back together. This middle-aged cat folk is the head of the cat folk clan, belonging to the leopard branch of the cat folk clan. He has sharp eyes, is much taller than the ordinary cat folk, has much sharper paws, and has much stronger teeth. Of course, he has more property than the ordinary cat folk as well, so he should be safe even if other cat folk starve. He gave Rob a deep salute. "Godfather, I heard you asked me for a talk." "Yes." Rob smiled and said, "I heard you can't catch any big fish in this river anymore." "Yes, my dear godfather, we have had a very pleasant life here since you excavated the canal and led the river over, but, since the arrival of the Desert Kingdom and the arrival of countless refugees, things have been a bit." Rob smiled and said, "So, what can you do about it?" The head of the CD folk shook his head pitifully. "I've thought of ways, for example, to take my people to fishing a little further away, only to encounter the lizard clan who also lives by the water, but we ended up fighting a battle by the river. Some of us were injured, so fortunately there is a Church of Darkness in the town. After we were treated by the priests and nuns, or some of us would be dead." Rob didn't know about this. It seems like it happened while he was at school. Well, it's obviously not a good thing to be too far away from town. It's not a peaceful time, it's a war time, and there's magic everywhere outside. Speaking of this, Rob remembered that on his trip to Bright Road last time, his group had been attacked by monsters. The atmosphere in the forest was unusual that something seemed to rush out of it. Rob said, "Don't be too far away from the town. There is something unusual about the magic outside. Something is going to happen. It's going to happen far away from the town. I can only protect you if you move around the town. Thank you, Godfather, but we can't catch any big fish until a little further down the river. There are only small fish left in the river. We can't catch them until they grow up." Rob smiled and said, "Have you ever thought about raising your own fish? Like raising pigs and chickens asterisk." Oops. "This will not," the cat folk said with an embarrassed face. "We are a fighting clan. We fight hard, but we don't understand animal husbandry." "No, I can teach you." Rob laughed. "But, we don't even have a pond for fish." He said pitifully, "You can't keep fish in the river, can you? They'll swim away." Rob said, "Yes, I want to teach you the way to raise fish, which is to keep it in the river. Its name is the live fish raising technique." Oops. What technique is it?" Rob took a branch and drew on the ground, "Look, put a row of stakes in the middle of the river, and use these stakes to enclose part of the river, and pull a net between the stakes. In this way, these sections of the river will become fish ponds one after another. These fish ponds are connected to the river. If you raise fish in the river this way, they can't swim out, but grow up in the net. Even if you don't care about them, they can eat worms and water plants in the riverbank. If you feed them something delicious, they can grow fast. When they grow fat and big, close the net and all your fish will come up." The cat folk's head looked shocked and said, You can play like this?" The cat folk head was very excited. In the evening of the next day, while Rob was discussing with the cat folk head about which sections of the river to make a living fish pond, Her Majesty the Queen called. The cat folk head looked at the crystal ball warily and whispered, "Godfather, Her Majesty is calling. Shall we stop our discussion first? Otherwise she will see it." Rob could not help laughing. "Hey, you are also a citizen of the Kingdom of Gran. You want to keep secret from your queen?" He said awkwardly, "I think Godfather may want to be the enemy of Her Majesty the Queen, so." "Ha ha ha, don't worry." Rob smiled, "I don't make enemies with anyone. It's so tiring to make friends for enemies. What's more, do you think we can hide such an eye-catching thing as fish farming from your queen? This thing is put on the river for people to see. It can't be hidden even if you want to hide it. When we build it, the Queen's scouts will report it back in minutes. Now the Queen is watching our Westwind town all day long and always wants to learn something." Cat folk head. Rob is really not like the Queen. Miss Queen is a person who wants to grasp both the military and the government, and both hands should be had. Rob makes a mess in the military. Anyway, fighting is on her own side. But in terms of internal affairs, Rob has made many good things. The Queen is simply copying. Anyway, what Westwind Town does, Bright Road does. In recent years, there is no such thing as intellectual property rights protection, so it is reasonable to copy it. Rob smiled, "Don't worry. Let Miss Queen be a spectator. Maybe she can put forward some useful suggestions." As he spoke, he connected the phone. Her Majesty's calm, elegant and leisurely attitude immediately appeared in the crystal ball. The cat folk head hurriedly gave a big salute. Her Majesty is still the same as before. She pretends not to see any characters other than Rob in the crystal ball. She just looked at Rob and says, "What are you doing today? Is it disturbing your big firebox again?" Rob smiled, "No. The big firebox is quite functional now, and it can automatically adjust the furnace temperature. I don't plan to bother with it for a while." Her Majesty said, "What are you doing?" "I saw a drawing on the table, which seems to be a river. You are going to dig a new canal?" When she said this, she thought of Rob's way of digging the canal last time, and couldn't help feeling a little distracted. Rob smiled, "Not dig a river, just to raise fish in the river." "Raise fish in the river?" The queen was happy. That's a great idea. Then I will send some people to fish in the upstream or downstream of Westwind Town. Rob smiled and said, Master Cat, tell Miss Queen how I plan to raise fish in the river. I told you once, but I'm too lazy to tell you again. The cat folk had dared not yell at the queen like Rob. He hurried to the crystal ball and picked up the drawing drawn by Rob. It was explained carefully, Your Majesty, Godfather said that you can make ponds in the river by driving stakes in, and then put nets between the stakes. The fish can't swim away this way, and we don't need to raise them outside. The fish can grow up on their own. If you feed something, the fish will soon grow big and fat. Her Majesty could not help applauding, but after all, she is a queen. She is knowledgeable and fast-thinking, she is not as simple as the cat folk. She immediately laughed and said, Rob, you also make mistakes sometimes. It's impossible to succeed in this plan. Oh? Why can't we succeed? Asked Rob. The queen said quietly, What stakes and nets can be kept in the water for such a long time? How can we make a pond to raise fish? As soon as she said this, the cat folk head was stunned. It turns out that people in this era, if they want to drive stakes underwater, they usually mean driving wooden piles. Wooden piles are easy to break for some inexplicable reasons, and the fish inside will run away easily. As for the nets, they are even worse. The fishing nets used by people these years are all made of dregs. In short, they are made of flax fiber, and some of them are mixed with coarse cloth and old clothes. The fishing nets made of this material swell easily when they absorb water, and rot fast when they are wet. So the fishing nets will be exposed to the sun for 2 or 3 days after they are used for 2 or 3 days to extend the life of the fishing nets. There is an old saying, 3 days to catch fish and 2 days to bask the net. It is a dream to keep the fish net immersed in water to maintain the shape of the pond. It won't take a few days for the fish to escape into the river. Her Majesty is a person who has suffered a lot. She has lived in Lost City for many years. She is no stranger to fishing nets. Her knowledge in this field is really handy. Although your idea is good, neither piling nor making nets can be realized. This can only be imagined. Rob laughed and said, Wooden stakes and fishing nets are not good, are they? Then use something else. Can a living person suffocate by urine? The queen smiled, What other materials can you use? Rob put on a serious thinking look, It seems very difficult. The queen was pleased to see him in a dilemma. She was happy and wanted to laugh. However, her face won't change easily. She must have a dignified and solemn face. Therefore, she just smiled with her eyes curved, like 2 beautiful moons. She thought Rob had given up. But unexpectedly, Rob put on a difficult pose for 10 seconds, then suddenly smiled. You were proud just now, weren't you? I'll show you, just to amuse you. In fact, I've already decided to use something to make nets and piles. The queen was surprised. What? Rob waved, 2 iron ingots and a piece of coal flew out, and he rubbed his hands, steel ingot. Rubbed again, steel wire. Then Rob put on a very cheap smiling face and smiled at the crystal ball and said, Miss Queen, you seem to forget that I can still use steel. I can just use steel wire to weave a net, and use steel poles to drive piles under the water. Do you think I can raise fish in the river now? This thing will rust too. But it rusts very slowly. It can be used for several years without any problems. When it rusts, I can just replace it with a new batch of nets. Of course, steel can rust, but the corrosion rate of steel is much slower than that of iron. Using steel wire to make a net can solve the problem of fish farming to some extent. Of course, it is better to use nylon and other materials to make fish nets, but the world has not started to engage in the chemical industry, and only some alchemists are conducting the most basic chemical research. When the queen saw the steel wire, all her pride just flew out, and she was angry. How much steel do you need to make a net that can encircle the river and raise fish? How much money do you need? Just to raise a few fish, you put so much steel into it, which will only lose money, and it is impossible to profit. Rob laughed and said, No, you are mistaken. Steel will soon become one of the most worthless things in Westwind Town. Well, after you dig a mine like me, your steel will also become worthless. Then you will find that it is very cost-effective to use steel wire as a net to raise fish. Do you believe it? The little head of the cat folk head shook from side to side. If he doesn't believe it, he doesn't believe it at all. How can steel become the least valuable thing? This thing has never been worthless. It's always very expensive. A steel pot can sell for a lot of money. However, Miss Queen believed it. Because she knew that Rob's mining company's ability to produce steel was extremely abnormal. With the cooperation of the mine cart and the large smelting furnace, the molten iron was spewing out of the furnace like it was free of money, and the speed was crazy. The only thing to be thankful for is that the railway track that Miss Queen's sister managed to build up by using iron from smashing pots and pans has also been added to the mine tunnel. Before long, her mining company will also start to produce iron in large quantities, which will barely keep up with Rob's game. But for now Miss Queen can't keep up with one thing: steel. Rob's steel is made by hand, with high hardness and corrosion resistance. However, the Queen's subordinates still use the old process of making steel by 100 hits, that is, they repeatedly knock on iron for 100 times. They remove impurities and improve its hardness by constantly beating it, and then it will become hard and black as if it is very powerful. They call it steel. In fact, in the eyes of a modern man like Rob, it is still iron, and can't be called steel at all. The Queen looked aggrieved and said, How did you make this steel? You just rubbed your hands and refused to teach me. Rob said, Why don't we just teach you how to eat? Because you took advantage of the fact that women like to eat sweets and cheated me out of my mind. Miss Queen said solemnly, I really don't like steel. You can't cheat me in this respect. Why don't you teach me to forget about it? Rob laughed loudly, You are a crazy woman. In a word, you just want to cheat me out of my technology, but you don't want to spend money. Forget it. Let me teach you. In fact, Rob can't teach. Because he can't teach it to others, it's Rob's game skill. But he was very clear about one thing: it was unscientific to rub steel with his own hands all the time, which was not conducive to the development of the whole society, nor was it conducive to his laziness. If he wanted to sit idly and enjoy everything, he could not always rub steel with his own hands. He had to let the world's technology catch up. As a matter of fact, Rob himself did not know how to make steel. He only knew the general idea that if iron and carbon were mixed in a certain proportion, iron could be changed into hard and more powerful steel. The hardness of steel is related to this ratio. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As long as you can remind Miss Queen, she will always succeed in her research by devoting her kingdom's efforts to it. Rob smiled. Do your blacksmiths know the carboizing method? Carboizing? The Queen was stunned for a moment. She immediately turned around and said to the man next to her, Find the most powerful blacksmith immediately. Immediately, immediately. Her Majesty stressed her tone and said, Immediately, immediately. Of course, after a while, an old blacksmith was brought to the crystal ball. Carboizing, understand? When the Queen asked, the blacksmith immediately shook his head and said, I don't understand. Rob thought to himself, yes, but they probably didn't know that their process was called carboizing. He changed his question and asked, How do you change iron into steel? The blacksmith smiled and said, This is simple. Burn the iron in the charcoal, and the iron will be extremely hard. Then we'll take it out and beat it hard again and again, and it will become steel. Yes. This is carboizing. Rob couldn't help applauding after hearing this. How awesome! People in this world do not know chemistry, but after thousands of years of exploration, they know how to burn iron in charcoal and burn it. In this way, carbon can penetrate into iron and make it harder. This is called the wisdom of working people. Rob smiled and said, well, your method is very powerful. But do you know why iron is harder when it is burned in charcoal? I don't know. The old blacksmith shook his head. Why on earth does it happen? Rob smiled and said, well, the next thing I want to say is a divine craft. Listen carefully. If you don't understand, I don't care. I'll just say it once. How much you understand is your destiny. If you learn, you are the best blacksmith in the world. I won't be responsible if you don't. As soon as the words came out, the blacksmith could not help but listen to them. The queen beside him waved her hand immediately. A secretary came out from the side, picked up his pen and put on an expression of being prepared to record everything. Rob smiled. In any technology, the principle must be clarified first. Only when you understand the principle can you make it better. Let me tell you the principle of steel making. Steel is formed by combining iron and carbon in a certain proportion. The secretary quickly noted everything. The old blacksmith asked, what is carbon? Rob smiled. As for carbon, it's too troublesome to explain. You only need to know that carbon is a substance contained in charcoal, coal and other fuels. If it enters iron, it will make iron hard. Therefore, your burning behavior of putting iron in charcoal is to let carbon enter iron, which is what I originally said, carburization. The old blacksmith was confused. In fact, after hearing what Rob had said, he still didn't understand it. In his mind, the element of carbon was generally regarded as something like water element, fire element, wind element, and earth element. This kind of understanding was wrong, but it was barely enough. Rob smiled and said, I know you don't understand, but you will understand after I tell you the key point next. Let me draw a conclusion first. When the carbon element infiltrates into the iron, it can make the iron hard. You already know this. The old blacksmith nodded. Rob said, but have you ever thought about the question of the ratio between the carbon and the iron? The old blacksmith shook his head. Rob said, I've come to a conclusion directly. Iron with more carbon element is hard, but at the same time it will become brittle and easy to break. As for iron with less carbon element, it will be soft and not easy to break. It's good for twisting and deforming, but it's not good for attacking hard. Speaking of this, the old blacksmith suddenly understood. You mean that we should find a balance between them? As long as we find the best proportion of the carbon and iron, we can make it hard, easy to cast, but not easy to break. Bingo! Rob said with a smile, it's pleasant to talk to someone who knows technology. The old blacksmith seemed to understand something and said happily, I understand, Your Majesty. I understand now. Really? Rob smiled and asked, then how do you plan to mix the carbon element and the iron? The old blacksmith said, I certainly can't rub it with my hand, but I can put the iron in charcoal or coal for a long time. Anyway, I will test it and find the best amount of time it needs, then the best quality of iron can be made. Rob gave a thumbs up and said, it's a good plan, but it's still too stupid. The queen couldn't help but ask, do you have any other good idea? Rob smiled and said, alchemy. You take molten iron and charcoal as two kinds of alchemy materials and give them to the alchemists to understand and ponder, so as to find the best match. Relatively speaking, when the alchemists look for the combination of the two elements, they should be better than a blacksmith. The queen's eyes lit up, but she immediately said, letting noble alchemists study low-grade things like iron and charcoal. I'm afraid they won't accept it. Rob grinned evilly and said, don't accept these useless alchemists. I'm sure he won't be able to keep up with the rubbish of the times in the future. Keep him useless and kill him cleaner. The queen was rendered speechless. The queen was lost in thought. She found that Rob could always pull the dirty things of servants to the noble people, such as refining iron. Now Rob even stretched out his claw to alchemy masters. How crazy he was. The queen couldn't help but ask, "Why do I feel that you are trying to turn my nobles into workers?" Rob laughed, "No, I didn't. In fact, I have been dedicated to freeing the labor force of ordinary people and noble people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made that fire box." Hearing this, the queen seemed to understand something, but now she still had enough manpower, so she could not realize the importance of saving manpower. She still felt that things like big fire boxes were useless. "Well, thank you for teaching me how to do it," the queen said calmly. Then she hung up the phone and urged the old blacksmith to study the steel-making technique. At the same time, she also secretly made up her mind to call a few alchemists over and let them study the match between molten iron and carbon. Rob was right. It was easier for a meticulous alchemist to make more achievements in the match of elements. A blacksmith's earth skills were unreliable. The head of the cat folk also bowed to him and went to make the net with a large roll of steel wire. The cat folk was born to be good at fishing, so they always relied on their own claws as nets. It was difficult for them to make a real net. Fortunately, there was a technical school in Westwind Town now. The cat girl, Hua Hua, also wanted to follow the head, but Rob waved at her and smiled. "Hua Hua, don't leave. I'll teach you some unique skills that can make a lot of money." Hua Hua shook her head, "I don't like money." Rob immediately corrected himself, "You can get a lot of fish." Hua Hua jumped up and said, "Wow, I want it." Rob smiled and said, "Your head is rich and powerful. He can build a big net to raise fish in the river, but you can't. You know nothing, and you don't have the ability to raise fish. Therefore, what I want to teach you is the technique to develop small fish into big fat fish." Hua Hua tilted her head and asked, "Develop the small fish into a big fat fish?" All of a sudden, her jaw was filled with saliva. Rob smiled and said, "I've taught you a unique fish feed formula. Do you know wheat bran?" "Yes, I know. It's the skin of wheat," Hua Hua said. "After farmers harvest the wheat, the bran is useless. In fact, it couldn't be said to be completely useless. Some villagers who raised pigs would grind the wheat bran into powder and feed them. However, there were not many people raising pigs in Westwind Town, so the yield of wheat bran was very high. Therefore, these things were finally abandoned in a large number and were worthless." Rob smiled and said, "You go to pick up some bran that no one wants, grind it into powder, and then go to the person who makes soybean milk, ask for some unnecessary soybean dregs, mix them together, and pick up the internal organs of pigs, sheep and cattle that others don't want, and also take them back to dry, grind into powder, and mix them. At last, you use the mixture of these rubbish to feed fish." With her mouth wide open in surprise, Hua Hua said, "Feed the fish with this? If these rubbish are fed to the fish, they will die, won't they? Fish should eat small bugs and water plants." Rob chuckled and said, "Fish that eat insects and water plants grow slowly, but the fish that eats what I just said grows fast. It won't take a few months for them to grow into a big fat fish." Shaking her head, Hua Hua said, "Don't believe, don't believe." "Well, forget it if you don't believe me," Rob said with a smile. "Then I'll raise a pond of fish myself. You just need to come and see it every day." With a smile, Hua Hua asked, "Can I come here to eat furtively every day?" "No way. That's boring." Rob smiled and said, "You'll have eaten them too early. They haven't grown up yet, so you will lose. When they grow into fat fish, I will allow you to eat them." "Really?" Hua Hua was overjoyed. "Then I have to come to see you every day." A few days later, the living water fish pond of the head of the cat family was completed. As a clan head, he had some money. He took it out for the initial investment. Soon, he made half stone and half steel piles in the pool and hung steel wire net between the piles. In this way, a large living water fish pool was set out in the river. Then he fished out a lot of little fish from the river and threw them into his own pond. This was completely a matter of taking materials from the ground. The fish in the river was raised in the river. After the crazy operation, these fish were now his private property. How could other cats play like this? Of course they had to follow suit. Cats with some money at home should immediately invest in their own fish pool. Within a few days, water fish ponds built by cats were everywhere on both sides of the Westwind Channel. Among them, one of the small ponds was the most eye-catching. It was built by the Godfather himself. It was not big, only 5 square meters. It was because Godfather didn't like to compete with the people for profit, it was unnecessary to build it up. He built a small pond and threw a small amount of fish into it. Then he didn't care much about it. He just sent Lillian over every day and threw the strange fish feed into it. It was said that it was a kind of garbage with bran, bean dregs, animal internal organs that no one wanted to dry and ground it into powder. Of course, no one cared about the strange fish feed, because no one thought it was good for the fish to eat these things. Every day, the little cat folk would squat beside the pond for a while. When she saw the fishes swimming around happily, she drooled and waited eagerly for them to grow up. Sometimes when she was hungry, she was so anxious that she swung her tail back and forth, and couldn't help reaching out to try to catch fish. A cat beside her would sternly remind her, "How dare you steal that? Aren't you afraid of being driven out of Westwind Town?" The kitten had to hold back her tears and looked at the fish in the pond every day. At the same time, at Bright Road, Rob and Marion both walked on the busy street of Light. It was late April, and the temperature began to get warmer. It was afternoon, and school was over. There was still some time before the evening. Rob was not in a hurry to go back to Westwind Town to wait for the Queen's call, so he went out with Marion to buy some materials for tomorrow's class of making magic items. Marion looked gorgeous today, especially with the silk stockings embroidered with white flowers on her legs. Rob stared at her legs. Marion immediately became vigilant. "I'm not that kind of woman." Rob laughed, "I just want to ask how the silk stockings have sold." Speaking of this, Marion was happy. "It's very good. In recent days, our family has almost sold out the second batch of refined black and white silk stockings embroidery that we collected last time. My father may send another trade group to Westwind Town tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow." Rob laughed and said, "That's good." "Huh, that's great." Marion asked, "My business is good, but why are you so happy?" Rob smiled but didn't say anything. He thought to himself, "The better your business is, the more legs of the Queen will be placed in front of me. How can I not be happy?" The two of them talked as they passed through the street. Bright Road was still heavily guarded. A large group of soldiers were shuttling back and forth in the group. From the corners of the streets and alleys, they could see the soldiers in black armors, some of them were holding dogs. Marion whispered, "I can't believe that we haven't found the assassin yet." Rob nodded and said, "But it will be soon. So many magic items with the help of the guards have been secretly placed in the city. Sooner or later, the assassin will be triggered." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly heard a strange scream not far away from them. "Ah!" The voice was extremely sharp and harsh. It was so unpleasant to hear that it made people feel scared as soon as they heard it. They couldn't help but want to turn around and run away. Hearing the voice, ordinary people on the street were frightened and ran in the opposite direction. They didn't even dare to look back. However, Rob and Marion were not ordinary people, and the two of them could resist such a level of intimidation. "It's a frightening spell." Marion said, "Ah, it's the magic item we made. It's working." Rob said, "It seems that the assassin has fallen into the trap." When the two of them talked about this, the patrolmen on the street began to rush towards the direction of the sound, and in a blink of an eye, a troop of riders rushed past them. When the knight on the horse passed by Rob and Marion, he even shouted, "Hello, you two." As soon as the 3 words were uttered, his horse had gone a few meters away from the two people. Rob looked around and saw a large group of black knights dressed exactly the same. They are the 2 black knights who were angry with us last time. Marion smiled and said, they are busy chasing after the assassins, so they don't have time to talk to us. Rob nodded. Patrols and riders ran out of the street and gathered in the direction of the sound. Marion smiled and said, let's go and see what's going on. Rob nodded, it's a good idea to have a look. The 2 of them followed someone on patrol and ran in the direction of the sound. The one being followed found that someone was following him, so he wanted to turn around and impatiently scold, why are you following me? Are you courting death? However, before he could finish his words, he found 2 young men nobles' clothes following him. This kind of rich nobles was the most unbearable. They liked to rely on money to show off, which was more difficult than their fathers. The patrolman had to leave them alone and let them follow. Soon, they came to an alley. There was already a commotion in front of the alley, as if someone was fighting fiercely. However, there were a lot of black armored soldiers in front of them, which crowded the whole lane. The black pressure could be seen at the back of their heads, so they couldn't see clearly what was going on ahead. Rob and Marion looked around and wanted to go up to the roof, but Marion wore a short skirt in order to show off her stockings and beautiful legs. If she went upstairs, the scenery under the skirt would be seen by the people below. She looked at Rob awkwardly and said, I don't think I can see the fun. Rob smiled and said, press the dress on the roof with your hand. Marion asked, how can I climb up the roof with my hands pressing down the dress? Rob pretended to read a few chants and then cast a magic of the wind system. Marion immediately felt that her feet were surrounded by a gust of wind and even slightly left the ground. She said in surprise, wow. Your wind magic is so powerful that it can make people float slightly. In fact, it wasn't a problem for Rob to let people fly, but it was obvious, so he couldn't expose himself. He had to control his strength to the extent that it could barely make people float. Even so, it could still be considered very powerful. Marion lifted her foot and felt that she was as light as a swallow now. If she jumped hard, she would be able to jump directly from the ground to the roof. Rob smiled and said, go. I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. You deserve to be the Smith family's only descendant, a family of great wind magic. Marion exclaimed as she covered her short skirt with her hands. Then she jumped so high that she fell on the roof easily. Rob also jumped up. The 2 of them stood on the roof, looking down, and their vision of the situation was much better now. In the middle of the alley in front of them, there was Russ Belmont Dracula. She was still in the same flying dragon leather armor as last time, holding a cross-shaped holy sword and holy light cross, fighting with several black earth knights. On the ground beside the battle, there was a torn spider web and a magic item with its lid open. It was obvious that the big loli triggered the trap here, and then the spider web spurted out. However, this weak spider web did not cause much trouble for the big loli. She succeeded in breaking the net and was then surrounded by the black earth knights that came over after hearing the noise. Several soldiers fell to the ground, but obviously they were only injured and not dead. It seemed that they had been very vigilant since they came into contact with the girl. They should have been warned by others and knew that the target they were going to round up was not a person to be trifled with. Therefore, they had been very careful to keep their lives in the first round. In addition, several black earth knights were in front of them, fighting against the big loli together. Obviously, they also knew that it was not easy to deal with the sword sage, so the black earth knights all held shields, and several shields were lined up in the narrow alley. They worked together and almost blocked the entire lane. The knight skills were activated, and those shields were like copper and iron walls. The big loli brandished her sword randomly, but she was unable to break through the shield wall. On both sides of the lane, there were black earth knights slowly approaching. The big loli looked like she was doomed to die. The black earth knights on both sides of the lane let out cheers, "Hurry up, we are about to surround her. 2 shield walls are suppressing her. Capture her alive." Ha! She is the princess of East Gran. It's a great achievement to catch her. Maybe we can end the war here. The soldiers cheered. At this time, even Madeline arrived. She rushed to the entrance of the alley on a tall black horse, got off the horse, and quickly ran in. The soldiers in the alley immediately moved aside to make way for her. She looked up at Rob and Marion, who were standing on the roof, and asked anxiously, "Ah, you are also here?" Rob smiled on the roof and said, "Yes, I came out to buy the materials for magic tools. It's just perfect timing to see the fun." "Really? Aren't you here for fun?" Madeline asked while running. "Don't worry, Duke. It's really for magic items." Marion smiled and said, "I'll take care of him for you. Don't worry." Rob rolled his eyes and thought, how did she change? When I said I was going to have fun, she always said, it's normal for the nobility to go out to play according to the circumstances. Then when she faced Madeline, she became, I'll help you look after him. This shit changed quickly, which was not to offend me, but also to please Madeline. Madeline didn't have time to tell Rob and Marion much. When she heard that Rob didn't come out for fun, she was much happier. She rushed into the crowd. Just then, the big loli roared, "Ultimate charge!" A thunderous lightning flashed, and a shield of a black knight blocked the sword's light. However, the power of this sword was so great that the shield in the Black Earth Knight's hand could not continue to be held and was knocked away. Afterward, his whole body flew backward, and he fell heavily to the ground. The little girl was overjoyed. She darted towards the crack of the shield wall, intending to come out from it. Unexpectedly, a black sword light flashed. Madeline stood in front of the gap and lifted the sword to block the big loli's attack. "You can't leave today. Damn it." Seeing the situation, the little girl knew that the situation was not good. She had to rely on the advantage of her armor to get the upper hand in fighting Madeline alone. Surrounded by so many Black Earth Knights, it was really dangerous when there were enemies in front and behind. "How despicable you are!" the little girl said angrily. "You actually set up a trap in a city with so many people. Aren't you afraid of it being stepped on by commoners?" The Black Earth Knight burst into laughter. "If we dare to set a trap, of course we are not afraid of it being stepped on by ordinary people, because only you will fall into this trap." Ha ha ha. What? The little girl was shocked. How could there be such a trap? The Black Earth Knights laughed, but they were not so stupid as to answer the high-end technology of their kingdom. Everyone looked at the big loli like a country bumpkin. "Humph." The little girl pouted and said, "Shameless traitors always do something sinister and vicious. No wonder there is no good person in the Church of Darkness." Madeline said, "You are doing assassination. How dare you say that others are vicious? Isn't the most vicious one the assassin?" "Nonsense." The little girl shouted, "How can you call me an assassin? I'm a noble heretic judger. My job is to judge evildoers and spread the light to the world. All the bad guys are purified with this light sword." When Rob squatted on the roof and saw this scene, he couldn't help but smack his lips. He laughed in his heart, "It's a heretic judger. Ha ha ha, I've pretended to be a judger before." A long time ago, Little E had mistakenly thought that Rob was a heretic judger who specialized in eliminating evil. It was only later that she realized that she had made a mistake. Rob was not even a believer of the God of Light. Later, Little E once boasted that Rob was a heretic judger. It had been more than half a year since this matter happened. Now thinking about it, it was still very interesting. It was the first time that Rob had seen a real heretic judger. Madeline raised the Holy Sword's Dark Terminator, pointed at the little girl and said, "A heretic judger is not an executioner at all. Back then, the Queen and I were chased by Mondra and the Church of Light, and we were almost killed by heretic judgers several times. Your means are despicable and sinister. None of you are good people." Madeline shouted, "You can't leave today. Put down your weapon obediently and surrender. For the sake of your royal family, we won't make things difficult for you. We will guarantee that you will receive the due respect and courtesy of a royal family. But if you endure stubbornly, I can't control you under the condition of your safety. Don't have any resentment for me if you are injured or killed. The light will never be humiliated by darkness. I have never thought of surrendering. The little girl raised her sword and said, "Today I'm going to fight with you dark believers until my last drop of blood. However, even if I die, my faith will never perish." Rob blurted out, "Hey, can you change your way of speaking? You guys sound like grade 2 students. Shame on you." "What is grade 2? The two girls, Big Loli and Madeline, asked at the same time. Rob said, "I just wanted to ask how old you are." The Big Loli said, 14. Rob, shit. She really is in grade 2. I know you. You threw that Scarecrow with an evil smile. At the sight of Rob, Russ was furious. Damn it. Rob smiled and said, "How can it be called an evil smile? Let me tell you, it's funny. It's different from an evil smile. Evil smile is a smile that only the protagonists of novels play, also known as evil smile. People like me will never pretend like that." "What are you talking about?" The little girl said angrily, "Then what the hell is the Scarecrow?" Rob said, "It's a hard nut to crack." "You hit it, didn't you?" "That's not what I asked." The Big Loli was angry. "Why did I want to hit it?" "Because you are so easy to provoke." Rob chuckled and said, "Look, you still want to hit me now. Alas. Little sister, you can't be so irritable. An irritable woman won't be appealing to men." "I'm not angry." The girl was angry. "How could you deal with me with that shameless thing?" "That's technology, not shameless." Rob said, "By the way, the magic item that caught you and called the knights just now is also technology, and..." With a flattering smile on his face, Rob said, "It was also invented by me." The little girl was speechless. This couldn't be continued. The little girl was angry when she saw Rob's face. She really wanted to smash her cross on his face and step hard on it. However, she couldn't. She was still surrounded by the Black Earth Knights. She waved her sword and was about to attack Madeline for the last fight. Madeline and her subordinates were also ready to capture the little girl alive. Of course, if they couldn't capture her alive, they could kill her. At this moment, the wall beside the alley suddenly broke into pieces, and it happened to be next to the little girl. A person jumped out of the hole in the wall. He was dressed in a black cloak, and his head and face were all wrapped in it. They couldn't see his appearance, but could only see his eyes. Just when everyone was in a daze and didn't know what to do, the man raised his hand and threw out magic that had been prepared in advance. Flash! An incomparably strong holy light shone in the area. Madeline and the Black Earth Knights were blinded by the sun. They couldn't see anything for a moment, and their eyes were white. At the same time, all the soldiers who were looking in this direction covered their eyes. Even Marion, who was standing beside Rob, let out a miserable snort and took a step back. She fell on the tiles on the roof and said, "So bright. My eyes." The power of this flash spell was really beyond its scale. Everyone in the alley was confused by this flash. Of course, there was an exception, Rob. He was not affected by the flash spell, because if a debuff of this level hit him, it would only result in one result: resisted. Unfortunately, although Rob was not hit, he had to pretend to be hit. He also screamed and covered his eyes. Then he opened two fingers and looked outside through the gap of his fingers. Even the Big Loli couldn't see anything with her eyes. The masked man grabbed the Big Loli's arm and pulled her into the hole in the wall. "Come with me." Obviously, the little girl was familiar with the man. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes and followed the man's lead to run through the hole in the wall. "Damn it! Madeline tried her best to open her eyes and chase after them, but she could only see white light in her eyes. The effect of the flash technique had not disappeared, and the power of the magic was not so easy to dissipate. In this case, she really didn't dare to act rashly. She had to put her sword on her chest and make a posture of head-on attack. If someone took advantage of her when she couldn't see, she could still react or protect herself by listening to the sound and defending herself. What the hell is this flash technique? Why is it so powerful? A Black Earth Knight shouted with his eyes closed. Damn it! It's not an ordinary flash. It's a high-level class. At least, the leader. Even the leader. Your grace is not that strong. At least you are. Or a holy weapon. Yes, it's the flash technique released by a holy weapon. What about the dispelling skill? Is there a high-level dark priest here? 5 seconds later, Madeline was the first to open her eyes. She had strong spirit power and high resistance to magic, so the flash technique could be removed the fastest. However, when she opened her eyes, the masked man and the little girl had already escaped without a trace. Damn it! Madeline cursed in a low voice. She ran away. After scolding, she suddenly thought of Rob on the roof. She quickly turned around and saw Rob covering his eyes with his hands without saying anything. She thought that Rob's eyes could not see anything, so she hurriedly said, "Rob, just stand there and don't move. You can't see now, and you are on the roof. If you move randomly, you may fall down and get hurt." Rob sighed in his heart, such a good girl. Right when she recovered her eyesight, the first person she thought of was me. He didn't know how long he had to pretend to be blind, so he just rubbed his eyes with his hands and said, "It's okay. I'm slowly recovering. You know, I'm also a magician, and my magic resistance is very strong." At this time, Marion stood up abruptly. It seemed that her eyesight had recovered. Rob stopped pretending. He put down his hands and said, "Oh, I can finally see." Seeing that Rob had recovered, Madeline was relieved. She looked at the big hole in the wall, followed by a residential building, and a big hole in the wall on the other side of the building, and then a lane on the other side. She went through it and found that there was no one in the alley. The masked man who saved the little girl obviously knew the terrain of the nearby area very well, and he had made arrangements in advance. She didn't know where to go in just a few seconds. "Block this block." Madeline ordered loudly, "Search every house nearby thoroughly." "Understood." The Black Earth Knights bowed and then dispersed. Depressed, Madeline leaned against the wall and sat down. Rob and Marion too jumped off the roof and walked to Madeline. Marion didn't say anything, but Rob gently patted on Madeline's shoulder. Unfortunately, the girl was wearing heavy black armor, and when he patted her shoulder, he could only feel the coldness. "Miss Madeline, don't be so depressed. It's just that you failed this time. You'll get her next time." Madeline said, "I've been looking for this guy for a long time. It's not easy to catch her, but she ran away like this. I'm not reconciled." Rob could understand this feeling very well. It was as if you were fighting a world-level boss in the wild and doing non-stop hit and run. You fought for several hours, and used a lot of all kinds of items and potions. Just as you were about to kill the boss, it suddenly quit the battle, and then its health returned to full. Do you think you won't get mad? It's okay. We can catch her again. Rob smiled and said, "Let's think about it and find a way to catch her. She has suffered a loss once. She won't be easily hit again." Madeline said bitterly, "I will definitely be careful. It's you who designed it specially for me, but I wasted your kindness in vain. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. You don't have to care so much." Rob smiled and said, "It's not a waste. It can not only be used to catch an assassin, but also has many uses. The process of studying it is a gain. It successfully tricked an assassin once, which proves that my invention is effective. Then I'm very satisfied. It doesn't matter whether I catch her or not. Rob didn't mean to side with the war between East and West Gran. He didn't like to get involved in the war either. The reason why he helped West Gran was that Westwind Town could only get in touch with West Gran now. If Westwind Town was stuck between East and West Gran, he would help neither side nor both sides. He would not help them fight, but would help them develop technology. Only when the technology of the whole society was developed could he live a more beautiful life. Seeing that Madeline was still unhappy, Rob smiled and said, "Well, don't be so depressed. Let me buy you a few drinks. Are you free now?" "What?" Madeline was slightly stunned. You are asking me out?" "Yes, can't I?" Rob smiled and said, "Don't worry. I don't mean that. I just want to have a few drinks in the bar." The gloom on Madeline's face was instantly swept away. She jumped up abruptly. Because she jumped too fast, her black armor all over her body clattered. She said in a hurry, "How can you invite me so suddenly? It takes a lot of time for a girl to prepare for a date. She needs to be mentally prepared, choose clothes, and put on makeup. No woman will agree to your sudden invitation. I'm working now and can't date." Rob was speechless. Just when he was about to give up, Madeline suddenly came to a big gasp. "Wait for a second. I'll be right there." After saying that, she suddenly put on a posture of running, and then the timer began to count. 0.1 seconds, she turned around and ran over 500 yards. 0.2 seconds, she ran back to her own home and kicked the door open. 0.3 seconds, she rushed into the bedroom and removed her armor at the same time. 0.4 seconds, choose clothes. 0.5 seconds, got changed and put on makeup. 0.6 seconds, looked in the mirror, took off all her clothes and threw them on the ground, stepping on them twice. 0.7 seconds, chose clothes again. 0.8 seconds, got changed again and put on makeup. 0.9 seconds, looked in the mirror and felt satisfied. 1 second, she rushed over 500 yards and appeared in front of Rob. Rob only felt dazzled. In the blink of an eye, the black armor on Madeline's body disappeared, and she wore a black dress, black stockings, and a thin layer of makeup on her face. She looked delicate and charming. She was so beautiful. It was the first time that Rob had seen her figure. In the past, her body was wrapped in thick black armor, and it was impossible to see whether she was fat or thin. But now, he could see clearly that she was not the kind of delicate woman in the shape of a weak woman, nor was she the kind of big and sturdy woman. Instead, she was as beautiful as a female leopard as a female coach in the gym. Perhaps it was because she ran too fast just now. A drop of sweat slowly slid down from Madeline's temples. She pretended to raise her hair with her hands without it being noticed, and wiped the sweat off her hair. Then she pretended to be calm and said, "As a duke, how can I accept an invitation so casually? But for the sake of fourth uncle, if you don't have a bad idea on me, we can have a drink." Rob was speechless. Marion was speechless. The Black Earth Knights were also rendered speechless. Marion was the first to react. She immediately bowed and said, "I was here to accompany Rob to buy the materials for magic items, but now it seems that I don't need to. I'm going home first." A Black Earth Knight said, "Duke, you need to preside over the search work today." Before he finished his words, Marion hit the Black Earth Knight on the head with her stick, and then reached out to grab the armor at the back of his neck, trying to drag him away. The Black Earth Knight still wanted to struggle and resist, but the group of Black Earth Knights surrounded him, beat him violently and dragged him away by force. The alley instantly quieted down, leaving only the two of them, Rob and Madeline. Rob smiled and said, "Let's go." Madeline, "Yes." The two of them slowly walked out of the alley. Outside was a bustling street, with heavy traffic and endless flow of people. Wearing casual clothes, she walked on the street with a man of the same age, which she had never thought of before. She didn't know why she felt a little happy. Rob pointed to a bar in front of them. He smiled and said, "This bar looks good. Do you want to go in and have a seat?" Madeline smiled, "Okay." The bar was bustling with people. Just like all the bars in the world of swords and magic, there was also a large group of drunkards chatting meaninglessly in this bar. A white-haired traveler was playing cards in the corner, and the red-haired bartenders shuttled among the customers, sending beer and fruit wine to the customers from time to time, and a drunkard was holding a prostitute and drinking continuously. Some adventurers with weapons were discussing excitedly about the recent frequent activities of monsters in the Black Pine Mountain, which made them earn more. Rob and Madeline too walked to the corner of the bar, trying to find a quiet place, but they couldn't find it. Rob didn't like to play in noisy places, but Madeline didn't seem to mind. No matter what the environment was, she was in a good mood now. She wanted to sit down on the chair, but it suddenly occurred to her that she was not wearing armor, but a black dress. In order to wear black silk stockings, she deliberately wore a short skirt. If she sat as usual, how ugly would it be? She quickly noticed her sitting position and sat down with her legs crossed. Her legs were crooked, making her look like a lady. This action was actually very awkward for her. Before 5 years old, although she received a very traditional education of a noble daughter. But since 5 years old, when she ran away with the queen, all the elders in her family died, and only the group of loyal subordinates protected them, running around the world. In this case, no one would continue to teach her the etiquette of a noble. Therefore, since she was 5 years old, she had been leading a life of being a soldier. She had been hanging out with a group of rough knights all day long, and training was no longer about etiquette and rules, but swordsmanship and magic, rolling in the mud all day long. The will to return to the state had abandoned everything other than the sword. Because of what she had experienced, in fact, she was not as angry as she had imagined that Rob often went out to have fun. In the past decade, she had often heard that her subordinates went out to have fun, especially when they were in Lost City. Lost City was made up of the exiled, demi-humans, criminals and so on. The public security was chaotic, and the people of the Black Earth Knights were indulged in dissipation. The Black Earth Knights had left their hometown, and the burden of returning to the kingdom was heavy. It was normal for them to go out and have fun sometimes when they were lonely. If it was not from a woman's point of view, but from a comrade in arms' point of view, she even felt that it was not strange for a man to go out and do such a thing. Who wouldn't do such a thing? While thinking about these, Rob asked with a smile, "What would you like to drink?" Madeline quickly said, "No, I'll just take juice." She knew that it was easy for her to lose her countenance when she was drunk, which was the fault of her mixing with a group of big soldiers. When she was drunk, she would go crazy and curse. She didn't dare to show her appearance to Rob, or she would be ashamed to death. Rob smiled and said, "Okay, I also think juice is better for girls." He turned around and shouted at the bar counter, "Hey, boss, 2 big glasses of juice. It's better to have Coca-Cola." The bartender came over with a smile and said, "You're so lucky. We just got a batch of goods from our shop. It's strawberry-flavored cola. It's very delicious. A glass of it only costs 10 silver coins." As she spoke, she put 2 large glasses of pink liquid in front of Rob and Madeline. Afterward, 2 more people came into the bar. One of them was an ugly middle-aged man, and the other was a coquettish woman. Judging from her dress, she was not a good person. Rob's eyes could not recognize her, but Madeline recognized the woman at a glance. She was the prostitute who had been with Rob in a dark alley last time. She recognized the woman's appearance clearly and could not be mistaken. Because she told Madeline that Rob had great life and made her want to die. Basically, she said a lot of crazy words made Madeline almost go crazy, so Madeline could recognize her face even if it turned into ash. At the sight of this woman, Madeline got angry, but it was not a good time to vent her anger. She only paid some attention to the woman. She held the arm of the ugly man and walked into the tavern with a smile. While walking, the man's hand was rubbing her buttocks. The woman giggled. Madeline cursed in her mind, shameless. The ugly man led the prostitute to the bar. Unexpectedly, he walked to the table behind Madeline and sat down. The woman sat with her back to Madeline. Her face could not be seen from Rob's angle, but the back side of her head. At this time, Rob put down his cup and said happily, "Ah, it's so comfortable. I can't get tired of Coca-Cola all my life." Behind Madeline sat a prostitute who had an affair with the man in front of her, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. She had no choice but to smile awkwardly, and also picked up the glass to drink, hiding the embarrassment on her face with the glass. While she was thinking about finding a way to ask Rob to leave and not to stay here, suddenly, she heard the woman behind her laugh. "I have encountered a very interesting thing recently." Her voice was not loud and only wanted to be heard by the man beside her, but because she and Madeline were back to back, her voice could be heard clearly by Madeline. But Rob couldn't hear her. The ugly man smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" The woman chuckled and said, "One night, a rich young man came to me, threw me a large sum of money, and asked me to make up a lie to help him lie. He said that no matter who came to ask me about him, he was a good man. Ha ha ha. This guy had never slept with me, and he actually made up such a story." Hearing this, Madeline was stunned. She looked at Rob weirdly and thought, "Is it him?" She really wanted to ask who he was. Fortunately, someone asked this question for her. The ugly man chuckled and said, "Which noble family is so stupid? Obviously, they want to brag about themselves. Young people like to brag about how powerful they are in that aspect, and don't care whether others believe it or not." The woman chuckled and said, "I will only tell you one person secretly. Don't tell anyone, or the young master of the noble family will kill me. The young master who asked me to pretend to be powerful is called Rob Smith." Ha ha ha. Madeline almost burst into laughter on the spot. She was so happy that she couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, as soon as she laughed out a "ha," she quickly raised the cup in front of her face and took a gulp. However, if she drank too fast, she would choke on the water. Madeline, ahem. Although she choked, she was in a good mood. The bar was getting more and more rowdy. Rob and Madeline also had a good conversation. After hearing the words of the prostitute, Madeline was in a good mood and felt like she was going to float up. The cola in her hand became sweeter and better, and Rob, who was sitting opposite the table, looked more and more handsome. She didn't know how long she hadn't had such a feeling. It was as if she was riding a roller coaster. Half an hour later, Rob took a look at the sky outside. The setting sun seemed to begin to meet the moon again. It was time for the Queen to call him. Rob drank a second cup of cola and stood up. "Miss Madeline, it's late already. You should go home for dinner. Let's say goodbye here." Madeline said meaningfully, "The sun hasn't set yet. I don't think it's too late. Why are you so anxious to have dinner?" Rob smiled mysteriously, "I'm going out to have fun." "Oh, I see." Madeline used to be so angry that she wanted to curse others at this time, but today she was not in a hurry at all. She said calmly, "Then you go by yourself. I'm sorry that I can't accompany you. I'll stay here and drink this glass of cola slowly before leaving." Rob said, "Okay. Take your time. I'm leaving now." He felt that Madeline's attitude was strange. He thought, is this girl too angry? If she is too angry and confused, her heart will die and won't care about me at all? If that's the case, that's good. I don't want her to see through me and wonder why I disappear mysteriously for a long time every day. Now I can feel comfortable that nobody would care about me anymore. With a whistle, he left and ran to his dormitory as fast as he could. After he went far away, Madeline slowly stood up and drank the cola in her cup. Then she turned around, clasped the shoulder of the prostitute sitting behind her and said in a deep voice, "I have something to ask you." The woman turned around and looked at Madeline, but she didn't know Madeline, because she was wearing a dress and makeup today. She looked completely different from her usual appearance in black armor. No one could recognize that she was the leader of the Black Earth Knights. However, the woman didn't dare to be rude to Madeline, because the material of Madeline's clothes was obviously not of the poor, and she was wearing silk stockings on her legs, which was something poor people won't wear. Her clothes showed that she was a noble or rich merchant. Anyway, she was not someone that a poor girl could afford to offend. So the woman quickly smiled and said, "Big Sister Noble, what do you want me to do? Just ask." Madeline said coldly, "I want to ask you about the man named Rob Smith." "Oh, this man." The woman immediately replied fluently, "He is my benefactor. He often comes to my business. He is so good at making me want to die. He is an incomparably powerful good man." Madeline snorted, "I'll give you a chance. Think about what you said just now and say it again. If there is a word that is a lie, I'll throw you into the deepest part of the prison, and into the cell with the most vicious criminals." The woman was shocked and lied, "Who are you? What? What do you want to know?" Madeline chuckled and said nothing. But the ugly man next to the woman recognized her and knelt down in front of her. Ma. Madeline. My lord." As soon as he said this, the bar was instantly quiet. The noise scared the group of civilians next to them. Everyone froze in their chairs, not daring to move at all. The woman felt a drop of sweat drop from her forehead. Madeline took out a few gold coins from her pocket and patted the table. Although there were only 2 or 3 gold coins, it showed her attitude. She said coldly, "To be honest, I not only won't punish you, but also give you the money. If you lie, you will be dead. Smart people know what to do." The woman trembled all over. I accept money. But, if that noble finds me, it's also trouble." Madeline said coldly, "No. You just need to tell the truth. I can guarantee your safety. If you lie to me, no one can guarantee your safety on Bright Road." Everyone knew that Duke Madeline was the best friend of the Queen. 16 years ago, the Queen, who was 4 years old, and Duke Madeline, who was 5 years old, were chased by Mondra and escaped for 16 years. What kind of friendship was that they formed? The Queen wouldn't protect the person Madeline had made up her mind to kill in Bright Road. The woman had no choice but to tremble and said, That is. That night, there was a murder in the alley. It was the first time that you came to investigate the case. He gave me a large amount of money. He asked me to help him lie to his friends. In fact, I had never seen him before, and I had never had sex with him. Madeline said with a dark face, "Why did he lie to his friends?" "Because men." "Men," the woman said in a trembling voice, "men are all big pigs. They like to brag about their strong ability in that aspect. If they can do it for an hour, then they can do it for 1.5 hours. If they can do good job, then they have it long and thick, as if they are great in this aspect." "Really?" Madeline yelled at the shivering men beside her, "Are all men so strange?" The men didn't dare not to refuse. They nodded obediently and said, "Yes, men are all like this. Fuck. A group of shit." Although Madeline was cursing, she was happy in her heart. Ha ha ha, it turned out that Rob didn't do those things just to brag in front of his friends. Ha ha ha, that's great. She looked around the people in the bar and said seriously, "Whoever tells others what happened just now, I will lock him up at the bottom of the prison and in the same room with the most vicious criminals. I promise. You'd better not try to challenge if I am a person of words and deeds." "Who dared?" All the people in the bar said obediently, "No, no, no." "That's good." Madeline snorted, "Don't forget that there are soldiers in black armor everywhere in this city. I'm in charge of them. Be on guard with your words and deeds. Don't leak any information. If my soldiers hear it, you'll be done." Everyone was trembling. "Well, let's go." Madeline walked out of the bar briskly. Her mood was like sitting on a spray machine. Madeline walked out of the bar happily, but suddenly, a new question appeared in her mind: since he doesn't do that, where does he go? All of a sudden, a lot of possibilities popped up in her mind, including going to a tryst, going to a tryst, going to a tryst, and going to a tryst with a little girl. Beads of sweat trickled down Madeline's face. The imagination of humans was so terrible. The more they thought about it, the easier it was to mislead themselves. Maybe he went to the orphanage to take care of his child. It was often written in the poem of a poet. A hero had no one to take care of him when he was a child, and when he grew up, he liked to take care of other orphans. Right. It was very likely. No, it must be investigated. But it seems impolite to investigate this kind of thing. If he knows that I secretly investigate him, he might get angry, right? It was said that men hated the housekeeper the most. If he was followed all day long, he would go crazy. Madeline was in a dilemma. At this time, a Black Earth Knight came to her side. When he saw Madeline, he quickly bowed and said, "My lord, I'm about to patrol the 5th block." "Oh, the 5th block? I remember there is an orphanage there." Madeline immediately pulled a long face and said, "I'll go on patrol with you." How responsible. 3 days later, in the evening, when Rob regained his blonde hair and was sitting on his stone stool in the chapel yard, chatting with the Queen on the phone. The Corton family's caravan came again and bought all the stockings that had been accumulated in the stockings factory. They not only bought embroidered silk stockings, but also ordinary black and white silk without embroidery. The women of Bright Road had already begun a fierce fight. Recently, the stockings were sold on the street, and every style for women from the upper class had to be prepared. Now if anyone couldn't even find a set of stockings, they wouldn't dare to call themselves a member of the upper class. However, the huge sales volume corresponded to the current output, which could not keep up with the progress at all. Because there were too few embroidery workers in Westwind Town now, and the number of silk stockings that could be processed was also very small. The workload of the embroidery workers could not catch up with the sales at all. Only a small number of silk stockings could be embroidered, and a large number of silk stockings were still in a white state. This was not enough, so the Corton family had also arranged a large number of embroidery workers to process ordinary silk stockings. In this way, even Bright Road could begin to form an embroidery production chain. Desmond Corton was sitting in front of Rob, drinking a cup of cola in his hand. He was discussing this with Rob. "Godfather, with all due respect, your stockings factory, which only has a few hundred spiders, is no longer able to meet the increasing sales." "Yes." Rob admitted straightforwardly, "Yes, the output can't keep up with the sales. There are too many rich people on Bright Road." Desmond smiled and said, "Recently, the silk stockings have been sold to Lost City as well. Others are also shouting to buy the silk stockings, but I don't have any other goods for them. Moreover, Lost City is also a port city. Once anything is sold to Lost City, it will immediately spread to the whole world. It will be a very huge business with unlimited potential, but the Godfather is limited to the people in Westwind Town. Isn't it a pity that it can't make money all over the world? What on earth do you want to say? Just say it. Don't hide it from me. I like people who talk happily." Desmond said, "Haven't Godfather considered further expanding the output?" Rob smiled and glanced at the crystal ball beside him. "A few days ago, someone was still betting with me that I was going to go bankrupt. How dare I expand my production?" Inside the crystal ball, the Queen let out an angry snort. It turned out that she had been listening all the time and came out to express her dissatisfaction with losing the bet. Rob turned around again. She said to Desmond, "What you are talking about is a false question. Both you and the Queen should have known that the population of Westwind Town is not enough to carry out a large-scale production. Moreover, my company is very big, taking care of all kinds of messy industries. Every industry needs to invest in people, which makes the population here too small. The scale of all kinds of business here has reached the limit, and it is impossible to expand the output or anything else." Speaking of this, Rob said lazily, "Go straight to the point. What exactly do you want?" Desmond felt a little embarrassed and said, "I just want to. Can the Godfather provide me with a large number of spider eggs, and then send a few management personnel, technical personnel, skilled workers and other people to guide the spider factory, and build a huge silk stockings factory with me? Isn't poison breeding forbidden on Bright Road? Once a large number of spiders escape and hurt the citizens in that big city, the Queen will cut off your head in minutes." "Yes, I will kill you," the Queen said angrily in the crystal ball. He said in a hurry, "No, no, no. I'm not talking about Bright Road. I'm talking about a small town about 5 miles away from the west of Bright Road, with a population of about 3,000. I've found a place there, which is very suitable for building a closed factory to raise spiders. There is almost no pillar industry that can be sold in that small town. I'm going to turn all the 3,000 people into the workers of the silk stockings factory, so that it can become a stockings town." The more he said, the happier he became. "In this way, we will definitely make a lot of money." After saying that, he seemed to think of something. He turned to the crystal ball and said, "Your Majesty, if I succeed, my factory doesn't need the tax exemption policy. I will pay the tax on time." The Queen's eyes lit up at his words. In order to win people's support, the Queen had been applying the tax exemption, but it would do too much harm to her finances. She was already very poor. Now that Desmond said that, the Queen was not unhappy at all. The 3,000 residents of the town were all free from tax, but as Desmond said, if all the residents of the town were turned into the workers of the silk stockings factory, and then he would collect tax from the factory by himself, it would be equivalent to that the tax that the 3,000 people had been exempted would be collected in another way. Desmond smiled and said, "What do you think? If we cooperate, we can all make money. Godfather provides spider eggs and guidance, and I'll run the stockings town. The Queen has solved the problem of the people's livelihood of a town, and at the same time can raise the tax. Everyone makes money, and no one loses. This is a business with a profit of 10,000. Of course, he said it nicely, but he didn't think that Rob would agree. After all, Rob was doing an exclusive business now. He monopolized the position and made a lot of money. The more demand for silk stockings exceeded supply, the less yield they would have. Rob would take advantage of this opportunity to raise the price to a higher level and charge a large amount of profit. But if Rob provided him with the technology, he would take out the silk stockings town and increase the yield. That was to compete with Rob, which would seriously affect the revenue of Westwind Town. Desmond thought to himself, "I'm afraid he won't agree. I have to send my own team of slaves into the Black Pine Mountain to catch spiders, and then cultivate them slowly." Even the Queen, who was listening in the crystal ball next to him, didn't think the business could be done. Unexpectedly, Rob smiled and said, "Okay, then it's a happy decision." "Really?" Desmond was overjoyed. "Are you really willing to cooperate with me?" "Of course." Rob smiled and said, "It's up to you. Your idea of playing the silk stockings town is very good. I think you can have a try boldly. I fully support you. If you want spider eggs, I'll give you spider eggs, and if you want the technology, I'll give you the technology." After saying that, Rob cast a meaningful glance at the crystal ball and said, "Besides, we can set up not only a small town for stockings, but also a small town for mining, a small town for spinning and a small town for making sugar." We can concentrate an industry in a small town and try our best to develop a single industry. Perhaps the effect will be unexpected. He stressed his tone and repeated, it's better than running all kinds of industries at the same time in a small town. Moreover, it's much more convenient to collect tax from a factory than from ordinary people, isn't it? Desmond didn't hear that, but the queen on the other side of the crystal ball was lost in thought. She seriously considered what Rob had said. It was indeed too troublesome to collect tax from ordinary people, as Rob had said. But if these people didn't work alone, but were hundreds or thousands of people attached to a factory, and then the factory would give a unified tax payment to the government, wouldn't it be much easier? She thought about it for a long time. When she woke up, she found that Desmond over the crystal ball had disappeared, leaving Rob alone. Moreover, Rob was no longer sitting on the stone stool, but in the hot spring pool. The crystal ball was placed beside the hot spring pool, and only the upper part of his body could be seen outside the water. The queen hurriedly said, I'm sorry. It's been a long time. Since it's getting late, I have to go now. Wait. Rob smiled, Miss Queen, have you forgotten something important? Oh. What's up? The queen put on a questioning face and began to play dumb. It's useless to play dumb. Rob smiled and said, not only is my stockings factory not closed down, but there are also people thinking about expanding the scale. What do you want to say? Oh, congratulations. The queen said, congratulations. Congratulations. You made a fortune every day. Congratulations. May you have a happy life. Singing can't solve the problem. Rob said, admit defeat in gambling. Take off your skirt. The queen was rendered speechless. Rob looked at the crystal ball without blinking, and so did the queen. The two of them stared at each other. After a long time, the queen let out a long sigh and said, I'm the queen of a kingdom. Can you do me a favor? Rob shook his head and said, if you were not the queen of a kingdom, would I agree to such a bet? I wouldn't have gambled with her if she were an ordinary person with beautiful legs. There was no way to continue this logic. The queen also knew that she was in the wrong. If she still wanted to have a good talk with Rob in the future, the bet could not be ignored. Compared with losing face and breaking off relations with Rob, it seemed to be better to admit defeat in gambling and lose face. She sighed with a straight face, black and white stockings, each for you to see, right? Yes. Rob smiled and said, it's not difficult for you. You don't need to sacrifice too much. Just show me half of your thigh. You see, I'm very easygoing, right? The queen's face remained motionless, but her eyes became more and more moist. Her eyes flickered, and she wanted to dodge it. Rob laughed and said, oh, you are so shy. You always look like you don't want to suffer losses. You are a strong woman and you were so arrogant to negotiate with me. In the end, you have to be embarrassed. Humph. The queen's expression suddenly became fierce. I lost just because of my bad luck. You don't have to be so complacent. Next time, I will definitely get it back. Now look carefully. I'm wearing white silk stockings under my white dress. I'll change the black one after I show you the white one. Rob, wow. The queen asked, is there anyone else on your side? No, I promise I'm the only one. The queen carefully made sure that there was no one else in the crystal ball, and then locked herself in the palace to make sure that no third person would see her. She then pulled up the hemline of her white dress. The title of the most beautiful lady in the kingdom of Gran was not an exaggeration. Her flawless features and white queen dress were really beautiful, like a painting. She was so noble that no one dared to look straight at her and could not bear to desecrate her. But now, this dignified, noble and beautiful woman lifted her dress at one point. The excitement of this scene could not be described in words. The hems of her dress were pulled up little by little, and finally her feet were exposed. As expected, she had already worn white silk stockings under her long dress, without any decorations. The most ordinary white silk was enough to set off her beauty, and the unnecessary decoration was unnecessary. She continued to pull up her skirt, and her calves came out. They were slender, straight, not rough at all, and looked very beautiful. Her skirt continued to go up and cross her knees. She stopped here and whispered, "Do I have to pull it up half of my thigh?" "Of course," Rob said with a smile. "Okay." The queen was not a person who couldn't afford to lose. She pulled it up with haste. The hemline of her dress was raised. Rob only took a look at it and couldn't help but say, "Dang. Dang. With lace. You actually wore this under the long dress?" The queen sneered, "What do you think? I like this style." "Rob, I'm flattered." The silk stockings with lace edges looked the most tempting, making men unable to resist. This kind of silk stockings had to match the same amount of fat, so when Rob was introducing the advertisement strategies to Desmond, he asked him to find a prostitute to be a model. As a result, this kind of silk stockings became the representative of obscenity. After the promotion in Bright Road, women were always shy to let others know that they wore this kind of silk stockings. They would only secretly wear it for their men to seduce them and add a little spice to their life. Rob had studied in Bright Road, so he was very clear about this. He had never expected that the queen would wear such a style. He couldn't help but ask, "My lady, you have chosen an incredible style. I don't believe that you don't even know what kind of person wears this kind of silk stockings and what kind of situation they are in." The queen said with a cold face, "Of course I know. But so what? I like this style. It's none of your business. Don't be naive to think that I'm seducing you. Elizabeth won't ever do such a thing to seduce someone." "Well, you're right. I'm speechless. It seems that you just like this style." Rob smiled and said, "If you tell the ladies that you like this style and wear it, maybe it can turn over their perspectives in an instant. It can change from the word obscene to the word noble. I don't have time to do such a trivial thing. By the way, have you seen enough? Can I put down my dress?" While the queen was asking, she had already put down her long dress. Her noble snow-white dress fell to the ground, covering her stockings and beautiful legs. No one knew that she was wearing camisole lace now. "And black," Rob said with a smile. The queen pounded the table and said angrily, "Hey, if you are a gentleman, you should have stopped me and offered to give up the bet when I pulled my dress to the back of my feet. I didn't expect that you didn't show any politeness at all. After seeing white, you still want to see the black? Where is your gentleman's temperament?" Rob didn't blush at all and said, "At this time, a gentleman should not be a real man, but a father-in-law. A real man will be like me, following the bet to the end, and deeply imprint it in my mind, and then take it out to recall at any time. Is there a magic tool that can save this picture? I really want it. But memory is always more useful than the real picture." The queen thumped the table angrily again. There are indeed magic items that can save pictures. It has been widely used 1,000 years ago. Ancient heroes always use it to save information for the later generations. But don't use such rare magic tools to save such a strange picture. Rob was stunned by her words. Right. There were similar scenes in many novels and movies. An ancient hero saved a picture in a treasure, and then when the treasure was activated, the picture could be played. Of course, these saved images were not new. They were usually the words of ancient heroes, leaving behind some clues to the later generations and guiding them to find some treasures. Rob could only sniff at these unknown ancient heroes. Didn't they know to use such a treasure to preserve a beautiful sketch collection of young sisters? Rob couldn't help but ask, "Do you have this kind of magic item in your hand?" "Of course." The queen pointed at the gorgeous pendant hanging on her chest and sighed, my father and mother recorded their last words in this pendant before fighting against the black dragon. After saying that, she gently touched the pendant and opened the lid in front of it. A strange magic light flew out from the pendant and hovered in the air, like a mirror. Then a couple gradually appeared in the light. They looked very young, and the man was no more than 30 years old. He was wearing a king's clothes and a crown. As for the woman, she was no more than 25, wearing a long white dress and a crown. She looked exactly like the queen, but a little older than her. Undoubtedly, she was her mother. The man said, "My dear daughter, if you see this, your mother and I should have died. We just want to tell you that we love you very much." The queen closed the lid decisively and they disappeared. She tilted her head to look at the crystal ball and said, "The rest is not for you to see. My parents have told me some matters, which are the secrets of our royal family." "Oh, I'm not interested in it anymore." Rob smiled and said, "A pair of parents should tell their daughter before they died, mostly because they hid treasures, secret departments, which ministers are trustworthy, and which ministers should pay special attention to something. It's meaningless for me to know. Moreover, it has been 16 years, and many secrets should not be considered secrets anymore." The queen said nothing. It seemed that Rob was right. Rob smiled and said, "I have to get one of them." The queen squinted at him and said, "To save the images of my stockings? I'm sorry that I can't show you again after you have this magic item." Rob smiled and said, "Don't always think people are so dirty. I'm thinking about movies and cartoons, which are more meaningful than the images of silk stockings. But you don't understand now. I'll talk nonsense with you slowly when I get this kind of magic treasure. Well, it's useless for you to change the topic. I still want to see the images of you wearing black stockings. Go and change into black stockings to show me." The queen was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh. Just now, she deliberately shifted the topic to the magic items, and even took out the belongings left by her parents to show off, deliberately trying to suppress the atmosphere. She did not expect that Rob was not fooled at all. He just wanted to see her in the silk stockings. He was really crazy. Damn it. I won't lose a bet next time. I'll teach you a lesson. The queen placed a piece of cloth on the crystal ball angrily and began to change her clothes. A few minutes later, when she appeared in front of Rob again, she had changed into a black dress. Then, she pulled up the black dress bit by bit until it reached the half of her thigh. Looking at it, he said happily, "Black is also a lace. I have fulfilled my promise. Bye." The queen hung up the phone quickly. Looking at the crystal ball that had already dimmed, Rob could not help but smile. Such a lovely crazy woman. Time passed quickly. In a twinkling of an eye, April had passed, and May came. The weather began to get hotter, and the smell of summer was slowly approaching. As soon as May came, the harvest period of the potatoes would begin. These potatoes were planted from February to March and obtained from May to June. These potatoes were the life-saving food of the whole world. They could make the farmer who had been suffering during winter get the first income this year. It could also increase the country's grain reserves a lot in an instant. From May to the end of June, potatoes would be harvested one after another. In this way, the food problems around the world would be solved. In Westwind Town, the first big harvest period of Rob's crops was finally coming. Rob came to Westwind Town in July in 1344. At that time, the population of Westwind Town was small, and the ideas of the people were not as open as now. They were all individual producers. At that time, the four major pillar industries, including agriculture, mining, hunting and collecting herbs, did not have any large-scale effect, so last year, they did not feel anything. But this year was different. Because Rob had brought everyone the idea of large-scale production and concentration of advantageous forces to produce, Westwind Town no longer allowed the farmers to freely perform. Instead, many rich people had organized a large-scale group planting and large-scale planting. In any case, there were water towers, running water and other strange things to water a large area of land without any effort. After the nobles got Rob's approval, they circled the land mercilessly and reclaimed a large area of farmland on the fertile hillside of the Black Pine Mountain. Although other plants were more valuable, the nobles were not idiots. When they saw that the ordinary farmer planted beets, they wisely planted potatoes on their own fields. Therefore, as soon as the harvest season came, the potato fields on the hillside began to grow crazily. It was a great harvest. The supporting system of the water tower had greatly increased the yield of the farmland, making the town harvest more potatoes. In just a short time, the food supply in Westwind Town was no longer a problem. In this case, Rob finally didn't need to plant potatoes to support the growing population, and Westwind Town was also ready to accept more residents. At the same time, a large number of potatoes were also harvested in the fields outside Bright Road. The water tower system provided by Rob were not only used in Westwind Town. At present, many towns in the West had also used this system, especially Bright Road where the Queen was. Rob's new ideas were more accepted and applied better here. There were more people and more farmland on Bright Road. Once they started to harvest, the terrible yield would be incomparable to that of the little Westwind Town. The Queen received a report every day. How many potatoes had she harvested in a certain field? The terrible yield shocked Her Majesty. She didn't expect that her harvest would be so good this year. Although she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't help but praise the lazy man in Westwind Town now. She could get such a good harvest only by learning his ideas secretly. She couldn't accept it. Of course, once the kingdom's food reserves became abundant, it also meant that a war could break out at any time. After harvesting the potatoes, the farmers put down their work in the field, picked up their blades and swords, and put on their armor. They would immediately turn into valiant soldiers. Recently, Rob didn't learn anything interesting at school. He tossed and turned, learning some basic runes. Although the foundation was very important and only by laying a good foundation could he go further, it also caused Rob to not have any novel invention. He had a simple life every day. He got up in the morning, flirted with Suafa a bit, and then went to the magic school for classes. He learned a pile of basic runes to consolidate and memorize them. He practiced drawing them several times to fully grasp them, and confirmed that he had become more skilled. Then after class, he said to Madeline who came to stop him, "I'm out for fun. Don't bother me, woman." Madeline used to be so angry that she wanted to cry, but she didn't know why. After hearing about it recently, she didn't seem to be angry at all. It seemed that she had given up. Rob was also happy to be alone. He could return to his dormitory as soon as possible and go back to Westwind Town easily. Then he collapsed on his stone chair and gave several orders to Elsie, guiding him to manage the town. Then he saw that little E was busy developing her new Church of Light. Recently, this girl had made rapid progress, probably because she had been forced to teach a class in the technical school. Many people had been forced to learn the new Bible while learning skills. Before they learned it, they had mostly disdained it, thinking that it should be the same as the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness. But after learning it, they found that the new Church of Light was all about the kind and gentle side. There was no darkness and selfishness mixed in it. Kind-hearted humans easily accepted these true, kind and beautiful things, and naturally the Forbidden Land became the supporter of the new Church of Light. The church was getting more and more lively. Now, when Rob was lying on the stone chair, there were always some villagers passing by him, entering the church to worship, discussing the teachings with Ellie, and someone donated money to the church. From all these aspects, it could be seen that the new Church of Light had begun to be accepted by people. Of course, the most ridiculous thing was that after hearing that Rob clearly supported the new Church of Light, Director Elsie immediately ran to the church and swore in public that he would change his faith to the new Church of Light. As a result, little E explained to him for a long time. He didn't need to break up with the old one, nor did he need to live with the new one till death. The new Church of Light didn't exclude others and allowed people to have more faith. It was unnecessary to swear like this. But Chief Elsie didn't care. He wanted to break up with the old church. We should clearly devote ourselves to the side of justice. Even a fool knew that this guy didn't want to join the new Church of Light, but wanted to join Rob's side. As soon as he finished his words, the 300 policemen joined him without hesitation. They said that they could change from their police's identity to the new Church of Light's Night Regiment at any time and would defend their gods and the church with their lives. Rob thought that these guys who had been brainwashed by the old Church of Light were unreasonable. If they were happy to play like this, just let them play. After Mr. Elsie joined the new Church of Light, he began to develop the church quickly. He was completely different from the passive way of Little E. He was more diligent, energetic, or in other words, more purposeful and political. He would never stop until he achieved his goal. He quickly organized all his policemen and spread out the leaflets of the new Church of Light around the whole Westwind town during off-duty time. These leaflets were all made of expensive cotton cloth, and there were a few words of the teachings and rules of the New Bible of Light on each leaflet. In particular, there were several most important posts. No matter who you are, you can believe in the new Church of Light, you don't need to betray your old faith, you can join or leave at any time anyway, it doesn't cost money. You can believe more or less, Godfather is also from this church. This kind of promotion was very effective, especially the last sentence, which was confirmed in Westwind town. For the sake of Godfather, the people would believe it either way. The new Church of Light was on the rise. In the afternoon, school was over again. Rob walked out of the classroom and saw Madeline sitting at the playground again. Wearing black armor, she looked very eye-catching in this noble school. He had been used to seeing her at the playground. He waved his hand and said, "Yo. Are you free again?" Madeline turned around and said, "I'm on patrol." Rob grumbled, "How can you patrol the school?" Madeline didn't mind being complained at all. She said seriously, "Recently, I've visited a lot of places, such as casinos, racecourses, orphanages and so on. Anyway, the nobility in the city often go to places, so I'll go on patrol there. Because the assassin's main target is the nobility, so it's not wrong to patrol these places." Rob said, "It seems that we have entered a strange place. Is the orphanage also a place where the nobles often go?" Madeline quickly covered her mouth and said, "Ah. The weather is so good today." Rob was speechless. How could this forcible change the topic be similar to some damned woman? Oh, right, these two women were best friends. They affected each other and learned from each other. It was not strange that some of their little movements were the same. He didn't know that Madeline had fooled all the nobles in the city. In fact, she was looking for him, because every time Rob finished school, he would run out to have fun, but he didn't go to look for illegal prostitution. Then where on earth Rob had gone became a very serious problem. Madeline was worried that Rob might have a tryst with some noble, so she tried her best to find out where he had gone. But she couldn't send someone to investigate Rob, because once she sent someone to investigate Rob, he might find out. At that time, if Rob found out that Madeline had sent people to follow him, he would definitely be angry. She didn't even dare to follow him, because it was too easy to be found, so she could only use the method of encounter. She went to a place to patrol every day to see if she could meet Rob there. In the past few days, she had almost stepped on every place that Rob might go in the city, but she still didn't encounter Rob during the patrol. She was getting more and more confused. Rob said, "Well, I'm going out to have fun. You can continue to patrol." Then he turned around and walked towards his dormitory. Looking at his back, Madeline watched him walk into the dormitory and close the door, leaving the female assassin called Suafa standing at the door. She struggled violently in her heart, "Should I follow him? No, no. It is too easy to be discovered." But if she didn't follow him, would she run into him again? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I've been searching for dozens of days, but I haven't found anything. No, I can't be so passive. I have to follow him. She looked at the heavy iron armor on her body, which obviously made it harder to follow him. She quickly went to the back of the flower bed and removed the iron armor. Then she took out a bag that had been prepared in advance from the back of the flower bed, and took out a set of mobile leather armor that assassins usually wore, which was easy to move in. She also covered her face with a black cloak. After all this was done, she squatted behind a flowering tree opposite Rob's dormitory door and waited patiently for Rob to go out so that she could continue to follow him. However, Rob didn't come out after waiting for a long time. Even the maid who had been guarding outside just now went into the room and closed the door. Neither of them came out. Madeline thought to herself, wasn't he going out today? Was he making out with his maid in the room? This was possible. His maid was very beautiful, and it was not strange that such a close-fitting and beautiful maid often warmed the master's bed, and she had seen a lot in the noble circle. Madeline was not jealous of a maid, because this kind of thing was too common. Her father also had 2 maids to warm up the bed, and her mother didn't care about it at all. She was just curious. Wouldn't you come back at night to make out with the maid? Why did he behave like this after school this afternoon? No. He must not be doing that. He just stayed in the room. Not knowing how long she had been waiting, the nephew of Newlyn, Canty, came in specially. He was drunk. With a bottle of wine in his left hand, he walked to the door of Rob's dormitory and knocked on the door. The door was opened at once and Suafa walked out. She was dressed neatly. Obviously, she wasn't warming up the bed for her master just now. She was quite happy that she had confirmed her guess. Where is Rob? Ask him out. Let's drink together, said Canty drunkenly. Suafa smiled and said, Mr. Canty, I'm sorry. My master went out for fun. Upon hearing this, Madeline, who was hiding in the opposite area, was shocked. Out? That's impossible. I've been keeping an eye on him since he entered the room. How could he go out to have fun? Is there any mistake? He went out to have fun every day. Can he bear it? I don't believe that. He must be hiding in his room. He just doesn't want to drink with me. No, master is not in the room. Come on. He must be avoiding me. I'm going to talk to Rob and make it clear. He reached out his hand and tried to push Suafa away, but Suafa moved aside in advance. After Canty missed, he instantly rushed into Rob's room. Canty fell to the ground, and the bottle in his left hand fell to the ground with a bang. The bottle was broken, and the broken glass pieces were scattered all over the ground, and a strong smell of wine pervaded. She couldn't do anything to this troublesome guy, so she had to stand aside and said, Look by yourself. My master has really gone out. Canty shook his head and got up from the floor. He looked around and found that the room was not very big. There were 2 beds, a big bed and a small bed, a desk and a wardrobe. You must be hiding in the wardrobe and want to make fun of me. Canty opened the wardrobe, only to find that there were only a few clothes inside. He closed the wardrobe door and continued to look around the room. However, there was no other place for him to hide in the room. Really nothing? Master is really not here. Okay, he said, you're so strong. It's not bad to play like this every day. I'm really convinced now. Then I'll drink it myself. He walked out. But just 2 steps away, he unexpectedly screamed and jumped up with his hands covering his feet. The door was full of broken glass. He walked out painfully. In these times, shoes didn't have a thick rubber sole. He stepped on the broken glass with 1 foot, and the sharp glass pierced his sole. Canty jumped out of the dormitory with 1 foot and screamed, Priest, I need a priest. His servant quickly ran over and helped his master to go. Suafa Man shook her head and sighed, then she took out a broom and swept all the broken glass on the ground. He also wiped the wine on the floor with a duster cloth. Then she closed the door again. Madeline, who was hiding behind the tree across the street, opened her mouth wide in surprise. Rob is really not in the room? What the hell? I've been waiting outside after following him. Why is he missing? Did he go out through the window? But why did he roll over the window when he went out? Can't he just go through the main door? Did he know that I was waiting for him at the front door? No, that's impossible. According to his temperament, if he knew that I was waiting at the front door, he would definitely come over and take me out from behind the tree. Madeline thought about it for a long time and thought, I'll wait outside the window behind his dormitory after school tomorrow. I don't believe I can't keep up with him. At this time, Rob was lazily sitting on his stone stool in Westwind Town. Recently, he had been regarded in Bright Road as a fallen noble who was diligent and studious. Only when he returned to Westwind Town could he have such a lazy rest and feel comfortable. A few minutes later, the mayor of White Birch Town, who was also one of the giants of Westwind Town and was the right hand of Rob, came. However, since the arrival of the nobles led by Newlyn, he could not keep up with the times. Now he could only play small and do some small business, and help Rob to do the contracted labor of the real estate. But he didn't mind it himself. Because of his insight, he didn't have any ambitions. It was good for him to have a small fortune. Seeing Rob lying on the stool, the mayor of White Birch Town greeted him, "Hello," and then trotted over. He stood up respectfully and said, "Dear Godfather, I have something to talk to you about." "Oh?" Rob smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "Here is the thing. All the construction of the Wangjiang district has been completed. Godfather said that the number of people won't increase temporarily, so we didn't start a new project. But recently, it seems that the number of people is going to increase again, so I want to ask you if you want to build another district." He laughed. "Oh?" Rob had been running on both sides recently, so he was not very clear about the current situation of Westwind Town. He asked, "Has the population increased again?" "That's right." He laughed and said, "Now, the people in the small towns and villages around are constantly running towards us, because it's easy to find a job in Westwind Town. The salary is high, and they don't even want the land in their own home, leaving only the old and children at home. A strong labor force is constantly coming to Westwind Town, finding a job here, making money, and then sending a sum of money home every once in a while." "Rob, have we entered this stage?" "What stage?" White Birch Mayor asked. "I'm fine," said Rob. "I'm talking to myself. Don't worry about me. Go on." The mayor continued, "All in all, now a lot of strong labor force are running to Westwind Town. They even called themselves Westwinders. I have observed that these Westwinders have a feature, that is, they are single, without children nor a burden. What they need is a small house, and they don't need a big house. I think we can completely build a new community and build all kinds of single supporting small houses for them. They will be very happy." Rob smiled and said, "Since you have discovered this, why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to come to me?" He said awkwardly, "It takes a lot of money to build a community, and I can't afford so much money. Thinking of Godfather's investment, I'd better be a contracted worker, which is better." Rob understood that this person was timid and short-sighted. He was afraid of taking risks and losing his investment, but he was sure to make a fortune as a foreman. He couldn't help laughing. Look at you. You can't lose money in your investment. You will only make more money. In the near future, there will be more and more creatures like Westwinders. They will not only buy single rooms, but also bring over their relatives from their hometown after they have a firm root. They will buy a big house. Now the house will be repaired no matter how much. Tut. Since you are afraid, I will pay for it. You can just build it. The head of White Birch Town was overjoyed and took a sum of money from Rob. Rob laughed and shook his head on the stool. Even Westwinders have appeared. Interesting, very interesting. Every time he saw some changes similar to the modern generations in this world, he would feel very happy. If this world could be more like the one he had lived in the past, he would be happier and feel that his efforts were worth it. This simulation city was not a waste. The crystal ball on the table began to shine again. The queen called again.